Chapter 5 A Coup and a Crusade. It took me 2 years to get Marina Sally to talk to me, and then it took me about 12 hours of tough driving, including half an hour of nearly impossible driving. My instructions were to drive as fast as you can and walk the rest of the way to get to Sally's house. At the end of the road, I was to look for the tricolor Russian flag flying high over a wooden house. It would have been hard to miss. Russians are not in the habit of flying a flag over their homes. Sally was now living in a blaze, if you can call it that. 26 houses and only 6 people, like so many Russian villages. This one hundreds of miles from the nearest big city and about 20 miles from the nearest food shop was an empty nest, forgotten, futureless. 75-year-old Sally lived there with the woman she called her sister because no one could find them there. The other woman, who was a few years younger and seemed to be in better health, brought out the boxes of paper Sally had taken with her when she disappeared from view. Here were the results of months of ceaseless digging, the hand she had undertaken after uncovering the story of the missing meat. In 1990, the world was going to hell, or at least the Soviet Union was. On January 13, 1990, pogrom broke out in the streets of Azerbaijan capital, Baku, historically the most diverse of all the cities in the Russian Empire. 48 ethnic Armenians were killed and nearly 30,000. The city's entire remaining Armenian population fled the city. World chess champion Garry Kasparov, a Baku Armenian, chartered a plane to evacuate family, friends, and their friends. On January 19, Soviet troops stormed Baku, ostensibly to restore order, and left more than 100 civilians, mostly ethnic Azeris, died. The Soviet Empire was splitting at the seams. The center was helpless to hold it together. Its army was brutal and ineffectual. The Soviet economy too was nearly collapsed. Shortage of food and everyday products had reached catastrophic proportions. If Moscow was still able, albeit barely, to mobilize the resources of the entire huge country to get basic goods onto at least some of its store shelves, then Leningrad, the country's second largest city, reflected the full extent of the disaster. In June 1989, Leningrad authorities had begun rationing tea and soap. In October 1990, sugar, vodka, and cigarettes joined the list of rational products. In November 1990, the Democratic City Council felt compelled to take the terrifying, unpopular step of introducing actual ration cards, inevitably reminiscent of the ration cards used during the siege of the city in World War II. Every Leningrad resident now had the right to procure 3 pounds of meat per month, 2 pounds of processed meat, 10 eggs, 1 pound of butter, half a pound of vegetable oil, and 1 pound of flour and 2 pounds of grains or dry pasta. In introducing the ration cards, the city councillors hoped not only to stave off hunger, the word, in all its obscenity, was no longer perceived as belonging to history or to faraway lands, but also to prevent public unrest. The city came perilously close to mass violence twice that year, during the tobacco riot of August 1990 and the sugar riot a few weeks later. Cigarettes had been scarce for some time, but the big stores in central Leningrad generally had at least one brand for sale. One day in late August 1990, though even the stores along Nevsky Prospect had no smokes, a crowd gathered in front of one of the stores in the morning in anticipation of a delivery that never came. The store closed for lunch, to reopen an hour later, itself still empty. By 3 in the afternoon, a mob of several thousand enraged smokers had blocked traffic on Nevsky and was getting ready to start crashing store windows. Police leadership caught the city council in a panic. If violence broke out, they would be unable to prevent either injury or property damage. Some of the deputies, led by Sobchak, rushed over to Nevsky to try to calm the crowd. The politicians arrived just in time. The protesters had already uprooted a huge sidewalk planter and dislodged a long piece of fence from a nearby yard and were constructing barricades across the city's main avenue. Traffic was at standstill. Police special forces, formed just a couple of years earlier and already known for their brutality in breaking up rallies. Their batons were nicknamed the Democratizers, had arrived at the scene and were getting ready to storm the protesting smokers and their barricades. Unlike the regular police, these troops in white gear did not seem at a loss. They were certain there would be blood. Sobchak and several other well-known deputies tried to reason with different groups within the crowd, picking out people who seemed to recognize them and striking up conversation. Former dissidents and political prisoner Yuri Ryabakov, now also a city council member, walked over to the special forces to assure their brass that a truckload of cigarettes would be arriving any minute and the protest would be resolved peacefully. Another city council team, led by Sally, was combing the city's warehouses, looking for stars of cigarettes. They found some and delivered them to the protesters on Nevsky Bell after dark. The smokers lit up and dispersed, leaving the city council members to disassemble their makeshift barricades and consider the prospects of future riots that might not be resolved with such relative ease. Because eventually it seemed the city would run out of everything. A few weeks later, at the height of late summer preserves making season, sugarcane disappeared from store shelves. Fearing a repeat of the tobacco riot, a group of city councillors began investigating. They uncovered what they believed was a Communist Party conspiracy to discredit the city's new democratic regime, taking advantage of the fact that no one really knew any longer who had what authority in the city. Communist Party functionaries had apparently put some old levers in order to prevent the unloading of freight trains that had transported sugar to Leningrad. Marina Sally called an emergency meeting of some city council members and dispatched them personally to monitor the arrival, unloading and delivering of sugar to stores. A riot was thus averted. By this time, Marina Sally, the geologist, had been elected to chair the city council's committee on food supply. Somehow it seemed that a woman who had never had anything to do with food or retail, who had never been much of a professional organizer or anyone's boss, but who appeared inherently uncorrupt and incorruptible, would do the best possible job of preventing hunger in Leningrad. The city's most trusted politician was logically given the city's most important and most difficult job. In May 1991, Sally, in her capacity as chairwoman of the Leningrad City Council's Committee on Food Supplies, traveled to Berlin to sign contracts for the importing of several trainloads of meat and potatoes to Leningrad. Negotiations had more or less been completed. Sally and a trusted colleague from the city administration were really there just to sign the papers. And we get there, Sally told me years later, still outraged, and this Frau Rudolph, with whom we were supposed to meet, she tells us she can't see us because she is involved in urgent negotiations with the city of Leningrad on the subject of meat imports. Our eyes are popping out because we are the city of Leningrad and we are there on the subject of meat imports. Sally and her colleagues rushed to call the Food Supplies Committee of the Leningrad City Administration, a counterpart to her own committee. The only explanation they could imagine was that the executive branch had inexplicably elbowed in on the contract, but the chairman of the committee knew nothing of the negotiation. So I called Sobchak Sally. Remembered, I say, Anatoly Alexandrovich, I have just found out, and by now I have been given figures that Leningrad is buying 60 tons of meat. Sobchak caused the External Economic Bank While I am hanging on, I can hear him speaking, and he names the firm, and the bank confirms that yes, a credit line for 90 million Dutch marks had been opened for this firm, and he does not tell me anything else. He says I have no idea what is going on. Cell 8 went home empty-handed, only half hoping that the 60 tons of meat supposedly bought by the city would actually materialize. It did not, which meant she hardly had time to pursue the mystery meat story, which kept nagging at her. 3 months later, however, it was subsumed by another event, much more frightening and no less mystifying, and in Sally's mind, inextricably connected with her German misadventure. The most important juncture in modern Russian history. The country's most fateful moment is strangely not the subject of any coherent narrative. There is no national consensus on the nature of the events that the define a country, and this very lack of consensus is arguably modern Russia's greatest failing as a nation. In August 1991, a group of Soviet federal ministers led by Gorbachev's vice president attempted to remove Gorbachev from office with the ostensible goal of saving the USSR from destruction. The coup failed. The USSR fell apart and Gorbachev lost power anyway. 20 years later, there is no universally or even widely believed story of the events. What motivated the ministers? Why did their takeover fail as quickly and miserably as it did? Finally, who won exactly? The expectation of a hard-line backlash had been in the air since the beginning of the year. Some people even claim to know the date of the planned coup ahead of time. I know at least one entrepreneur, one of the very first Russian rich, who left the country because he had been tipped off about the coup. Nor did one need to have an inside track to the KGB or an overactive imagination in order to expect the coup. A sense of dread and of a fatal kind of instability was palpable. Armed ethnic conflicts were flaring up all over the country. The Baltic republics, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia decided to sever their ties with the Soviet Union, and Boris Yeltsin, chairman of the Russian Supreme Soviet, supported them in this. Gorbachev sent tanks into Vilnius, the Lithuanian capital, to suppress the uprising there. That was in January. In March, there were tanks in the streets of Moscow when Gorbachev, either driven to despair by the sense that the country was out of control or craving in a hard rise within his own administration, or both, tried to ban all public demonstrations in Moscow. That was when I first saw Galina Staroboitova leading hundreds of thousands of Muscovites who had defied the decree and the tanks. Also in March, Gorbachev organized a referendum on whether to maintain the Soviet Union as an entity. The people in 9 of the 15 constituent republics voted in favor, but 6 republics boycotted the vote. At the end of the month, Georgia conducted its own referendum and voted to secede from the USSR. The republics stopped paying dues to the federal center, exacerbating a budget crisis that was already massive. Shortages of food and basic goods grew worse, even when it seemed worse was not possible. In April, the government tried gingerly to loosen price controls. Prices went up, but supplies did not. In June, Ukraine declared its independence from the USSR, as did Chechnya, which was actually a part of the Russian Republic of the USSR. Russia had presidential election in June, electing Eltsin Moscow. And Moscow and Leningrad both established the office of mayor, which had not existed in Soviet times. And in June, Sobchak was elected mayor of the Leningrad. It was a job that suited him better than being chairman of the city council. He had, after all, always acted the executive. Putin became deputy mayor for international relations. Over 2 years of constant political change and tumultuous civic debate, Soviet citizens had grown dependent on their television sets. On August 1991, those who rose early woke up to find them silent, or not quite silent. Swan Lake, the ballot, was being broadcast over and over, starting at 6 in the morning. State radio began airing a series of political decrees and addresses. An hour later, the same document began to be read on the television as well. Countrymen, citizens of the Soviet Union began the most eloquent of the documents, all of which were broadcast repeatedly. We speak to you at a critical juncture for our fatherland and for all of our people. Our great motherland is in grave danger. The politics of reform launched by M.S. Gorbachev, intended to guarantee the dynamic development of the country and the democratization of our society, has led us to that end. What began with enthusiasm and hope has ended in loss of faith, apathy, and despair. The government at all levels has lost the trust of the citizenry. Politicking has taken over public life, forcing out genuine care for the fate of the fatherland and the citizen. An evil mockery has been made the state institution. The country has, in essence, become ungovernable. The junta, which included the chairman of the KGB, the Prime Minister, the Interior Minister, the Deputy Chairman of the Security Council, the Defense Minister, the Vice President, the Chairman of the Supreme Soviet, and the heads of the trade and agricultural unions, went on to make promises to the people. Pride and honor of the Soviet man shall be restored fully. The country's growth should not be built on a falling standard of living of its population. In a healthy society, a constant growth of wealth will be the norm. Our foremost task will be finding solutions to the problems of food and housing shortage. All forces will be mobilized to satisfy these, the most important of the people's needs. To that end, proclaimed a different document, taking into account the needs of the population, which has demanded that decisive measures be taken to prevent the slipping of the society toward a national catastrophe, that law and order be secured. A state of emergency shall be declared in several locations in the USSR for a period of 6 months, beginning at 4 o'clock in the morning, Moscow time, 19 August 1991. The junta accordingly called itself the State Committee for the State of Emergency, USSR, GKCHP, SSSR. They told the people over and over that Gorbachev was ill, unfit to hold office. In fact, he was under house arrest at a vacation home in the Black Sea resort of Foros. The second half of August is that season in Russian cities. City councils were out of session. Many politicians, activists, and other citizens were out of town. When people who were in town heard the news, they began gathering at their workplaces, hoping to get some direction or some information, or simply experience grief and dread together with other human beings. The first 3 members of the Leningrad City Council arrived at the Mariinsky Palace just after 7 in the morning. They decided to convene a session of the council, so they began making phone calls. By then, they still did not have a quorum, but this was when those present saw General Viktor Samsonov, head of the Leningrad military district, come on television, identify himself as the regional representative of the GKCHP, and declare a state of emergency in the city. In the absence of quorum, Igor Artemyev, our deputy chairman of the city council, decided to call at least a working meeting to order. The bearded, soft-spoken Artemyev, a 30-year-old PhD in biology, inexperienced in running meetings, was entirely unprepared for what came next. He gave the floor to the first person who asked for it. It happened to be an appointed representative of the GKCSP, Rear Admiral Viktor Kramtsov. He had barely begun to speak when Vitali Skoyeveda, a 30-year-old city council member known for his propensity to get into fights, stormed the floor, shouting that Kramtsov should be arrested and slugging him. City Council Chairman Alexander Belyaev, who had been out of town, walked in at this key juncture, calling the proceedings to order. He quickly approached the Rear Admiral, who was still prone on the hall's spectacular parquet floor, and asked him whether there was a document establishing a state of emergency in the city. There was not. In that case, Belyaev resolved that there was no state of emergency. Marina Sally called the GKCSP a military coup, a not yet obvious definition that struck those present as very exact. The councillors began discussing a plan of resistance, forming a coordinating committee and drafting a statement in opposition to the coup. The question now was how to get the message to the people of Leningrad. Mayor Sobchak too was out of town and no one knew how to reach him. He called the city council on the phone in the late morning or early afternoon, just when the councillors had completed their discussion. We told him that we are planning to go to the television station in order to inform the city as soon as possible that this is military coup. Sergei told me years later. He said, "Don't do it, it will just cause panic. Wait for me to get there." Several of the city councillors, including Sergei, tried to get to the television station anyway, but they were not allowed in. The waiting for Sobchak commenced. Sobchak had spent the morning at Boris Yeltsin's dacha outside Moscow. The Russian president had summoned all the leading Democrats then in Moscow. It was a scared and confused group of men. By any logic anyone could understand, Yeltsin should have been arrested. No one could figure out why he had not been. In fact, a warrant for his arrest had been signed overnight, and he should have been taken when he flew into Moscow that morning. But for some reason no one could explain then or later. The arrest did not take place. KGB agents were then directed to encircle Yeltsin's dacha. They saw him enter the house and later leave it, but they never received a final order to place him under arrest. As it turned out later, two deputy commanders of the unit in charge of the operation had objected and ultimately blocked the warrant. The KGB agents sat armed and idle outside his house as Yeltsin sped off toward the seat of the Russian government in central Moscow. Others present, including Sobchak, traveled to the airport to fly to their respective cities to coordinate local resistance efforts. But before leaving Moscow, Sobchak called Leningrad and directed police special forces to block all entrances and exits to the Leningrad television station. Whether he did this before or after placing the call to the city council is not clear. What is clear is that this was why Sergei and others were not allowed to enter. They waited. Sobchak should have landed long ago. He had, but before coming to the city council, as all of Leningrad seemed to expect him to do. A crowd was gathering in front of the Mariinsky, growing larger every hour. Sobchak went to Leningrad's district military headquarters to speak with General Samsonov. "Why did I do so?" he wrote later in memoir. "I still cannot explain my actions. It must have been intuition, because when I arrived at the district headquarters in Palace Square, a GK CHP working committee working meeting was just getting underway in Samsonov's office. Our conversation ended with Samsonov giving me his words that, barring any extreme or extraordinary events, there would be no troops in the city, and my promising to maintain safety in the city. In fact, what Sobchak did was choose a course of action distinctly different from that of his colleagues in Moscow and many other cities. Once again, he decided to hedge his bets by creating a situation in which he would be safe if the hardliners won, but get to keep his Democrats' credentials if they lost. Moscow's city council also convened at 10 in the morning and also resolved to oppose the coup. Unlike their Leningrad colleagues, Moscow city councillors had the unequivocal support of the city's mayor, Gabriel Popov, who, among other things, ordered city services to cut off water, power, and telephone connections to any buildings from which GKCSP supporters were operating, and city banks to stop issuing funds to GKCSP and affiliated organizations. The city council and the mayor office together formed a task force to coordinate resistance efforts. As troops were entering the city from different directions throughout the day of August 19, so were volunteers gathering around the Moscow White House, the high-rise that was home to the Russian government. When GKCSP representatives called Moscow's deputy mayor, Yuri Luzhkov, to try to negotiate, Luzhkov, who had always been more of a bureaucrat than a Democrat, cursed them and hung up the phone. Sobchak meanwhile completed his negotiations with General Samsonov and finally went to his office at the Mariinsky Palace, where Putin had posted and was personally supervising a heavy guard. By the middle of the day, tens of thousands of people had gathered in front of the Mariinsky Palace, hoping for news or an opportunity to act. Sobchak eventually appeared in the window of his office and read a statement, now his own, not his own, but that of Russian President Boris Yeltsin and other members of his government. We call on the people of Russia to respond appropriately to the putsch and to demand that the country be allowed to return to its normal course of constitutional development. After 9 in the evening, joined by his deputy, the rare admiral, he finally traveled to the Leningrad TV station, where he read his own address, inspired and eloquent as ever. The speech was particularly important because Leningrad television broadcast to many cities all over the country. And though the GKCSP apparently tried to stop the broadcast as soon as Sobchak started to speak, Leningrad persisted. Sobchak called on the city's residents to come to a rally the following day. He sounded defiant, but he was not. He had previously cleared the plan with General Samsonov, promising to keep the demonstrators confined to a clearly circumscribed space. After he finished speaking, Sobchak and Putin with him went into building. He would spend the next 2 days in a bunker beneath Leningrad's largest industrial plant, emerging only once to appear at a press Leningrad. He was terrified. On the second day of the coup, the strangest things happened. Marina Saleh was manning the phones at the city council's makeshift resistance headquarters, while Yeltsin's vice president, General Alexander Vetskoy, called and started screaming into the phone. What the hell did he do? He read a decree. What the hell did he read? It took a few minutes for Saleh to figure out what Vetskoy was talking about, and it took her much longer than that to understand what it meant. Vetskoy had issued a decree removing General Samsonov from his post as the head of the Leningrad military district and replacing him with Rear Admiral ch5to, Sobchak's deputy, replacing a hardliner loyal to the GKCSP with someone loyal to the Democratic mayor seemed like a logical step and one that Sobchak should have welcomed, except it upset Sobchak's carefully constructed haze and would in a sense have forced him to take Yeltsin's side not only in his speeches but he had done. but also in his actions. So Sobchak, the lawyer, fudged the language in Rutsko's degree, which he read at his press conference, rendering the document invalid. There was a barrage of degrees, statements, addresses, and orders coming from both sides of the barricades. It was a ball of the nerves rather than a legal battle for any organization or any person. Obeyed only the decrees issued by the authority he recognized. This was why Elsin could not just only Samsonov and order on him to clear out of his office. Samsonov reported to the GKCHP, not to Elsin. So the democratic government in Moscow had hoped that Sobchak, by reading the decree aloud with all his eloquence and all his authority, would invest the document and enough power, and the troops stationed in Leningrad would believe Rear Admiral Sakharov to be their new commander. But when Sobchak read the decree, he replaced the job title now assigned to Sakharov with something called top military chief, a term not one recognized, a fictitious job from some parallel world that cast no doubt on General Samsonov's authority. This was Sobchak's way of keeping his own situation undefined and stable. And then the coup crumpled. After a 2-day standoff in the center of Moscow, most of the troops failed to move on the White House, and the few armored personal carriers that did were stopped by a handful of unarmed volunteers and the barricades they had constructed from sidewalk stones and overturned electric buses. 3 people died. Gorbachev returned to Moscow. The incredibly fast process of taking apart the Soviet Union commenced. At the same time, the Russian and Soviet government launched the process of taking apart the Soviet Union's most powerful institution, the KGB. Although this effort would prove much more complicated and much less efficient. On August 22, the Russian Soviet passed a resolution establishing a white, blue, and red flags as the new flags of Russia, replacing the Soviet-era red flag with its hammer and sickle. A group of city council members, led by Vasily Skoyeveda, the one who had slugged the hardliner 3 days earlier, set off to replace the flag in Leningrad. The flag was on a corner of Nevsky Prospect, over the party headquarters. Elena Zelenskaya, the Samizdat publisher, recalled in an interview years later. It was the most noticeable place in the city. They started taking it down. A group of people, including journalists and city council members, an orchestra showed up for some reason. It was the brass band of the military school, and a television crew was there filming. They lowered the red flag carefully as the orchestra played. They raised the tricolor. The man who took down the flag was standing right there among us on Nevsky. So there we were, a group of pupils standing in the street with an orchestra playing and this man with a red flag in his hands, and we were suddenly totally lost as to what to do. Here we had a flag that for 80 years had been the symbol of the state. We had all hated it, but we had also all feared it. And then one of our staff members said, "I know what to do. We are going to give it back to them." The district party headquarters was across the street, and he grabbed the flag and ran across the Nevsky. Without looking left or right, cars stopped. The orchestra is playing a march, and he is running across the very wide Nevsky. And just when the orchestra is playing the last note, he tosses the flag as hard as he can against the party headquarters door. There is a pause, and then the door opens slowly, just a crack. A hand reaches out and quickly yanks the flag inside. The door closes. This was the highlights of my entire life. I saw the Russian flag raised over Nevsky. 5 days after the coup began, Moscow held a funeral for the 3 young men who died trying to stop the troops. 3 Leningrad politicians, including Stalin, flew in for the ceremony. They joined Nikolai Gonchar, chairman of the Moscow City Council and a prominent Democrat, at the head of the funeral procession. The procession kept starting and stopping, Sally told me later. And every time we stopped, Gonchar turned to me and said, Marina Evgenievna, what was it? He said it was it about 10 times. By the end of the day, Gonchar had Sally convinced that the coup was not what it had seemed. So what was it? Why did the coup, so many months in the making, fall apart so easily? Indeed, why did it never really take off? Why were the democratic politicians, with the exception of Gorbachev, allowed to move around the country freely and have telephone contact? Why were none of them arrested? Why in 3 days that they ostensibly held power in the Soviet Union, did the hardliners fail to capture the main communication or transportation hubs? And why did they fold without a fight? Was the coup simply a mediocre attempt by a group of disorganized failures? Or was there something more complicated and more sinister going on? Was there any, as Sally ultimately came to believe, a carefully engineered arrangement that allowed Elsin to remove Gorbachev and broker the peaceful demise of the Soviet Union, but also placed him forever in the debt to the KGB? I had to think it as was neither, and both. Even while it was going on either side of the barricades, different pupils were telling different stories themselves about the coup. When it ended, the nominal winners, the people who fought for democracy in Russia, failed to shape or advance a story that would have become the common truth of the new Russia. Everyone was thus left with his or her individual narrative. In the end, for some people, those 3 days in August 1991 remained a story of heroism and a victory of the democracy. For others, they remained or became the story of a cynical conspiracy. Which story is right depends on which of them belongs to the people who hold power in Russia. So the question becomes, what is the story that Vladimir Putin tells himself about the coup? Over those 3 days in August, Putin was even less visible than usual. He stayed by Sobchak's side at all times. It was Sobchak's other deputy, ch5to, who had the visible role, who acted as both spokesman and point man. He stayed behind the mayor's office night and day and night again. As Sobchak, accompanied by Putin, hid in the bunker. We know that Sobchak was playing both sides of the barricades. In fact, the barricades may have dissected his inner circle. Early in the crisis, ch5to discovered that someone had placed a tiny tracking device on his lapel on the morning of August 21. ch5to remembered, I had pushed 5 chairs together in my office and lain down to sleep on them. I woke up because I sensed someone looking at me. Anatoly Alexandrovich Sobchak had returned. Go back to sleep. Sleep, Nikolaevich, he said. Everything is fine and good. Congratulations. I immediately reached for my lapel to feel for the bug, and it was no longer there. Then removed it so it would not be found. Someone who was working for the other side. 9 years later, Putin answered his biographers' questions about the coup. It was dangerous to leave the city council building in those days, he reminisced. But we did many things. We were active, we went to the Kirov Industrial Park, spoke to the workers there and went to other factories, even though we did not feel particularly safe doing so. This is mostly a lie. Many independent eyewitnesses describe Sobchak and Putin with him going into hiding in the bunker at the Kirov Industrial Park, where Sobchak may or may not have given a speech before literally going underground. There is no indication they went to any other factories or did anything during the last 2 days of the crisis, but emerged for that single press conference. What if the hardliners had won? The biographers asked. You were a KGB officer. You and Sobchak would certainly had been put on trial, but I was not a KGB officer anymore, Putin responded. As soon as the coup began, I made up my mind as to which side I am on. I knew for a fact that I would never do anything as directed by the coup organizers and would never be on their side. And I knew full well then that this coup be considered at least a violation. So on August 20, I wrote my second letter of resignation from the KGB. This makes no sense if Putin knew that his first letter of resignation, supposedly written a year earlier, was lost. Why did he not write a second one immediately? Especially if, as he claimed, he had initially decided to resign under threat of blackmail. In addition, how would he have known that the letter was lost? Presumably, there was only one way. He continued to draw a salary from the KGB, meaning he was very much a KGB officer when the coup began. But now, he claimed he mobilized all efforts to break with the organization. I told Sobchak and I told Lodgy Alexandrovich. I wrote a letter of resignation once, but it died somewhere along the way. So Sobchak immediately called KGB chief and one of the coup leaders, Vladimir Kriyochikov, and then the head of the my district, and the following day I was told that my letter of resignation had been signed. This part of the story seems to be pure fiction. I do not think the phone call he describes could have been taken place on August 20, said Arseny Rojinsky, a Moscow human rights activist and historian who spent about a year after the coup combing through KGB archives and studying that institution. Kriyochikov simply would not have handled a personal question, especially one that concerned a not particularly senior officer that day. Nor is it easy to imagine Sobchak, who was so busy playing both sides, acting essentially to sever his own ties to the KGB. In addition, it is not clear how Putin managed to deliver a physical letter, the one that was supposedly signed the next day, to KGB headquarters that day, especially if he never left Sobchak's side. Finally, even if some of what Putin said was true, it would mean that his resignation was accepted on the last day of the coup, when it was all but clear that the hardliners had failed. Most likely, Putin, like his boss, spent the days of the coup on the defense, and he resigned from the KGB at all. Did so only once the coup was over. Unlikely Sobchak and many other people, he had not even taken Yeltsin's lead a few months earlier and resigned from the Communist Party. Putin's membership expired 2 weeks after the failed coup, when Yeltsin issued a decree with dissolving the party. So the question is still, what is the story that Putin told himself during the coup? Is there a chance he was a person or one of the people in Sobchak's inner circle who actively supported the hardliners? The answer is yes. The 90 million Dutch marks, worth of meat that Marina Saliev had caught wind of in May had never materialized in Leningrad, but she did not forget about it in the dramatic events that followed. Insulted and mystified by what had happened in Germany, Saliev continued to try to get to the bottom of the story. After the failed coup, when access to records of all shots briefly got easier, she was finally able to get her hands on some documents, and by March 1992, she had pieced together the story. In May 1991, Soviet Prime Minister Valentin Pavlov granted a Leningrad company called Continent the right to negotiate trade contracts on behalf of the Soviet government. Within weeks, Continent had signed the meat contract with the German firm. The meat was delivered, but to Moscow rather than Leningrad. The reason was behind the future KGK CSP office Pavlov was leader was trying to stock Moscow food warehouses in order to flood store shelves once they seized power. The name of the man who had negotiated with the Germans on behalf of the continent, Vladimir Putin. Once Soria thought she knew what had happened, she tried to take action. In March 1992, she traveled to Moscow to see an old acquaintance from the Leningrad pro-democracy movement, Yuri Bordeaux. A handsome, mustached young economist had been elected to the Supreme Soviet alongside Sobchak. Now he was working as the chief controller in the Yeltsin administration. Sally had hand-delivered a letter describing the initial results of her investigation. The peculiar story of the meat that had apparently traveled from Germany to Moscow. Within days, Bordeaux had written a letter to another Leningrad economist, who was now the foreign trade minister, asking him to curtail Putin's power. The letter was ignored. Putin had presumably created a base of wealth and influence from which he could not easily be shaken. What exactly was Putin's role in the government of Russia's second largest city? A woman who worked at the mayor's office at the same time recalls Putin as a man with an empty office save for a desk with a lone glass ashtray sitting atop it, and with similarly colorless glassy eyes looking out from behind the desk. In his early months in city government, Putin had struck some of his colleagues as eager, curious, and intellectually engaged. Now he cultivated an impervious, emotionless exterior. The woman who worked as his secretary later recalled having to deliver a piece of upsetting personal news to her boss. The Putin had a dog, a Caucasian shepherd named Marius Baby. He lived at their dacha and was always digging holes under the fence, trying to get out. One time he didn't get out and got run over by a car. Ludmila Alexandrovna grabbed the dog and drove him to the veterinary clinic. She called his office from there and asked me to tell her husband that the veterinarian had been unable to save the dog. I went into Vladimirov's office and said, "You know, there is a situation. Marius is died." I looked and there was no emotion in his face, none. I was so surprised at his lack of reaction that I could not keep from asking, "Did someone already tell you?" And he said calmly, "No, you are the first person to tell me." That's when I knew I had said the wrong thing. The wrong thing in the story presumably refers to the question about whether Putin had already been informed of his dog's death, but the scene as a whole is remarkable for the palpable sense of uncertainty and even fear that it conveys. When his biographers asked him about the nature of his work in St. Petersburg, Putin responded with the lack of subtlety that had come to characterize his answer to sensitive questions. He had tried to take over the casinos, he said. "I believed at the time that the casino business is an area where the state should have a monopoly." He said, "My position went opposite to the law on monopolies, which had already been passed, but still I tried to make sure that the state, as embodied by the city, established control over the entire casino industry. To that end," he said, "the city formed a holding company that acquired 51% of the stock of all the casinos in the city in the hope of collecting dividends. But it was a mistake. The casinos funneled the money out in cash and reported losses every time." Putin complained. "Later, our political opponents tried to accuse us of corruption because we owned stock in the casinos. That was just ridiculous. So, it may not have been the best idea from an economic standpoint, judging from the fact that the setup turned out to be inefficient and we did not attain our goals. I have to admit it was not sufficiently thought through. But if I had stayed in Petersburg, I would have finished choking those casinos. I would have made them sale. I would have given that money to elderly pupil teachers and doctors." In other words, said the incoming president of Russia, if the law got in the way of his ideas of how things should be done, that would be too bad for the law. He had little else to say about his years as Sobchak's deputy. In early 1992, Marina Saleh had set out to learn exactly what the little man with the empty office was actually doing. The city council launched a full-fledged investigation, the results of which 22 single-spaced typed pages, plus dozens of pages of appendices, Saleh presented to her colleagues less than 2 months following her visit to Bordeaux. She discovered that Putin had entered into dozens of contracts on behalf of the city, many, if not all of them, of questionable legality. Putin's department in the mayor's office was now called the Committee for Foreign Relations. Most of its activities ostensibly centered on providing for foodstuff to be brought into the city from other countries. The city had no cash with which to buy the food. The ruble was not a convertible currency. Russia's monetary system, inherited from the Soviet Union, was out of balance, and efforts to right it immediately led to hyperinflation. But Russia had plenty of natural resources, which it could trade, directly or indirectly, for food. To that end, the government in Moscow allowed subjects of the Federation to export natural resources. Sergei found that Putin's department had entered into a dozen export contracts, together worth $92 million. The city agreed to provide oil, timber, metals, cotton, and other natural resources granted to it by the Russian state. The companies named in the contracts undertook to export the natural resources and import foodstuff. But Sergei's investigation found that every single contract contained a flaw that made it legally invalid. All were missing seals or signatures, or contained major discrepancies. Putin is a lawyer by training. See vote later. He had to know that these contracts could not be used in court. In addition, Putin had violated the rules of these import-export barter operations set by the Russian government by picking the exporting companies unilaterally rather than by holding an open competition. The food that by contract was supposed to be brought into Leningrad never made it to the city, but the commodities mentioned in these dozen contracts apparently had been transported abroad. In fact, another irregularity to which Sergei's investigation drew attention was the inordinate nature of the commissions written into the contract. Between 25 and 50% of the sum of each contract, for a total $34 million in commission. All evidences seemed to point a simple kickback scheme. Hand-picked companies received lucrative contracts, and they did not even have to hold up their hands. Asked about the investigation by his biographers, Putin acknowledged that many of the firms with which he had signed contracts had failed to bring any food to the city. I think the city did not do all it could. Of course, he said. We should have worked more closely with law enforcement. We should have beaten it out of their firms. But it made no sense to try to go to court. The firms would just disappear instantly, stop functioning, remove their goods. In a sense, we had no claim against them. Remember that time it was full of shady businesses, financial pyramids, that sort of thing. This was the same man who just a day or two earlier had emphasized to his biographer how vicious he could be if someone so much as seemed to cross him. The same man who flared up instantly and had a hard time binding down. The same man whom his friends remember all but scratching out his opponent's eyes when he was angered. Why would this man sit idly while one private company after another violated the terms of the contracts he had signed with them, leaving his city without the food supplies it so badly needed, because it was rigged to end that way from the beginning? Sergei believes the point of the whole operation, see vote later, was this: to create a legally flawed contract with someone who could be trusted, to issue an export license to him, to make the custom office open the border on the basis of this license, to ship the goods abroad, sell them and pocket the money. And that is what happened. But that Sergei believed was not all that happened. Moscow had actually given St. Petersburg commission to export $1 billion worth of commodities. So the 12 rigged contracts he found represented only a tenth of the wealth that should have traveled through Putin's office. What was the rest of the story? She eventually found evidence that all or nearly all of the commodities, including aluminum, oil and cotton, had been exported, or as she put it, had vanished. There was simply no documents, but her reports to the city council focused only on the 12 contracts for which there was documentation. Nearly $100 million worth of commodities ostensibly bartered for food that never arrived. The city council reviewed Sergei's report and resolved to forward it to Mayor Sobchak with the recommendation that the report be submitted to the prosecutor's office, and that Sobchak dismiss Putin and Putin's own deputy, whose signature was on many of the contracts. Sobchak ignored the recommendations and the report itself. The prosecutor's office would not launch an investigation without Sobchak's permission. Sally had already hand-delivered a 3-page letter to Edson outlining some of the biggest violations and asking that they be investigated. There had been no reaction. Only Bordeaux, Russia's chief controller, had reacted with understanding, immediately sending a letter to the foreign trade minister and pursuing the case. Bordeaux reviewed the documents Sally had brought him. His findings were essentially the same as Sally's. Someone had been stealing from the people of St. Petersburg. He summoned Sobchak to Moscow to respond. Sobchak came and brought all of his deputies with him. Bordeaux recalled in an interview later. Putin came. They wrote down their versions of the events. I then reported the findings to Edson, and then nothing happened. The Russian president's office in Moscow forwarded some document to the Russian president's representative office in St. Petersburg, and the story died. It was just an ordinary investigation, Bordeaux explained many years later. It uncovered significant violations, but they were not radically more serious than what was going on in the rest of Russia. They were standard issue violations having to do with obtaining the right to export strategically important resources in exchange for foodstuff that never materialized. It was just a typical case at the time. Russia's new ally was busy redistributing wealth. This is not to say that all of them behaved like Putin. The scale and the virgin nature of the embezzlement uncovered by Sally is shocking, even by early 1990s. Russia's standard, especially if we take into account how fast he acted. But all of the country's new rulers treated Russia like their personal property. Less than a year earlier, it had all belonged to other people. The Communist Party of the USSR and its leaders. Now the USSR no longer existed, and the Russian Communist Party was a handful of stubborn retirees. All that had been theirs was now nobody's. While economists try to figure out how to turn state property into private property, a process that still is not completed 20 years later, the new bureaucrats were simply taking the old state edifice apart. Sobchak was handing out apartments in the center of St. Petersburg. They went to friends, relatives, and valued colleagues in a country where property rights had not really existed and where the communist ruling elite had long enjoyed the status of royalty. Sobchak, who basked in his early popularity, saw nothing wrong with what he was doing. And there are the papers on an entire city complex Sobchak tried to give away to some development company. Sally told me all these years later, freezing several more sheets of papers from her pile. This was a rare situation where we managed to get it reversed, but what a fight it was. But was not he acting just like some regional party boss? I asked. They were always giving away apartments. This was different, and said Sally. It was different because he talked a good line. He knew he had to present a different exterior, and he succeeded in doing this. He played a Democrat when he was really demagogue. Perhaps because Sobchak was so good at projecting the image of a new kind of politician. Sally and her colleagues seemed to have believed he would take action when presented with evidence of Putin's wrongdoings. But why would he have drawn a line between his own habits of handing out city property and Putin's ways of pocketing profits from the sale of public resources? Why should he have listened to the Democrats in the city council at all? He could not stand them, and what irked him most was precisely their militant idealism. Their absurd insistence on doing things as they should be done rather than as they had always been done. This adherence to an imaginary ethical code invariably got in the way of doing things at all. So Sobchak did not get rid of Putin. Instead, he got rid of city council. By fall 1993, Boris Yeltsin was fed up with the Russian legislature. It was an oddly constituted body. Over 1,000 representatives who had been elected in a convoluted quasi-democratic procedure to the Congress of People's Deputies, of whom ch5to belonged to the Supreme Soviet, a two-chamber body that attempted to perform the functions of a representative branch of government in the effective absence of relevant law. The Russian Federation did not yet have a new post-Soviet constitution, and it would be years before its civic and penal codes would be rewritten. Among other things, the law still criminalized possession of hard currency and a variety of acts that involved the possession and sale of property. In this situation, the Congress of People's Deputy granted Eltsin the right to issue decrees on economic reform that violated the laws that were on the books, but the Supreme Soviet was charged with the job of reviewing these decrees and granted veto power. In addition, the Supreme Soviet had a presidium constituted of more than 30 people who in the Soviet system of government functions as a collective head of state. In the post-Soviet system, once the position of president had been established, the function of the presidium was unclear. In effect, though the Supreme Soviet had the power to stall or block any action of the president, as Eltsin economic reforms drove prices higher and higher, even as food shortage stopped, as though by magic his government grew less and less popular, and the Supreme Soviet moved to oppose almost all of his initiative. On September 21, 1993, Eltsin issued a decree dissolving the Supreme Soviet and calling for the election of a proper legislative body. The Supreme Soviet refused to disband, barricading itself inside the White House. The very same building where Eltsin's pupil had set up camp during the coup 2 years earlier. This time, troops did open fire and sacked the White House, forcing Supreme Soviet members out on October 4. Leading Democratic politicians, including former dissidents, supported what became known as the execution of the Supreme Soviet. So exasperated were they with seeing the president stonewalled. The idealistic St. Petersburg City Council was more or less alone in taking a stand against Eltsin's actions. A few weeks after the execution, just days before, a new Russian constitution was published, heralding an era of relative legal stability. Sobchak traveled to Moscow and convinced Eltsin to sign a decree dissolving the St. Petersburg City Council. A new election would not be held until the following December, leaving Russia's second largest city in the hands of one man for an entire city. Marina Salye decided to leave city politics. She became a professional political organizer, later moving to Moscow to work there. 6 years later, in the period leading up to Putin's election as president of Russia, perhaps the only critical voice belonged to Marina Salye. She published an article, "Putin is the president of corrupt oligarchy," in which she detailed and updated the findings of her St. Petersburg investigation. She tried in vain to talk her liberal colleagues out of supporting Putin in the election. She found herself increasingly marginalized. She recalled that during a meeting of the right liberal political coalition, she and Eltsin's first Prime Minister Igor Gaidar were the only two people out of over 100 who did not vote in favor of supporting Putin. A few months after the election, Salye went to see one of the few politicians whom she still believed to be an ally. They had talked of forming a new organization. Sergei Yushin was a career military man who had become a strong convert to liberalism during perestroika and held fast to his beliefs throughout the 1990s. The visit to Yushchenko scared Salye so much that even 10 years later she refused to divulge the details. "I got there and there was a certain person in his office," she told me. "What kind of person?" "A certain person. We had a conversation that I would not call constructive. I went home and told Natasha that I am going to the country." Did he threaten you?" "No one threatened me directly." "So why did you decide to leave?" "Because I knew this person." "And what did seeing him mean. It meant that I should get as far as possible. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I persisted, feeling I was on the verge of being thrown out of Sarie's hideout. I knew what this person was capable of. Is that clear? Yes, thank you. But what was he doing in Usain Cope's office? Did they have something in common? No, I did not know what he was doing there, and most of all, I did not know why Usain Cope did not get him out of there when I came. It means he was unable to get rid of him, even though the conversation Usain Cope and I were about to have was not meant for anyone else's ears. I see. That's all I'm going to say. Sally gathered her things and moved to that house, a 12-hour impossible drive from Moscow, where I found her 10 years later. For years, rumors circulated that she was living abroad. Perhaps in years, I assume it was her French surname that gave rise to that fantasy, and that she had received a threatening New Year's Eve postcard from Putin. I heard several people quote the imagining postcard using exactly the same wording. I wish you a happy new year and the health to enjoy it. Sally told me there was never any postcard, as I was suspected. The persistent rumor told me there was never any postcard, as I was suspected. The persistent rumor told me more about the image Putin had created for himself than about Sergei's fate. But postcard or no postcard, Sergei was terrified. Sergei Yusenkov continued his political career. In 2002, he left the liberal faction of parliament in protest against his colleagues' persistent support for Putin's policies and what he called a bureaucratic police regime. On the afternoon of April 17, 2003, while walking from his car to his apartment building in northern Moscow, Yusenkov was shot in the chest 4 times. Writing his obituary for the political analysis website I was then editing, I said something when we journalists are afraid to say something under our own byline. We call people like Yusenkov who, without looking over his shoulder, will say something clear and definitive, and all the more necessary for being predictable. There are very few people like that left. Chapter 6. The End of a Reformer. Once Putin's biography was published in February 2000, he ceased being a young democratic reformer of Berezovsky's invention. He was now the hoodlum turned iron-handed ruler. I do not think his image makers were even conscious of the shift. One person who could not have imagined Putin's public transformation from democrat to stronghand was Sobchak. The two were united in their antipathy to democratic processes. But in the early 1990s, a public allegiance to democratic principles was the price of admission to public life and to the good life. In the early 1990s, members of the new business and political elites were hacking apart the old system all over Russia. They were, without a doubt, and apparently without pangs of conscience, appropriately and redistributing chunks of the system. At the same time, the most enterprising of them were also conjuring up a new system and changing with it. People like Mikhail Khodorkovsky, a Komsomol functionary turned banker, turned oilman, and Mikhail Prokhorov, a clothing reseller, turned matters mogul, turned international investor, and Vladimir Gusinsky, an importer turned banker and media magnate, were self-invented entrepreneurs who started with shady money-making schemes, but as their worldview expanded and their ambitions grew accordingly, began to position themselves as not only businessmen but philanthropists, civic leaders, and visionaries. As their views evolved, They invested money and energy in constructing a new political system. Sobchak abhorred this new system, and so did Putin. And this is why he, unlike many of Sobchak's early allies, remained with the mayor after the 1991 failed coup and the 1992 corruption scandal and the 1993 dissolution of the city council. I am not sure why Sobchak, who had a brief but intense love affair with democratic politics, developed such a hatred for the ways of democracy. I think as a megalomaniac, he was deeply wounded every time he did not get his ways and by political competition itself, by the very possibility of dissent. In addition, he had Putin at his side at all times, always trying to get him to see the disadvantages of the democratic system. It was Putin, for example, who convinced Sobchak and manipulated a number of city council members to institute the office of mayor in the city. Otherwise, Putin told his biographers years later, Sobchak could be removed by those very same city council members anytime. Putin's own opposition to democratic reform was no less personal than Sobchak's, but went much deeper. Like most Soviet citizens of his generation, Putin was never a political idealist. His parents may or may not have believed in a communist future for all the world, in the ultimate triumph of justice for the proletariat, or in any of the other ideological clinches that had been born thin by the time Putin was growing up. He never even considered his relationship to these ideals, the way he was talked about the young pioneers from which he was kept as a child, or the Komsomol, or the Communist Party, in which his membership simply expired along with the organization itself, makes it clear that he never saw any substantive meaning in his belonging to these organizations. Like other members of his generation, Putin replaced belief in communism, which no longer seemed plausible or even possible, with faith in institutions. His loyalty was to the KGB and to the empire it served and protected, the USSR. In March 1994, Putin attended a European Union event in Hamburg that included a speech by Estonian President Lennart Meri. Estonia, like the two other Baltic republics, was annexed by the Soviet Union at the start of World War II, then lost to the Germans to be retaken by the Soviets in 1944. The three Baltic states were the last to be included in the Soviet Empire and the first to emerge from it, in no small part because they had a population that still remembered a time before the Soviets. Meri, Estonia's first democratically elected leader in half a century, had been active in the semi-anti-Soviet liberation movement. Now speaking in Hamburg, he referred to the Soviet Union as occupiers. At this point, Putin, who had been sitting in the audience among Russian diplomats, rose and left the room. It looked very impressive, recalled a St. Petersburg colleague who would go on to run the Russian Federal Election Commission under President Putin. The meeting was held in Knights Hall, which had 10-meter tall ceilings and a marble floor, and as he walked in total silence, each step of his echoed under the ceiling. To top it all off, the huge cast iron door slammed shut behind him with deafening thunder. The Putin felt the need to break diplomatic protocol, to literally turn his back on the president of a neighboring country and a very important trade partner of the city of St. Petersburg. So just how personally he took the matter, what he perceived as an attack on the Soviet Union hurt him as deeply as personal insult that had sent him into a race when he was younger. The breathless manner in which his colleague recounted the story for Putin's biographer showed how deep a vein of Soviet nostalgia Putin was tapping. Putin loved the Soviet Union and he loved its KGB, and when he had power of his own, effectively running the the financial system of the country's second largest city. He wanted to build a system just like them. It would be a closed system, a system built on total control, especially control over the flow of information and the flow of money. It would be a system that aimed to exclude dissent and would crush it if it appeared. But in one way, the system would be better than the KGB and the USSR had been. This one would not betray Putin. It would be too smart and too strong for that. So Putin worked diligently to centralize control not only over all foreign trade but also over businesses that was springing up domestically. Hence, he referred to take over casinos, which had appeared suddenly and grew extremely fast. He also eventually moved to manage the city's relationships with the media, both print and electronic, which he alternatively isolated from City Hall and strong-armed into covering particular stories in particular ways. Sobchak had picked the right-hand man. Putin hated the Vazi Democrats even more than he did, and he was even better than Sobchak at working the politics of fear and greed. Politicians like Sobchak are usually the last to learn their lusters is gone. When Sobchak ran for re-election in 1996, the city hated him. Under his rule, St. Petersburg had been transformed in ways both tragic and partial. Though much of this was hardly Sobchak's fault, the city's economy was in shambles. More than 1 million of its 5 million residents had been employed by the military-industrial plants, which had slowed down or stopped altogether, as was the case elsewhere in Russia. A few people were getting very rich very fast. First, by buying and selling anything and everything, for example exporting Russian timber and importing Chinese umbrellas. Then, gradually by privatizing Soviet industrials plants and creating new institutions. Many Russians, however, got poorer, or at least felt out a lot poorer. There were so many more goods in the stores now, but they could afford so little. Nearly everyone lost the one thing that had been in abundant supply during the era of stagnation, the unshakable belief that tomorrow will not be different from today. Uncertainty made people feel even poorer. St. Petersburg's economic problems made much of the rest of Russia seem well off in the comparison. 3/4 of the city's population lived below the poverty line. Its infrastructure, already weak in the late 1980s, which provided part of the impetus for the informal preservation movement, was now in ruins. Streets had not been repaved in so long that whenever it rained or snowed, which in this northern seaside city was often, the streets turned into rivers of mud. Public transport was at standstill. The city was not replacing buses that had to be retired. In a city composed entirely of large apartments building, working elevators were become extinct. Electricity in the center of the town was flickering off and on. In studies of relative levels of standard of living, the country's second largest city regularly ranked in the 20th among Russian cities. Against this backdrop, Sobchak insisted on maintaining the persona of a very sophisticated politician, always meticulous turnout, with his blonde wife on his elbow, strutted around in limousines surrounded by bodyguards. Alexander Bogdanov, a young pro-democracy activist, remembered being snubbed by Sobchak in 1991, just 2 months after the failed coup. On the first Revolution Day in post-communist Russia, there was a concert in Palace Square. No one quite knew whether we should be celebrating or commemorating this day as a day of tragedy. So there was a rally in the afternoon and a dance at the night. While Sobchak and his wife Ludmila Narusova was holding a banquet in the Tabrichesky Palace with an entrance fee of 500 rubles. That was before hyperinflation hit. This was a huge sum of money. So there we were walking around the dance carrying banners with the words, "A day of national tragedy," looking and feeling like idiots. And I said, "You know what? Why are we wasting our time here? Let's go to the Tabrichesky Palace where they are having a feast." We arrived at the Tabrichesky just as they were all getting into their cars. Sobchak came out in tears with Narusova wearing a beautiful dress and some sort of wrap-around turban-like hat. Sobchak had a bodyguard who would go on to the Putin's chief bodyguard. He had this stupid habit. He would go up to me and just about curse me out, saying, "You are getting to me. Get out of here. Disappear. I am sick of you." So I said to Sobchak, "Why is your bodyguard always threatening me?" And Ludmila Borisovna Narusova said to me, "Why are you always making a fool of yourself?" And Sobchak was all relaxed, all important, getting into his Ramyo sighing, and he said to me, "Shut up, the people elected me." I remembered that for the rest of my life. That's the kind of snob he was. As Sobchak's deputy mayor, Putin performed the jobs that Soviet tradition had reserved for KGB men in the active reserve. In addition to being responsible for foreign trade, he also aimed to control the flow of information in and out of the government. Yuri Bordyaev, Alson's chief controller, who had unsuccessfully tried to follow up on Sergei's allegation, served as a senator from St. Petersburg in 1994-95. Not once during this time was I allowed to go live on air on St. Petersburg television, he recalled later. Only after I had stopped being a senator was I allowed to speak live, and even then the anchors kept interrupting me, so in the end I said nothing. Whenever I went to St. Petersburg on a story, the first person I would go see was Anna Savogradskaya. Her office was on Nevsky Prospect, just down the street from the railroad station, and she knew everything. She ran the Independent Press Center, which provided space for press conferences for anybody who wanted to hold on, including those who would be turned down by every other space in town. She knew everything, and she feared no one. She was in her late 50s by the time the Soviet Union collapsed, and she remembered a time when things had been a lot more scary. One time, Savogradskaya organized a press conference that exposed the Sobchak administration's practice of bugging the office of journalists and politicians, including his own employees. Many people had known or suspected this was the case, but only the local English language newspapers run and staffed by expats dared run the story. Savogradskaya was always convinced that Putin, who was largely responsible for the mayor's relationship with the media, organized the bugging. In keeping with KGB practices, the information that Sobchak was allowed to receive was heavily edited. This was certainly part of the reason he never suspected how unpopular he had become. Some of St. Petersburg television viewing audience saw Sobchak making this unpleasant discovery. There was a show called Public Opinion, recalled Savogradskaya. It was a popular show during the 1996 election. When Sobchak saw that his popularity rating was 6%, he shouted, "That's impossible," jumped up and left the studio. The show was shut down. The host, Tamara Maximova, was fired. Her husband, Vladimir, who was the director of the show, called me and said he wanted to hold a press conference. I said no problem and scheduled it for noon the next day. Vladimir called the following morning, 3 or 4 hours before the scheduled press conference, and said it had to be cancelled. "We cannot do this because we are being threatened. Something might happen to our daughter." I said. Please tell that to the journalist. I cannot not explain the reason for the cancellation. They came and told everyone that they were being threatened and they were scared. Journalists tried to ask them questions, but they would not respond. When Savogradskaya told me stories like these in the 1990s, I heard them as tales from a different realm. Russia was a messy, often illogical place in those years, but never had I said I felt unsafe working as a journalist, not until I started writing from and about St. Petersburg, that's all. At Savogradskaya's invitation, I taught a reporting course at the Independent Press Center, taking the train in on weekend to work with a group of university journalist majors. I was teaching the same course at Moscow University, but St. Petersburg University wanted no part of it, which is why Savogradskaya's organization ended up hosting it. On election weekend, I sent the students out to take notes at polling stations in the center of town. The students returned with bloodied nose and black eyes. Two young people needed medical attention. They had presented themselves as journalists, students at two polling stations. The guard had radioed for instructions and had then roughed them up. This was how St. Petersburg politicians treated St. Petersburg journalists. Realizing too late that he was about to lose the election, Sobchak made desperate attempts to fix the situation. He asked Alexander Yuriev, a political psychologist at St. Petersburg University, who had tried to warn Sobchak he was desperately unpopular, to run his campaign. A few days after Yuriev agreed, he faced a brutal attempt on his life. Someone rang his doorbell and then tossed sulfuric acid through the open door. Because the door opened inward, some of the acid settled on the door itself and some even ricocheted back at whoever had thrown it. This was probably why Yuriev did not get a lethal dose. He was then also shot and survived that as well. It took him long months and 2 skin transplants to recover. In the run-up to the election, Sobchak also tried to buy the loyalty of the city's press corps, giving out loans and grants, driving the city's budget even ever deeper into debts. It was too late. The press hated him, other politicians hated him, and ordinary people hated him. Sobchak lost the election. His campaign manager in the end was Vladimir Putin. For its next mayor, St. Petersburg elected Sobchak the own public work deputy, a man in every way his opposite. Plain-looking, poorly turned out Vladimir Yakovlev could barely put 2 words to it, but in a city where public transportation was at a standstill, buildings were crumbling, and electricity was flickering on and off, he somehow inspired hope that he would try to fix the right things, or at the very least, he would not lie about them. Yakovlev would not, in fact, be successful at fixing what ailed St. Petersburg. The city continued to get poorer, dirtier, and more dangerous. But 4 years later, Yakovlev easily won re-election because St. Petersburg was still battling the hated ghost of Mayor Sobchak. In losing the election, Sobchak lost not only power and influence but also immunity from prosecution, which at this point was probably what he feared most. For almost a year, a special prosecutors team of nearly 40 investigators dispatched by the prosecutor general's office in Moscow had been looking into allegations of corruption in the mayor's office. One person, a real estate developer, had already been arrested and was testifying against city officials. This part of the investigation concerned an apartment building in the center of St. Petersburg that had allegedly undergone illegal reconstruction and city funds had allegedly been used in the process. Almost all the building's residents, including Sobchak's own niece, were neither highly placed city employees or their close relatives. Now Sobchak too was likely to join the list of suspects. Most of his allies had abandoned him, some before the election like the deputy who replaced him in the mayor's office. Others joined the new regime after Sobchak lost the vote. Putin turned down a job offer in the new administration. The display of loyalty that had placed him so high in Berezovsky's esteem, and soon decamped for Moscow, as though airlifted by an invisible hand. The way he told the story to his biographers, an old Leningrad apparatchik now working in a Kremlin, remembered Putin and arranged a good post for him in the capital. Putin was now deputy head of the Presidential Property Management Office, which sounds very much like another active reserve posting. Whether this was the product of secret police design providence or habit is probably unimportant. Putin once again had a job with little public responsibility but a lot of access. Putin's new job and his old connections were clearly a boon to Sobchak, who was now living with the daily threat of arrest. The prosecutor's office was chasing Sobchak, trying to deliver a summons so he could be interrogated. Not until October 3, 1997, did Sobchak finally arrive at the prosecutor's office. He was accompanied by his wife, who was a parliament member. During the interrogation, Sobchak said he felt ill and Narusova demanded an ambulance with television cameras looking on. Sobchak was taken straight from the prosecutor's office to the hospital, where he was reportedly diagnosed with a heart attack. Exactly a month later, Narusova informed the press that Sobchak was now well enough to be transferred to a different clinic at the Military Academy Hospital, where he would be in the care of Yuri Shevchenko, a family friend of the Putins, who had personally treated Ludmila Putin following a serious car accident a few years earlier. Around the time Sobchak was transferred into Shevchenko's care, Putin flew to St. Petersburg from Moscow. He visited his old boss at the hospital. 4 days later, during a national holiday, November 7 was no longer called Revolution Day, but the country still got a day off. Sobchak was taken by ambulance to the airport, where a Finnish medivac plane was waiting to take him to Paris. The planning was brilliant. No one noticed that Sobchak was gone until the holiday weekend ended 3 days later. Russian correspondents immediately stormed the American hospital in Paris, where Shevchenko said Sobchak was being treated, but hospital officials said they had no such patient. The same day, Narusova told the media that Sobchak had undergone an operation and was feeling better. Airport officials, meanwhile, told journalists that the former mayor had seemed perfectly well boarding the plane. The ambulance had driven straight onto the tarmac and contrary to their expectation, he had emerged on foot, all but running to the plane. Sobchak commenced the life of an emigre in Paris. He roamed with a Russian acquaintance, walked around town a lot, occasionally lectured at the Sorbonne, and wrote a memoir in which he portrayed himself as a man betrayed many times over. The title was "A Dozen Knives at My Back." Yuri Shevchenko became the Russian Minister of Healthcare in July 1999, as soon as Putin commenced his sudden ascent to state power. What was Putin himself doing at the Kremlin? His new posting seemed to have been something of a sinecure. He used the time to write and defend a dissertation, a goal he had set for himself when he went to work at Leningrad University 7 years earlier. The dissertation already was not on international law as he had originally planned, but on the economics of natural resources, and he defended it at St. Petersburg Little Nun Mountain Institute rather than the university. 9 years later, a researcher at the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. decided to study the dissertation closely. He said he found about 16 pages of text and no fewer than 6 charges taken verbatim from an American textbook. Putin never acknowledged the plagiarism charges. Whatever Putin's actual responsibilities in the Kremlin, his influence would have been considerable. He was now as well placed and well connected as any person in Russia could be, without at the same time being a public person. That man, well, why the special prosecutor's team never turned up much against the former mayor and his close allies. The 3 officers who were charged in the case were all acquitted, and the prosecutors turned their attention elsewhere. It no doubt helped that the former mayor himself was out of their reach and not testifying, encouraged by his former deputy, Matthew Roy. Sobchak decided to end his Paris exile and go back to Russia in the summer of 1999. He returned full of hope and even more full of ambition. As Sobchak was leaving Paris, Arkady Baksberg, a forensic specialist turned investigative reporter and author with whom Sobchak had become friendly during his years in France, asked him whether he hoped to return to Paris as an ambassador. Higher than that, replied Sobchak. Baksberg was sure the former mayor was aiming for the foreign minister's seat. The rumor in Moscow political circle was that Sobchak would head up the Constitutional Court, the most important court in the country, with characteristic overconfidence. Sobchak immediately ran for parliament and suffered an embarrassing loss. But once Putin launched his election campaign, he appointed his former boss, his empowered representative, a job that basically entitled Sobchak to campaign for Putin. Candidates may have dozens and even hundreds of empowered representatives. Campaign Sobchak did, seeming to forget that his political reputation had once rested on his democratic credentials. He called Putin the new Stalin, promising potential voters not so much mass murder as an iron hand. The only way to make the Russian people work, Sobchak said. But Sobchak did not stop at the rhetoric. He talked too much, as had always been his way, just as Putin was dictating his new official life story to the 3 journalists. Sobchak was reminiscing in response to questions asked by other journalists and recounting key episodes of Putin's career in ways that contradicted the story told by his old protege. On February 17, Putin asked Sobchak to travel to Kaliningrad, a Russian exclave wedged between Poland and Lithuania. To campaign for him, the request was urgent. Sobchak had to fly out that day, frustrating his wife, who did not like to see him travel on his own. She claimed she had to watch that he took his medicine. Most acquaintances believed the squeaky-voiced peroxide blonde simply did not trust her husband out of herself. It is also possible that she feared for his safety, but she was in parliament in Moscow that day and could not join her husband on his emergency campaign jaunt. The former mayor traveled with 2 male assistants who doubled as bodyguard. On February 20, Sobchak died at a private hotel in a resort town outside Kaliningrad. Local journalists soon picked up on some odd circumstances surrounding Sobchak's death. Chief among them was the fact that 2 different autopsies had been performed on the body, one in Kaliningrad and one in St. Petersburg, at the military hospital run by Yuri Shevchenko, the same doctor who had helped engineer Sobchak's escape to Paris. He was now Russia's Minister of Health, but he had not given up his post at the hospital. The official cause of the death was a massive but natural heart attack. Still 10 weeks following Sobchak's death, the prosecutor's office in Kaliningrad opened an investigation into a possible case of premeditated murder with aggravating circumstances. 3 months later, the investigation was closed without a finding. At Sobchak's funeral held in St. Petersburg on February 24, Putin sitting with the wife and daughter of the deceased. appeared genuinely bereft. He was as emotional as Russian television viewers would ever see him. In his only public statement that said, Putin said Sobchak's passing is not just a death, but a violent death, the result of persecution. This was widely understood to mean that Sobchak, unfairly accused of corruption, had succumbed to the stress before his former deputy could fully restore him to the grandeur he deserved. Back in Paris, Arkady Baxberg decided to launch his own investigation into his acquaintance's death. He was never a close friend or even a great fan of the imperious Russian politician, but he was an investigative journalist with actual forensic experience and a great nose for a story. It was Baxberg who dug the most puzzling detail of the circumstances of Sobchak's death. The two bodyguard assistants, both physically fit young men, had to be treated for mild symptoms of poisoning following Sobchak's death. This was a hallmark of contract killing by poisoning. Many a secretary of bodyguard had fallen similarly ill when their bosses were killed. In 2007, Baxberg published a book on the history of political poisoning in the USSR and Russia. In it, he advanced the theory that Sobchak was killed by a poison placed on the electrical bulb of the bedside lamp, so that the substance was heated and vaporized when the lamp was turned on. This was a technique developed in the USSR. A few months after the book was published, Baxberg's car was blown up in his Moscow garage. Baxberg was not in it. Chapter 7. The Day the Media Died. I spent election day, March 26, 2000 in Chechnya. I wanted to avoid the entire question of going to the polls in an election I felt was mockery, following a campaign best described as a travesty. In the course of less than 3 months since Yeltsin's resignation, Putin had not made any political pronouncement that he and his spin pupil seemed to think was a virtue. He felt that dancing for his boards was beneath him. His campaign had consisted essentially of the look that put forward his vision of himself as a thug, in addition to a turn at piloting a fighter plane amid much press attention, landing it at Grozny Airport a week before the election. His entire political message seemed to be, "Don't mess with me." So I accepted an invitation extended by the military press office to cover the voting from Chechnya. I knew I would have little opportunity to move around and that I would have Russian officers monitoring my every move, but I figured I would get some idea of the state of a place I had known fairly well. I had last been in Chechnya about 3 years earlier, soon after the ceasefire agreement had taken hold. Grozny had been a city of nearly 1 million people before the first war, at least 500,000 after it was over. I was reasonably familiar with Grozny's geography. It was a manageable sized city with a few hills and identifiable neighborhood, most with enough high-rise buildings to allow one to get one's bearings. Soon after the bombing of the city during the First War, some European observers had compared it to Dresden, the German city bombed into oblivion by the British and Americans towards the end of the World War II. I had felt it was a fair comparison, and yet Grozny had retained its basic landscape. Now it was gone. I could see no high-rise building. I could not identify any monuments, though there had been many. Every part of the city looked the same and smelled the same, burning flesh and concrete dust. It was, however, deafening quiet. I obsessively took in the signs, the only reminder of human life and human communication in the city. Cafes, internet, auto parts, people live here. The last was the wordings of signs people had put up as they returned to their homes after the last war, hoping to prevent looting and shooting. A dozen loudspeakers had been mounted around what used to be a city, as audible markers of polling stations or of soup kitchens set up by the Bedford City of Emergencies. People, mostly women, walked the street in twos and threes, silently moving toward the sound coming from the nearest speaker, surely hoping to find a soup kitchen rather than a polling station. We journalists were escorted by our military guides to one of the 9 polling stations. We arrived around noon to find a crowd of people, again mostly women, who had been there since a sunrise. They had come in hopes of receiving humanitarian aid. Either someone had promised them food and clothing would be distributed at polling stations, or it was simply a rumor that had brought them there. Democracy is dictatorship of the law. The sign over the entrance to the small building proclaimed, quoting an oxymoronic pronouncement of Putin's indirect violation of election law, there was no humanitarian aid in sight. An old woman came up to me and asked me to write what she had been reduced to living in the street. Did you vote? I asked her. I voted, she responded. Who did you vote for? I don't know. She responded simply, I can't wait. I had a ballot and I put it in. Hours later, at a polling station in a different part of town, I saw some people approaching from a distance. I ran to them before my handlers could stop me, in the hopes of catching some Grozny residents outside the polling station. They turned out to be 3 people, 2 of them were very old, whom I had seen at the first polling place. All 3 were dragging empty carts behind them. They told me that after the bus with the journalists left, local officers told them there would be no humanitarian aid. They had spent hours walking back to what had been their homes. Using my brief moments out of sight of the handlers, I tried to ask these people why they had returned to Grozny. The old couple directed the younger woman to tell me her story. She tried to resist, saying, "What is the point of talking about it?" But in the end did not dare disobey her order. We came back to get our relatives' bodies. They took us to them. They were all tied up with wire, but there is one head they never found. 8 members of her family had been among the thousands detained and then summarily executed by Russian troops. The woman and her immediate relatives had left Grozny months before and stayed with relatives in a small village. The 8 relatives had not had the money to leave the city. Every time one passed through a checkpoint set up by the Russian troops, one had to pay. As we talked, another woman approached her, with 2 of her nieces in tow, a pale 8-year-old and a surly teenager. Their father was killed in a selling, she said. Their mother could not take it and died, and their grandmother died too. The girls buried them in the yard. We dug the father up yesterday, washed the body, but the man was scared to go outside to bury him, so he is just lying there at home. She asked the teenager to confirm her story, but the girl started crying and stepped away from our group. These people told me they had voted for a human rights activist whose final tally was in such low single digits that most media outlets did not even mention her. But I saw a lot of Putin voters among the Chechens too. I am sick of war, a middle-aged man in Grozny told me. I am sick of being passed on like a baton from one gang of thugs to the next. I looked around. We were in an area of Grozny that had consisted mostly of private homes. Now there were only metal fences separating one ghost property from another. Was not it Putin who did this? I asked. War has been going on for 10 years, the man responded, exaggerating only slightly. The first armed uprising in Chechnya dated back to 1991. What could he have changed? We long for a strong power that is united. We are the kind of people who need an arbiter. There was a Chechen man among the 10 little non-candidates hopelessly competing with Putin in this election, a Moscow millionaire, a real estate developer. He had sipped tons of flour to Chechen refugee camps in advance of the election. No point in voting for him. The Chechen deputy manager of one of these camps in neighboring Ingushtia told me I might vote for him, but nobody in Russia is going to. He was going to vote for Putin. He is good man. He did not do this to us for himself. There were many others interested in starting this again. The man's boss, a 50-year-old Byzantine man named Hamjat, told me they said to vote for Putin because he is going to president anyway. Hamjat had spent 29 days in Russian detention during the first Chechen war. He still wore two scars on his head and a permanent dent over his shoulder blade where he had been hit with the butt of a rifle. He showed me a picture of his son, a puffy-lipped, curly-haired 16-year-old who was now in Russian detention himself. Hamjat found the camp where his boy was, but his jailers demanded $1,000 ransom, a perfectly common practice on both sides of the conflict. Hamjat did not tell me what happened next, but other residents of the refugee camp did. They took up a collection in the camp, but managed to scrap together barely a tenth of the required sum. The boy was still in captivity. The camp was made up of a field full of surplus military tents and a 10-car train that had been towered there. It was a common enough solution to the lack of intact housing. I myself was staying in military train a few town hours. Hamjat's office was in a train car. A sheet of paper was posted on the outside with 61 names, written by hand, under the headline, located in the Novossibirsk jail, later transported to the Pyatigorsk hospital. Ages from 16 to 52 were noted next to the names. These appeared to be inmates who had been moved to a hospital before a press visit to Chechenya's most notorious jail. A fellow inmate had made the list in hopes of helping relatives find their lost ones. Someone had written "killed" in blue point pen next to one of the names. In accordance with the military's regulation, I was spending most of my time in the company of Russians in uniform. I would have much preferred to stay on the Chechen sides, not so much because I found their cause more sympathetic, but because I found the atmosphere of constant fear on the Russian side exhausting, with soldiers getting abused every day. The young conscripts and their commanding officers could not relax even when they tried to drink themselves into oblivion, as they did every night, to drown out the gunfire that never seemed to stop. There was fire all around us during the day too, even on election day when I tried to wander into a formerly densely populated neighborhood of Grozny. My two handlers begged me to stop. There is not anybody there anyway. One of them pleaded, "What do you need to go there for? We all are get turned off." He meant killed. These troops, all of whom voted for Putin, as directed by their boss, were supposed to be in control of Grozny, but Russians would be losing people here every day for years to come. A new Russian appointed district head in Grozny sang Putin's praise on cues. "A golden man has come to power in Russia today," he said, a firm man. Before the election, local organizers had combed the cellars in the neighborhood, making list of voters. They came up with 3,400 and got as many ballots, but went out by midday. I told them there would be additional people. The district had complained, and they would not listen. But where did all these people come from? It's not like they emerged from under the ground. In fact, they had very much emerged from underground. Not just in the sense that they had been living in the cellars of their demolished buildings, but in the sense that many of the people who came to board, most of them older women, came to the station bearing 2 or 3 passports each, were still alive. Those who had lost their passports could use a special form to cast their votes, although this also meant their own documents could be used to vote as well. I tested my theory as I moved from presents to presents everywhere I went. I was welcome to cast my vote, using my Moscow documents or nothing at all. Before the start of the Second War, Chechnya had an official population of 380,000. By the time of election, its voter vote swelled to 460,000, padded not only by Russian troops but by the dead souls whose real or imaginary passports were used. Just below 30% voted for Putin, his first showing in all of Russia. Overall, however, the man without face who did not have a political platform and did not campaign emerged with over 52% of the vote, eliminating the need for a second tour. On May 7, 2000, Vladimir Putin was inaugurated as President of Russia. Strictly speaking, this was the first such ceremony in history. Elsin has been elected to his first term when Russia was still a part of Soviet Union, so Putin had the opportunity to shape a ritual. At his prompting, the ceremony originally planned for the Kremlin's modernist state palace, where the party communist had held its congresses and Elsin's administration had organized conferences, was moved to the Kremlin's historic Great Palace, where the Tsars had once lived. Putin walked through the hall, down a long red carpet, swinging his left arm and holding his right arm, slightly bent at the elbow, oddly immobile, a gait that would soon become familiar to Russian TV viewers and would give one American observer cause to speculate Putin had suffered a trauma at birth or perhaps a stroke in utero. I am more inclined to think the cat is just what it looks like, the manner of a person who executes all his public acts mechanically and reluctantly, projecting both extreme guard and extreme aggression with every step. To Russians, his walk also looked like an adolescent affectation, as did the habit of wearing his watch on his right hand, though he is right-handed. His fashion immediately caught on among bureaucrats at every level, and the country's leading watch factory in Tatarstan soon launched a new model called the Kremlin watch for the left-handed, and shipped the first watch in the series to Moscow as a gift for Putin. He was never seen in public wearing the inexpensive, domestically manufactured watch, although he was photographed wearing several different timepieces over the next few years, most often $60,000 white gold Patek Philippe perpetual calendar. There were 1,500 invited guests at the inauguration ceremony, an inordinate number of them in uniform. One guest deserved particular note: Vladimir Kiryushkov, the former head of the KGB and an organizer of the 1991 coup. A reporter at the scene described him as an old man of short stature who had difficulty standing and rose only once. When the national anthem was played, Kiryushkov was easy to spot because he sat apart from the rest of the guests. He was not exactly a member of the contemporary Russian political elite. Yet no one dared object publicly to the presence of a man who had attempted to use arms to crush Russian democracy. He had spent 17 months in jail and was pardoned by the parliament in 1994. Most newspaper reports of the inauguration ignored his presence altogether. Kommersant, the leading business daily, gave Kiryushkov paragraph 20 out of 30 hours. Head journalist had the gift of foresight. They probably would have featured him a lot past prominently, for Russia was commemorating not only the change of leader but a change of regime, one that Khrushchev had come to welcome. Just a few months earlier, on December 18, 1999, 2 weeks before becoming acting president, Putin had spoken at a banquet celebrating the day the Soviet secret police was founded, an obscure professional holiday that was destined to gain prominence in the coming years, with congratulatory banners adorning the streets and television reports of the celebration. I would like to report, Putin said at the banquet, that the group of FSB work undercover in the federal government has been successful in fulfilling the first set of assignments. The room full of secret police was roared with laughter. Putin later tried to downplay it as a joke, but on the same day he had restored a memorial board on the FSB building, reminding the world that Yuri Andropov, the only secret police chief to have become General Secretary of the Communist Party, had worked there. Since the campaign to elect Putin and the man himself had seemed to exist parallel to each other, Putin had taken few other public actions between December and the inauguration. He had chosen his prime minister, a man whose imposing stature, booming bass voice, and Hollywood actor good looks and in white-toothed smile belied his lack of political ambition. Mikhail Kasyanov seemed to have bureaucracy in his bones. He had come up through the ranks of Soviet ministries, made a smooth transition to working for ministers in a series of Eltsin's cabinets, and recently become finance minister. He called me in on January 2, just 3 days after Eltsin had tendered his resignation. Kasyanov told me he read out his condition for my appointment. He said, as long as you don't butt in on my turf, we will be fine. Kasyanov, entirely unaccustomed to street language, was struck by Putin's wordings much more than by the substance of what he was saying. The constitution gave the prime minister extensive authority over the uniformed services. Putin was telling him he would have to forfeit these powers if he wanted to be prime minister. Kasyanov assented easily, asking in return that Putin allow him to press forward with planned economic reforms. Putin agreed and appointed him his first deputy prime minister, promising to make him the premier right after the inauguration. Kasyanov essentially took over running the government, Putin said about preparing what he had called his turf. His first degree as acting president granted immunity from prosecution to Boris Yeltsin. His second established a new Russian military doctrine, abandoning the old no first strike policy regarding nuclear weapons and emphasizing a right to use them against aggressors if others means of conflict resolution have been exhausted or deemed ineffective. Soon another decree re-established mandatory training exercises for reservists. All Russian able-bodied men were considered reservists, something that had been abolished to the relief of Russian wives and mothers. After the country withdrew from Afghanistan, two of the decree's 6 paragraphs were classified as secret, suggesting they might shed light on whether reservists should expect to be sent to Chechnya. A few days later, Putin issued an order granting 40 government ministers and other officials the right to classify information as secret, in direct violation of the constitution. He also re-established mandatory military training in secondary school, both public and private. This subject, which for boys involved taking apart, cleaning and putting back together a Kalashnikov, had been abolished during Perestroika. In all 6 of the 11 decrees Putin issued in his first 2 months as acting president concerned the military. On January 27, Kasyanov announced that defense spending would be increased by 50%. This in a country that was still failing to meet its international debt obligation and was seeing most of its population sink further and further into poverty. If anyone in Russia or outside had cared to pay attention, all the clues to the nature of the new regime were there within weeks of Putin's ascent to his temporary throne. But the country was busy electing an imaginary president, and the rest of the Western world would not begin to doubt its choice for years to come. When Putin was inaugurated, I was in Chechnya again, in the face of what now passed for politics and political journalists. I badly needed to feel I was doing something meaningful. With the country's political system crumbling before my eyes, I felt particularly lucky to be able to research and publish the stories. I felt but important. This time I had been traveling with military officers and self-organized volunteers who were looking for Russian soldiers missing in action in Chechnya. They numbered about 1,000 at the time, half of them missing since the last war. I returned from Chechnya the weekend of the inauguration, my second day back in the office, which also happened to be Vladimir Putin's second day officially in the office of the president. Police special forces descended on the corporate headquarters of the Vladimir Gusinski's Media Most, the company to which my magazine belonged. Scores of men in camouflage, wearing black knit masks with slits for their eyes and armed with short-barreled automatic rifles, pushed their ways into offices of the newly renovated building in the very center of Moscow, about a mile from the Kremlin, roughed up some of the staff and threw piles of papers into cardboard boxes that they then loaded into small trucks. The prosecutor's office, the presidential administration, and the tax police later made confused and confusing public statements explaining the raid. They said they suspected tax irregularities. They said they suspected misconduct on the part of media, most internal security services. They even said they suspected the media company was spying on its own journalists. The nature of the raid was in fact familiar to anyone who had been involved in business or had been observed business in Russia in 1990s. The raid was a threat. These kinds of raids were usually staged by organized crime groups to show who was boss and who had greater influence with the police. This raid was unusual though in several respects. Its scale, scores of officers, several truckloads full of documents, its location, central Moscow, its timing, broad daylight, and its target, one of the country's 7 most influential entrepreneurs. It was also unusual in its alleged interiors, whom media most outlet identified as Vladimir Putin. He himself claimed no knowledge of the event. During a raid, he was in Kremlin, meeting with Ted Turner, reminiscing about the goodwill games held in St. Petersburg in the 1990s, and discussing the future of media. The months that followed the raid on the media, most headquarters are the sort of period that is always difficult to recall and describe. The time between the diagnosis and the inevitable outcome, between the day when you learn how the story will end and the day it actually ends. I think it is fair to say that the roughly 70 people who worked at my magazine and the hundreds of people who worked at Gusinski's daily newspaper and his television channel and TV, the same channel that had aired the investigative piece on the apartment block explosions, all knew on the day of the raid that this was the beginning of the end of Russia's largest private media company. Yet we continued to work almost as though nothing had happened, as though the story of the company's troubles were yet another story to cover. I do not remember learning of Vladimir Gusinski's arrest on June 13. I may have heard about it on the car radio. Though this seems unlikely, the summer of 2000 was my second summer of bicycling in Moscow, which was then a novel form of transport in the city. I was even working on a story on city biking that June. I may have heard about the arrest from a colleague. I may have gotten a phone call from a friend telling about telling me about it. However, I got the news. The most important thing I heard was not even that one of the country's most influential men who happened to pay my salary had been arrested, but that he was arrested on charges stemming from the privatization of a company called Ruskoye Video. This was my story to write. Ruskoye Video was a television production company that had belonged to Dmitry Dostoevsky, the St. Petersburg man who had been in prison for 2 years by now. His was a story I had followed for some time without understanding it, starting back when I went to St. Petersburg to write about Galina Staroboitova murder. My sources there, including Staroboitova, said, who had survived the shooting, insisted on taking me to see an elderly couple living in a spacious, well-appointed apartment on the Griboye-Dover channel. Over the course of several meetings spread over a few months, they told me the story of their son, Dmitry Vozdevensky, a well-educated 44-year-old television producer who had done fairly well for himself under Sobchak, whose re-election campaign he had helped run, and who was now in prison. It seemed someone had set out to get Roger Dostoevsky. First in March 1997, he had been subjected to tax audit. Then in May, he received a letter from the local secret police office informing him that the transmitter used by the television station of which he was part owner represented a threat to state security. Then Vozdevensky was interrogated repeatedly in connection with Sobchak's case. They suspected Dmitry's laundering Sobchak's money. His mother told me, but Dmitry was lucky. Sobchak never paid his company even the money they were owed for producing and airing his television election ads. In March 1998, Dmitry Vozdevensky was finally charged with tax evasion. One night that month, the special prosecutor's team searched the apartment of 41 people connected with Vozdevensky's company, including fiancés. That's when they really started in on him. The old woman told me her son was called in for questioning almost every day. His apartment, office, and dacha were searched repeatedly. In August 1998, Dmitry's wife had a stroke. We were at the dacha then, said his mother. He was going in for questioning daily and we were never sure whether he was coming back. I could handle that sort of thing. My own father was imprisoned 3 times under Stalin, but Dmitry's wife Natasha turned out to be the bigger one. In September 1998, Dmitry Vozdevensky was charged with embezzlement and placed under arrest. I first met his parents 2 months later. Over the following 20 months, I visited the Dostoevsky several times and then them updated me on their son's case. Dmitry was being moved from jail to jail, landing in Moscow and later at a secret prison outside St. Petersburg. Charges against him were severed. First, he was accused of embezzling a car, then of embezzling advertising contract money, then of misappropriating funds to build a retreat. From what I could tell, his business and family affairs were so tightly and messy intertwined that the prosecutors could probably keep finding ways to keep him behind bars as long as they wanted. What I could not figure out was why someone wanted Vozdevensky in jail. His parents told me it was Vladimir Yakovlev, the man who had replaced Sobchak, exacting his revenge for Vozdevensky's involvement in Sobchak's re-election campaign. But other people had supported Sobchak too. Was Vozdevensky being made the scapegoat because others, like Putin, were now too powerful to reach? Possibly, or was it not Yakovlev at all who was after revenge, but one of Vozdevensky's former business partners, who included Putin and several other influential St. Petersburg men who had apparently founded a television production company linked to the city's casinos. Also possible, or was it? As Starovoytova ad thought, a macabre case of blackmail on the part of an entrepreneur who had unsuccessfully tried to pressure Vozdensky into selling his company. Possible too. I kept going back to see the Vozdensky's because I could not figure out how to write the story of their son. The more it developed, the less I understood. The entrepreneur who had been said to blackmail Vozdensky was eventually arrested and charged with a number of contract killing, including one of a deputy mayor in charge of real estate development. He had been gunned down on Nevsky Prospect in broad daylight in 1997. One thing was clear, whatever was going on with Vozdensky had little or nothing to do with the legal case against him and everything to do with the way business and politics were done in St. Petersburg. Now this case and this company most Russians had never heard of had somehow landed Vladimir Kuczynski in prison. I sat down and started sorting through the half a file drawer's worth of papers I had collected on the case, mostly legal complaints and supporting documents, as I had done several times over the preceding 2 years. For the first time they started to make sense to me, even though I still could see no case there, just as the high-powered lawyers at Media Most could not. There are no charges, a smart middle-aged female corporate lawyer was telling me. Genuinely confused, I can't even understand what the crime is supposed to be. I can't figure out where they got the figures they cite here. Here they say the very company was created illegally, but they reference a law that contains nothing pertinent. And even if the company was created in violation of law, Media Most had nothing to do with it. The bigger company had bought Voskoye Video along with dozens of other regional production and broadcasting companies when it was forming a nationwide entertainment network. The St. Petersburg company was not even one of the larger advertising vehicles in the network. It was bought primarily for its huge library of movies that the network could use to fill the airways while it worked to set up its own production. This would be funny if it were not so sad. The lawyer said, I wish Russian crime were really like this, meaning made up of borderline illegalities. Russian crime did not look like that, but many Russian legal cases would come to look just like this one, slapped together, full of contradictions. I realized that my original theory about Dmitry Vozdensky's case was correct. This was indeed someone's personal vendetta, but the culprit was neither the current governor of St. Petersburg, as some people maintained, nor a jade mafia boss, as others believed. Something, it seems, had gone terribly wrong between Dmitry Vozdensky and Vladimir Putin, with whom he had worked on Sobchak's failed re-election campaign. This explained why, after I had followed the case for nearly 2 years, the prosecutor in the case threatened me the last time I called him on February 29, 2000. Leave it alone, he said. Leave me, Masha. You don't want to get any deeper into this, or you will be sorry. I had been writing about court cases in Russia for years, and no one, not even accused criminals and their often unsavory associates, had ever spoken to me in this manner. What was so important and frightening about this case? Only the fact that it was being pursued on behalf of the man who was now acting president of Russia. The prosecutor, Yuri Banyusin, was a classmate of Putin's from the law faculty. He had gone to work for the prosecutor's office right out of university, just as Putin had gone to the KGB. But when Putin returned to the Leningrad and went to work for Sobchak, Banyusin joined him in City Hall. When Putin left for Moscow 6 years later, Ban Yusikin returned to the prosecutor's office, becoming an investigator who is specialized in very important cases. An actual legal category, Rozhdestvsky's case did not meet the formal criteria for being a very important case, but it was clearly very important to a very important person. Another close associate of Putin's, Viktor ch5to, who had been appointed head of the St. Petersburg chapter of the FSB after much lobbying by Putin and much protest from former dissidents, had stepped in when the case against Rozhdestvsky seemed to be slow getting off the ground after a tax audit failed to provide grounds for a criminal case. Cherkisev sent Rozhdestvsky a letter informing him that the transmitter Ruskoye video was using was a threat to national security. After Ruskoye video stopped using it, another television company took it over. It had apparently stopped being a threat. A year later, Cherkisev joined Putin in Moscow, becoming his first deputy at the FSB. Rozhdestvsky's parents hoped their son would be released from prison once his old friend Vladimir Putin became head of the secret police, then head of the government and finally head of the state. Instead, Ban Yusin kept the case alive even as charges kept falling apart and away. He just kept waking in other similarly tricky premises for keeping him in jail. At the end of the summer of 2000, a court would finally take Rozhdestvsky's failing health into account and release him pending trial. Rozhdestvsky died in June 2002 at the age of 48. What I was now learning, as I went through the documents that I had kept for nearly 2 years, was the same thing Natalia Javorkian learned when she confronted Putin about the journalist Andrei Bevetsky. He's a small, vengeful man, but how she put it, the case against Gusinsky was just like the case against Rozhdestvsky, a case of personal vendetta. Gusinsky had not supported Putin in the election. He was friendly and had significant business dealings with Moscow Mayor Yuri Luzhkov, who was a leader of the anti-family opposition coalition. It was Gusinsky's television channel that had aired the program about apartment buildings explosions 2 days before the election. Gusinsky's arrest had no real connection to Ruskoye video. It just so happened that the man behind the arrest had detailed knowledge of the Ruskoye video case, which was as good as any other, when all that was required was to get one of the Russia's most powerful men behind bars. If there were any irregularities in the company's founding documents, Putin knew of those too. Sifting through my files, I found a document authorizing the formation of company signed by Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Gusinsky spent just 3 days in jail. As soon as he was released on his own recognizance, he left the country, becoming the first political refugee from Putin's regime. Only 5 weeks after the inauguration, unlike the owner of my company, I was still in Moscow, and it seemed I was in a lot of trouble, just as prosecutor Ban Yusin had warned me, as I would be. I had written an article about the Ruskoye video case. It was published a few days after Gusinsky left the country, and it was illustrated with the document I had found, the one signed by Putin. Next thing I knew, there was a man on a ladder parked outside my apartment door, 24 hours a day. "What are you doing here?" I would ask every time I opened the door to find him there, fixing. He would growl. A few days later, my home phone was turned off. The telephone company claimed to have had nothing to do with it, but it took days to get it turned back on. These were classic KGB tactics, intended to make me understand I was never safe and never alone. This approach had not changed since the 1970s, when the same sorts of goons would take up residence in pupils' stairways to let them know They were being watched. This knowledge did not make things any easier for me. The intrusion tactics worked just as well now as they had 30 years earlier. Within a few days of this, I was going crazy with unidentifiable body. I used a reporting opportunity to leave the country for a couple of weeks and I decided to look for another job. Mine had been the best job in the world, and while I worked it, I risked my life many times over, going to Chechnya, the former Yugoslavia, and other post-Soviet war zones. But I was not prepared to live under constant threat, no matter how unspecific it was. There was an opening for Moscow bureau chief at the American weekly magazine US News and World Report, and I jumped at the opportunity. Meanwhile, Guzinski, settling between England and Spain, where he owned a home, was negotiating with the Russian state the fate of his media empire. Guzinski personally owned 60% of his company. Another 30% was held by the state gas monopoly Gazprom, and 10% more belonged to the private individuals, mostly top managers within the company. Guzinski had borrowed heavily from a state-held bank to finance the setup of his satellite network. Less than a year earlier, he had still entertained well-founded hope that his debts would be forgiven. His once cozy relationship with Elsin and his role in his 1996 re-election campaign made this seem a reasonable expectation, at least to Guzinski himself. Now some of the credits were overdue and the state was calling in the West early, demanding stock instead of gas, aiming to enable the state gas monopoly to take control of the companies. Guzinski was trying to restructure the debt in such a way that none of the stockholders would own a controlling share, which would guarantee the media outlets editorial independence. As negotiations grew more adversarial, someone each side said it was the other. Leaked to the press a document Guzinski had signed before leaving the country. He seemed to have agreed in writing to cede a majority share of his company in Gazprom in exchange for his personal freedom. Most damningly, the document was signed not only by Guzinski and the head of Gazprom's media arm, reconstituted especially for the occasion, but also by the press minister Mikhail Rasin. In other words, this was a classic organized crime contract formalizing the exchange of one's business for one's personal safety, and the state was a party to it. Once the document was leaked, Guzinski said publicly that the minister had personally threatened him, forcing him to sign over his business under duress. Virtually at gunpoint, he turned the entire process state racketeering. Putin refused to comment on the situation, yet no one seemed to doubt that the order to wrestle the media company away from Guzinski had come directly from him. His prime minister, the white-toothed Mikhail Kasyanov, appeared genuinely surprised and even shocked by the revelations and reprimanded Rasin publicly before television cameras. 3 days later, Mikhail Gorbachev emerged from 9 years of de facto political retirement to meet with Putin and ask him to set the Guzinski situation right. The older man left the meeting dejected, telling the media Putin refused to interfere. The next day, Prime Minister Kasyanov opened a cabinet meeting by once again reprimanding his press minister Rasin. Russian journalists and political analysts took this as a clear sign that the Prime Minister felt helpless in a situation orchestrated by the President himself. Soon enough, this kind of takeover of private businesses, large and small, would become commonplace. But the system Boris Eltsin had left behind was not quite ready to accommodate state racketeering. Eltsin's successive governments had not succeeded in turning the Russian courts into a functioning justice system, but they had succeeded in planting the seeds of ambition in them. Now these courts, mostly at the lower levels, would refuse some of Gazprom's claims, with one city court even throwing out the case against Guzinski altogether. In the end, it took the state monopoly almost a year to gain control of Guzinski's media empire. In April 2001, after a nearly week-long standoff, When NTV staff maintained a live broadcast of the takeover, the old editorial staff was forced out. A week later, my former colleagues at the magazine Itogi came to work to find the doors locked and every last staff member fired. I was already gone, having taken the job at US News and World Report the previous summer. Before I started, I had flown to the Black Sea for a short vacation, but after just a couple of days in the sun, I had to fly back up north. A nuclear submarine was sinking in the Barents Sea, taking 118 seamen with it. Of all the heartbreaking stories I had ever had to cover and the people of Russia had ever had to witness, the Kursk disaster was possibly the most devastating for 9 days. The mothers, wives and children of the sailors aboard the submarine and the entire country along with them maintained hope that some of them were alive. The country kept busy while the Navy and the government failed in their rescue efforts. Norwegian and British teams offered to help but were turned away, supposedly because of security concerns. Worst of all, the new president was silent. He was on vacation on the Black Sea coast. The Kursk makes an easy metaphor for the post-Soviet condition. Its construction began in 1990s as the Soviet Union neared collapse. It was commissioned in 1994, easily the lowest point in Russian military history. But just as the Russians' superpower ambitions temporarily set aside while the empire was being dismantled, began to reassert themselves, the nuclear submarine was used as those ambitions had once been, and would be again, with Putin in power, promising to rub the enemy out in the outhouse. The Kursk, which had barely been maintained since it was launched, served its first mission in the summer of 1999, when Putin came to power and was to undertake its first significant training exercise in August 2000. It would become clear later that neither the submarine nor its crew nor really the entire Russian northern fleet had been ready for the exercise. In fact, the training exercise was not officially called on, at least in part because the participating ships and their men would have been unable to fulfill all the legal and technical requirements of a full-fledged exercise. Instead, the submarine and other battleships going out to sea on August 12 were called to an assembly march, a term that was non-existent and therefore carried no clear requirements. The submarine went to sea with an unpracticed and under-trained crew that had been put together from several different vessels, so the men had no experience as a team. The submarine was equipped with training torpedoes, some of which were past their expiration dates, while the rest had not been properly serviced. Some torpedoes had visible rust holes, others had rubber connector strings that had been used more than once, in violation of safety regulations that is on board with us. One of the crew told his mother 6 days before the accident, referring to the torpedoes. It was one of these torpedoes that evidently caught fire and exploded. There were 2 blasts aboard the submarine, and most of the crew died instantly. 23 survivors moved to an unaffected section of the vessel to await rescue. They had the equipment necessary to survive in the submarine for some time. They could reasonably expect to be saved. After all, they were engaged in training exercise. Were there several battleships in the near vicinity, and the accident should have been discovered almost instantly. But while the tremors caused by the explosions were picked up by a Norwegian seismic station, Russian ships located much nearer to the submarine seemed to take no notice of its fate. It was 9 hours before the fleet acknowledged there had been an accident. It was about this long again before the vacationing president was informed. Rescue efforts commenced, but the rescue crews apparently lacked the training necessary to do their job. They never even succeeded in docking to the sub. Most of the 23 survivors could conceivably have climbed out themselves. The accident had occurred in relatively shallow waters, but this section of the submarine was, contrary to regulations, not equipped with a hose necessary to evacuate the crew. The 23 seamen sat in the dark until one of their air regeneration plates caught fire, filling the compartment with noxious fumes that killed the men. For the more than 2 days they survived underwater. The 23 men beat out their SOS, attempting to aid in rescue efforts that were first non-existent, then useless. At the very end, their knocking grew haphazard and desperate. They never heard a response to their message, obeying an unwritten rule of the fleet. The rescuers kept silent, ostensibly to prevent enemy vessels from identifying their locations. It was for the same essential reason that early offers from British and Norwegian divers to help with the rescue effort were turned down when a Norwegian crew was finally allowed to enter Russian waters and descend to the Kursk. 8 days after the accident, they easily managed to dock to the submarine on their first try. When they did not succeed in opening the hatch, they fashioned a suitable tool for the job, and 9 days after the accident were able to enter the submarine, and there were no survivors. For 10 days the country stayed glued to its television sets, waiting for news from the Kursk or from the new president, the one who had promised to restore Russian military might. First he said nothing, then still on vacation, he made a vague comment that seemed to indicate that he considered salvaging the equipment on board the Kursk more important than rescuing the crew. On the 7th day of the disaster, he finally agreed to fly back to Moscow and was duly cornered by a television crew in the Black Sea resort city of Yalta. I did the right thing, Putin said, because the arrival of non-specialists from any field, the presence of high-placed officials in the disaster scene would not help and more often would hamper work. Everyone should keep to his base. The remark made it clear Putin viewed himself as a bureaucrat, a very important and powerful bureaucrat, but a bureaucrat still. I had always thought if you became president, even if you were merely appointed to this role, you had to change. Marina Redvinovich, the smart young woman who had worked on Putin's pre-election image, told me, if the nation is crying, you have to cry along with it. By the time of Kursk's disaster, Redvinovich, who was still in her 20s, had become a permanent member of what had become a permanent media directorate at the Kremlin. Once a week, the heads of the 3 major television networks and Litvinovich would meet with Putin's chief of staff, Alexander Borosin, to discuss current affairs and plan their coverage. In August 2000, only 3 members of the group were present: Litvinovich, Borosin, and the head of the state television and radio company. Everyone else was on vacation, as Muscovites usually are in August. I was screaming at Borosin. Litvinovich remembered. I screamed that Putin had to go there, and finally Borosin picked up the phone and called Putin and said, some people here think you should go there. And I was thinking, Putin should be the one calling and screaming, where is my plane? And I realized that if I had not gone to that meeting, he would not have gone to the Arctic. The cluster of military towns that make up the home of Russia's northern fleet is a world into itself, close to outsiders and hostile to them, but generally resigned to and trusting of the authorities. Journalists were not allowed to enter Vidyayevo, the town that served as the Kursk's home port. Families of the crew members were loaded onto chartered buses that took them through checkpoints at breakneck speed. A few times some of the relatives braved the 3-mile trek. No transportation was available to them once they had been brought in from their accommodations in Vidyayev to the checkpoint where journalists kept busy. One group of women who came out of Vidyayev wanted to record a video address demanding that rescue efforts continue. A woman asked journalists to drive a separate group to the local big city of Murmansk to buy memorial wreath to deposit at sea. Locals looked on these anxious women with a mixture of pity and fear. Here in towns full of dilapidated five-story concrete buildings with missing window panes and often no central heating, everyone was used to danger and decay. Accidents happen. Seamen and their women told me over and over again. Meanwhile, women armed with brooms and buckets washed the sidewalks and public squares with soap and water, hoping to protect against radiation that might be leaking from the cooks. Even though the authorities posted bills assuring the public there was no radiation danger. 10 days after the disaster, relatives of the crew were finally gathered in Vidyayev Assembly Hall, expecting to see Putin. While they waited for hours. Military Fleet Commander Admiral Vladimir Korolev addressed the audience. The admiral, a big man with a rough, leathery face, used his finely honed skills to deflect all questions. Here is how one of the very few journalists allowed to witness the event. One of the co-authors of Putin's official biography described the scene. "Do you believe that the guys are alive?" he was asked, and you know what he said. "That's a good question. I'm going to respond to it as directly as you ask it. I still believe that my father, who died in 1991, is alive." Then he was asked another question, probably also a good one. "Why didn't you ask for foreign help right away?" "I see," he said, "that you watch Channel 4 more than you watch Channel 2. When did you inform the authorities that you did not have the necessary equipment to save them?" 3 years ago, he said. "I thought someone would hit him, but instead they all just kind of waited and lost interest in the conversation." Korolev left a frustrated audience. Vice Premier Ilya Kirivanov, who had been placed in charge of the rescue efforts, was present. A woman jumped up on stage, grabbed Kirivanov by the lapels, shook him and screamed, "You bastard, you go there and save them." When Putin finally arrived 4 hours after the appointed time, wearing a black suit with a black shirt off to signify mourning, but looking as a wizard, vaguely like a mafioso, the crowd attacked him too. Now his biographer was the only journalist allowed to remain in the room, and here is part of how he described the meeting in his article the next day. "Cancel the mourning immediately." Someone interrupted him from the other end of the hall. A national day of mourning had been declared for the following day. "Mourning?" Putin asked. "I was like you, full of hope to the last. I still am, at least for a miracle, but there is a fact we know for certain. People have died." "Shut up," someone screamed. "I am speaking of people who have definitely died. There are people like that in a submarine for certain. That's who the mourning is for, that's all." Someone tried to object, but he would not let them. Listen to what I am about to say. Just listen to me. There have always been tragedies at sea, including the time when we thought we were living in a very successful country. There have always been tragedies, but I never thought that things were in this kind of condition. Why did you take so long in attracting foreign help?" a young woman asked. She had a brother abroad aboard the submarine. Putin took a long time explaining. He said that the construction of the submarine dated back to the end of 1970s, and so did all the rescue equipment that the Northern Fleet had. He said that Defense Minister Sergei called him on the 13th at 7 in the morning, and until then Putin had done nothing. He said that foreign aid had been offered on the 15th and had been accepted right away. "Don't we have those kinds of divers ourselves?" Someone shouted out in despair. "We don't have crap in this country," the president answered furiously. The article reported that Putin spent 2 hours and 40 minutes with the families of the crew and managed in the end to bring them around, in large part because he devoted an hour to detailing compensation packages for them. He also agreed to cancel the day of mourning, which was in the end, in a twist of macabre irony, observed everywhere in Russia except Vidyayevo. But Putin emerged from the meeting battered and bitter, and unwilling ever again to expose himself to such an audience after no other disaster, and there would be many in his tenure as president. Would Putin allow himself to be pitted publicly against the suffering? In short order, two things happened to cement Putin's views of his visit to Bidyayev as a disaster. On September 2, 3 weeks after the Kursk sank, Sergei Dorenko, the Channel 1 anchorman who had done most of the legwork in Berezovsky's television campaign to create Putin a year earlier, did a show criticizing Putin's handling of the submarine disaster. Dorenko obtained audio tapes of the meeting with relatives and aired excerpts that made the biographer's newspaper report seem laudatory. In comparison, in one of the excerpts, Putin could be heard descending into a rant. "You said it on television," he screamed. "That means they are lying. They are lying. They are lying. They are people on television who have been working to destroy the army and the navy for 10 years. They are talking now as though they are the biggest defenders of the military. All they really want to do is finish it off. They have stolen all this money and now they are buying everyone off and making whatever laws they want to make." Putin ended with a high-pitched shout. Dorenko, a charismatic macho character with a deep baritone, spent nearly an hour dissecting Putin's behavior, replaying some of the president's least appropriate remarks, focusing on showing him still on vacation, tan and relaxed in light-colored resort clothing, smiling and laughing with his holiday companions, most of them highly placed officials. Again and again, he showed Putin to have lied. The president claimed that the sea had been stormy for 8 days, hampering rescue efforts. In fact, said Dorenko, the weather had been bad only during the first few days, but even that had no effect at the depth at which the Kursk was situated. Dorenko compared Putin to a schoolboy who is late for class. "We don't know what kind of teacher Putin's fibs are intended for, but we know what a teacher says in these kinds of cases. I don't care what you thought. Buzz right. I only care that you get here on time." Dorenko's cut to footage of a state television interview Putin had given the day after the Vidyayev visit, looking official and collected. The president said that it had barely been 100 days since he accepted the burden of running the country. In fact, Dorenko pointed out, it had been 390 days since Putin was appointed Prime Minister and appointed Eltsin's successor, and prior to that, he had run the FSB, which is supposed to keep an eye on the admirers. The regime does not respect us, and this is why it lies to us, Dorenko concluded. I think it was then, a year after the beginning of his miraculous ascent, 100 days after becoming president, that Putin realized that he now bore responsibility for the entire crumbling edifice of a former superpower. He was no longer entitled to seethe at the pupil who had destroyed Soviet military might and imperial pride. By dint of becoming president to a great number of his compatriots, he had now become one of these pupils. His transformation was not unlike that of a long-time opposition politician who suddenly assumes power. Except Putin had never been a politician at all, so his anger had been private, but his humiliation was now public. He may have felt that he had been tricked. The people against whom he had ranted when he lost his temper in Vidyayev, the ones who had disgraced the military on television and had passed whatever laws they wanted, had brought him to power to make him the fall guy, and then they used their television network to humiliate him further. 6 days after the Dorenko shows, Putin appeared on CNN's Larry King Alive. When King asked what happened, Putin shrugged, smiled implicitly, it seemed, and said, "It sank." The line became infamous. It played a cynical, dismissive, and deeply offensive to all who were affected by the tragedy. Only reviewing the transcript of the show 10 years later did I realize what Putin was trying to communicate. He was indicating that he was not just the line some hapless Russian spin doctor had invented, that the cooks had collided with an American submarine. Never mind that crazy conspiracy theory. His shrug was intended to say, "It just sank." The word saw something entirely different, and Putin learned a key lesson. Television, the very same television that had created him a president plucked out of thin air, could turn on him and destroy him just as fast and with the same evident ease. So Putin summoned Berezovsky, the former kingmaker and the man still in charge of Channel 1, and demanded that the oligarch hand over his shares in the television company. I said no in the presence of Chief of Staff Bolosin. Berezovsky told me. So Putin changed his tone of voice then and asked, "See you later." Then Boris Abramovich and got up to leave, and I said, "Bolo there, this is goodbye." We ended on this note, full of pathos. When he left the room, I turned to Bolosin and said, "So Sasa, what have we done? Have we brought the black colonists to power?" Bolosin scratched his head and said, "I don't think so." Testifying in a London court years later, Bolosin could not recall the meeting in detail, saying only that its purpose had been to inform Berezovsky that the concert is over, the show is over. Berezovsky's face. He sat down and immediately wrote a letter to his old protege, then asked the chief of staff to pass it on. I wrote about an American journalist who said once that every complicated problem always has one simple solution, and that solution is always wrong. And I wrote that Russia is a colossally complex problem, and it is his colossal mistake to think that he can use simple methods to solve it. Berezovsky never received a response to this letter. Within days, he had left for France, then moved on to Great Britain, joining his former rival Guzinski in political exile. Soon enough, there was a warrant out for his arrest in Russia, and he had surrendered his shares in Channel 1. 3 months after the inauguration, two of the country's wealthiest men had been stripped of their influence and effectively kicked out of the country. Less than a year after Putin came to power, all three federal television networks were controlled by the state. I have always told people there is no point in going to jail voluntarily. Andrei Sakharov's widow, Elena Bonner, told a small group of journalists in Moscow in November 2000. Berezovsky, she said, had called her in the summer to ask for advice, and she had counseled him to stay out of the country. Back in dissident times, I always advocated immigration for those under threat. She explained. She had called us in for a press conference announcing Berezovsky's grant to the Sakharov Museum and Human Rights Center in Moscow, which was on the verge of closing. "What a shitty time we have lived to see," said the museum's director. Former dissidents Yuri Samodurov. "When we have to stand up in defense of people we don't like at all, like Guzinski and Berezovsky. We once lived in a totalitarian state that had two main features, totalizing terror and a totalizing lie. I hope that totalizing terror is no longer possible in our country, but we have now entered a new era of totalizing lie." Chapter 8. The Dismantling of Democracy. The political system changed too quickly that even political activists and political analysts needed time to get their bearings. In December 2000, I went to a round-table discussion among pure political scientists devoted to analyzing what had happened in the years since Putin had handed power in He has put Russia on ice, said one of them, a man in his face and tiny wire-rimmed glasses. That's not necessarily bad, it's kind of stabilizing effect. But what happens next? It's like the revolution has ended, said another, a former dissident with this disheveled salt and pepper hair and beard. He meant that the society had reverted to its pre-post Soviet state. Old cultural values, old habits are back. The whole country is trying to apply old habits to new reality. I don't think anyone really understands anything anymore, said a third, short man with a very big nose and deep voice. I personally had him to be the smartest in the room, and he certainly should have been the most knowledgeable because he worked in the presidential administration. But all the changes in the last year have occurred in the area of public consciousness, said another, a liberal political scientist who had come to prominence during perestroika. The nation has come out of a psychological depression. This is going to be the toughest political era yet. Because nationalist ideology is always the strongest, but he has to live up to expectation, objected a scholar from a younger generation, a large man with busy black eyebrows. The last speaker clearly had not set the assumptions of the 1990s, when the media or the parliament could not call the president to account as they had many times. Alison had last faced an impeachment attempt in 1999. The older man who had spoken before him, who had once been Mikhail Gorbachev's leading ideological advisor, saw the 1990s for what they had been, a brief period of cozy democracy, a fleeting vision, a fluke. They have borne, my dears, Alexander ch5to said to those present. Russia is a large state floating in an unformed political space, and they try to fill the space with their national anthem, their two-headed eagle, and their tree-covered flag. Such are the symbols of Soviet nationalism. Russia's uncertain identity in the 1990s had manifested, among other things, in its inability to settle on state symbols. Having secured its sovereignty in 1991, the country plunged almost immediately into some sort of revolutionary remorse, which made setting old symbols and asserting new ones a painful and it ultimately turned out impossible task. The Soviet red flag was immediately replaced with the white, blue and red flag that had previously served Russia for 8 months. Between the Bolshevik Revolution of February 1917 and the Bolshevik Revolution in October, the state seal, however, retained its red star, its hammer and sickle, and its stalks of wheat, which had unironically signified plentitude in Soviet times. The parliament debated the seal repeatedly but could not reach any decision, except in mid-1992, for replacing the abbreviation of RSFSR, Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, with the word Russian Federation. At the end of 1993, Yeltsin finally created a state seal by decree. A two-headed eagle would serve as its main image, a symbol Russia shares with Albania, Serbia and Montenegro among modern states. It was not until December 2000 that Putin's parliament finally voted to enshrine the two-headed eagle's seal in law. The national anthem posed an even more implacable challenge. In 1991, the Soviet anthem had been scrapped in favor of the patriotic song, a lively tune by the 19th century composer Mikhail Glinka. But this anthem had no lyrics. Moreover, lyrics proved impossible to write. The rhythmic line dictated by the music was so short that any attempt to set words to it and Russian words tend to be wrong, lent it a definite air of absurdity. A number of media outlets ran contests to choose the lyrics to go with the Green Cup, but the entries invariably were suitable only for the entertainment of the editorial staff, and little by little chipped away at the legitimacy of the anthem. The Soviet national anthem that had been scrapped in favor of the Green Cup had a complicated story. The music, written by Alexandra Doe, appeared in 1943 with lyrics supplied by a children's poet named Sergei Mikhalkov. The anthem's refrain praised the party of Lenin, the party of Stalin, or leading us to the triumph of communism after Stalin died, and in 1956 his successor Nikita Khrushchev denounced the cult of personality. The refrain could no longer be performed, so the anthem lost its lyrics. The instrumental version would be performed for 21 years, while the Soviet Union sought the poet and the words to express its post-Stalinist identity. In 1977, when I was in third or fourth grade, the anthem suddenly acquired lyrics, which we schoolchildren had to learn as soon as possible. For this purpose, every school notebook manufactured in the Soviet Union that year bore the new lyrics to the old national anthem on the back cover, where multiplication tables or verb exceptions had once resided. The new lyrics had been written by the same children's poet, who was by now 64 years old. The refrain now lauded the party of Lenin, the force of the people. In the fall of 2000, a group of Russian Olympic athletes met with Putin and complained that the lack of a singable anthem demoralized them in competitions and made their victories feel hollow. The old Soviet anthem had been so much better this way, they said. So the once recycled Stalinist anthem was again taken out of storage. The children's poet, now 87, wrote new lyrics to replace the old new lyrics. The refrain now praised the wisdom of centuries born by the people. Putin introduced a bill in parliament and the new old anthem was handily approved. When the Duma convened in January 2001, the new old anthem was played for the first time and everyone in the chamber rose, except for the two former dissidents, Sergei Kovalev and Yuri Ryabakov. I spent 6 years in prison listening to this anthem, said Ryabakov. The Soviet national anthem had played at the beginning and the end of each day on state radio, which was always on in the camps. I had been put in prison for fighting the regime that created this anthem that put people in camps and executed people to the sounds of this anthem. Ryabakov and Kovalev were only 2 out of 450 members of the Duma, as tiny a minority of dissidents had always been. The Soviet ethos had been restored, the people who had the revolution of 1991 to be theirs were now profoundly marginalized. Nor would Parliament itself, as it had been constituted in the 1990s, exist for much longer. On May 13, 2000, 6 days after he had inaugurated, Putin signed his first decree and proposed a set of bills, all of them aimed, as he stated, at strengthening political power. They served as the beginning of a profound restructuring of Russia's federal composition, or put another way, as the beginning of the dismantling of the country's democratic structures. One of the bills replaced elected members of the upper house of the parliament with appointment 1, 2 from each of Russia's 89 regions, one appointed by the governor of the region and one by the legislature. Another bill allowed elected governors to be removed from office on mere suspicion of wrongdoing without a court decision. The decree established 7 presidential envoys to 7 large territories of the countries, each comprising about a dozen regions, each of which had its elected legislature and governor. The envoys appointed by the president would supervise the bulk of elected governors. The problem Putin was trying to address with these measures was real. In 1998, when Russia defaulted on its foreign debts and plummeted into a profound economic crisis, Moscow had given the region wide latitude in managing their budgets, collecting taxes, setting tariffs, and creating economic policies for this and other regions. The Russian Federation had become as loose as a structure can be, while remaining at least nominally a single state. Because the problem was real, Russia's liberal politicians, who still believed Putin to be one of them, did not criticize his solution to it, even though it clearly contradicted the spirit and possibly also the letter of the 1993 constitution. Putin appointed the 7 envoys. Only 2 of them were civilians, and one of these very much appeared to have the biography of an undercover KGB agent. 2 were KGB officers from Leningrad. One was a police general, and 2 more were army generals who had commanded the troops in Chechnya. So Putin appointed generals to watch over popularly elected governors, who could also now be removed by the federal government. The lone voice against these new laws belonged to Boris Berezovsky, or rather to my old acquaintance Alex Goldfarb, the amiable former dissident who just a year earlier had been willing to be charmed by Putin. He authored a brilliant critique of the decree and the bills that was published under Berezovsky's byline in Kommersant, paper Berezovsky owned. I assert that the most important outcome of the Alsian presidency has been the change in mentality of millions of people. Those who used to be slaves, fully dependent on the will of their boss, or the state become free people who depend only on themselves, he wrote. In a democratic society, laws exist to protect individual freedom. The legislation you have proposed will placed severe limitations on the independence and civil freedoms of tens of thousands of top-level Russian politicians, forcing them to take their bearings from a single person and follow his will. But we have been through this. No one took notice. The bill sailed through the parliament. The installation of the envoys drew to protest. What happened next was exactly what Berezovsky's letter had predicted, and it went far beyond the legal measures introduced by Putin. Something shifted instantly and perceptibly, as though the sounds of the new or old Soviet or Russian national anthem had signaled the dawn of a new era for everyone. Soviet instincts, it seemed, kicked in all over the country, and the Soviet Union was instantly restored in spirit. You could not quite measure the change. One brilliant PhD student at Moscow University noticed that traditional ways of critiquing election practices such as tallying up violations, these were on the increase. Things like open voting and group voting became routine, or trying to document falsification, a nearly impossible task, fell short of measuring such a seeming ephemeral thing as culture. Daria Oreskina introduced the term spatial electoral culture, one in which elections, while formally free, are orchestrated by local authorities trying to curry favor with the federal center. She identified their statistical symptoms, such as anomalously high voter turnouts and a strikingly high proportions of votes accrued by the leader of the race. She was able to show that over time, the number of precincts where spatial electoral culture decided the outcome grew steadily and grew fast. In other words, with every election at every level of government, Russians ceded to the authorities more of their power to decide. Geography disappeared, she said later, meaning the entire country was turning into an undifferentiated managed space. In March 2004, when Putin stood for re-election, we had five opponents. They had overcome extreme obstacles to join the race. A law that went into effect just before the campaigns launched required that a notary certify the presence and signature of every person present at a meeting at which a presidential candidate is nominated. Since the law required that a minimum of 500 people attend such a meeting, the preliminaries took 4 to 5 hours. People had to arrive in the middle of the day to certify their purchase so that the meeting could commence in the evening. After the meeting of potential candidate had a few weeks to collect 2 million signatures. The old law had required half as many signatures and allotted twice as much time to collect them. But more important, the new law specified the rule of these signatures down to the comma. Hundreds of signatures were thrown out by the Central Election Commissions because of violations such as the use of St. Petersburg instead of St. Petersburg, or the failure to write out the words building or apartment in the address line. One of Putin's St. Petersburg City Hall colleagues told me years later that during his tenure as Sobchak's deputy, Putin had received a powerful inoculation against the democratic process. He and Sobchak had ultimately fallen victim to the democratic menace in St. Petersburg. And now that Putin was running the country, he was restoring the late Soviet mechanism of control. He was building a tyranny of bureaucracy. The Soviet bureaucracy had been so unwieldy, incomprehensible, and formidable that one could function within it only by engaging in corruption, using either money or personal favors as currency. That made the system infinitely blind, which is why special electoral culture functions as well. During the voting itself, international observers and Russian non-governmental organizations documented a slew of violations, including the deletion from the rolls of over 1 million very elderly people and other unlikely voters. When I went to cast my vote, I was able to see that my 84-year-old grandmother's name was in fact missing from the list. My voting precinct was also coincidentally located next door to an office of the ruling United Russia Party. The delivery of pre-filled ballots to a psychiatric ward presents the staff arriving at an elderly voter's home with a mobile ballot box and leaving hastily when they saw that she was planning to vote for someone other than Putin, and managers and school officials telling staff or students' parents that contacts or financing depends on their votes. In all likelihood, none of these steps was dictated directly by the Kremlin. Rather, following renewed Soviet instinct, individuals did what they could for their president. During the campaign, opposition candidates constantly encountered refusals to print their campaign materials, air their commercials, or even rent them space for campaign events. Yana Dubey-Kovskaya, who managed the campaign of nationalist leftist economist Sergei Graziev, told me that it took days to find a printing plant willing to accept Graziev's money. When the candidate tried to hold a campaign event in Yekaterinburg, the largest city in the Urals, the police suddenly kicked everyone out of the building, claiming there was a bomb threat. In Nizhny Novgorod, Russia's third largest city, electricity was turned off when Abe was getting ready to speak, and every subsequent campaign event in that city was held outdoors, since no one was willing to rent to the pariah candidates. Around election time, I interviewed a distant acquaintance, the 31-year-old deputy director of news programming on All Russia State Television. 8 years earlier, Evgeny Vavenko had become the youngest reporter working at national television channel Gusinki's Independent NTV. He had become known as one of the more enterprising and dogged reporters. The way he worked now seemed to very different. A country like Russia needs the sort of television that can effectively deliver the government's message, he explained. As the state grows stronger, it needs to convey its message directly with no interpretation. He described his channel's editorial policy as a simple one. We do so negative stories. We will report a disaster if it occurs, for example, but we do not go looking for them. Nor do we go looking for positive stories, but we do focus the viewer's attention on them. We never speculate about the reasons for something, say an official's firing. Even if we happen to know the reason, all our information comes from official government statements. In any case, the logic is simple. We are a state television company. Our state is a presidential republic. That means we do not criticize the president, very occasionally admitted Ravenko over a mug of beer at an IIT's pub in the center of Moscow. He felt he had to stifle his creative urge, but I say to myself, this is where I work. He grew up in a military family and had some military training himself. That clearly helped. The late Soviet state had depended on using the many and punishing the few, and the KGB had been in charge of the latter. This system had been more or less restored now, while the vast majority enthusiastically fell in line. Those who did not pay the price, Marina Litvinovich, the young woman who had helped create Putin and had urged him to go talk to the families of the Kursk crew, was now managing the campaign of his own liberal opponents in the race. Former parliament member Irina Khakamada, who had herself supported Putin 4 years earlier during the campaign, Litvinovich got a phone call telling her, "We know where you live and where your child plays outside." She hired a bodyguard for her 3-year-old. She was also robbed and beaten. Yana Duvekoviaska, Grazdiev's campaign manager, was also beaten and robbed, and once started driving her car before discovering that the brake had been cut. A step down on the persecution ladder, but apartment burglaries. In the month leading up to the election, opposition journalist and activist of Committee 2008, a group organizing to bring about a more fair election in 4 years, had their apartment broken into. Often these burglaries occurred concurrently in different areas of Moscow. My own apartment was burglarized in February. The only thing taken was a laptop computer, the hard drive from a desktop computer, and a cell phone. On election night, Khakamada planned a great defeat party. Her campaign granted a spacious southwestern themed restaurant and splurged on a spread of salmon, lobster, artichokes, and an open bar. Popular music group lined up at the microphone, and the country's best-known rock journalist emceed. Nobody came. Waiters seemed to outnumber the guests, and the artichokes lingered. Still, the organizers continued to check all comers against a strict name list. Russian livers were still struggling to come to terms with just how marginal they had become. Watching the guests, I was thinking it was understandable that it had taken a while. 4 years after putting Putin in office, the few liberals who had switched to the opposition still had personal connections to the many former liberals who remained part of the Russian political establishment. in a vacant dining room of the main hall. Marina Litvinovich perched at one end of a long empty oak table next to Andrei Bystricky, deputy chairman of the Russian state television and radio conglomerate. Bystricky, a red-bearded, bone-bribant in his mid-40s, complained about the wine. The wine is no worse than our election result. Litvinovich shot back. Bystricky immediately ordered $100 bottle of wine for the table and then another. It seemed he had come to assuage his guilt. He assured anyone who would listen that he had voted for Kakamada and had even told his two hair and makeup people to vote for her. Of course, he had also run the campaign coverage that went out to about 45 million Russian homes and told them over and over again to vote for Putin. 71% of voters did. I went to see Bystricky in his office 3 days after the election. We had known each other a long time. In the mid-1990s, he had been my editor at Itogai, so there was no point in pussyfooting around the main question. So tell me, I said, how do you conduct the propaganda of Putin's regime? Bystricky shrugged uncomfortably and busied himself with hospitable preliminaries. He offered me tea, cookie, chocolate covered marshmallows, and finally a CD with the collected speeches, photographs, and video footage of President Putin. The slip over had 5 photographs of the president: serious, intense, impassioned, formal smiling, and informal smiling. The serious one had been reproduced widely on election day alone. I came across it on the cover of a school notebook, on framed portraits for sale at the Moscow Central Post Office, a bargain at $1.5 for a later size picture, and on pink, white, and blue balloons for sale in Red Square. The sale of any of these items on voting day was a violation of election law. We don't especially do any propaganda, Bystricky said, settling into a leather armchair. Look at the election, for example. Russian law left over from the 90s required media outlets to provide all candidates with equal access to viewers and readers. Bystricky had his numbers ready, and it was funny math. The president, he claimed, had engaged in only one election activity, meeting with his campaign activist, and the 29-minute meeting was broadcast 3 times in its entirety during regular newscast, which had to be extended to accommodate it. On every other day of the campaign, the state television channel also showed Putin during its newscast, usually as the lead story. But these Bystricky explained were not campaign activities, but the stuff of the president's day job. An exhaustive study conducted by the Russian Union of Journalists, on the other hand, concluded that Putin got about 7 times as much news coverage on the state channel as did either Kakamada or the Communist Party candidate. Other candidates fared even worse coverage by the other state channel. The one that had once answered to Berezovsky was even more skewed, while NTV, which had been taken away from Kuczynski, gave Putin a 4-fold advantage over the next best covered contender. This was what Ravenko had called effectively delivering the government's message. Local officials got the message clearly and conducted elections in accordance with it. September 1 in Russia is called Knowledge Day. All elementary, secondary, and high schools all over the country begin the year simultaneously. The first day of school is a rather ceremonial occasion. Children, especially first graders and 11th graders, the graduating class, arrive dressed up, bearing flowers and usually accompanied by their parents. There are speeches, greetings, occasional concerts, collective prayers, and festive processions. In the summer of 2000, summer when I had had to briefly leave the country after Kuczynski was arrested. I had adopted a child, a little boy named Boba. 11 months later, I also gave birth to a girl. On September 1, 2004, I took Boba to his first day of classes in first grade. He looked very serious in a blue button down shirt that kept coming untucked. He gave his new teacher a bouquet of flowers. We listened to the speeches and the children band inside the school. I got in my car for the long drive to work. Knowledge Day is among the worst traffic days of the year. I turned on the radio and heard the news. A group of armed men had taken several hundred children and their parents hostage at a school in North Ossetia. Even though I coordinated coverage of the story from Moscow, I was now deputy editor at a new city weekly. In the following 3 days, I did some of the most difficult work of my life. The 3 days standoff in the town of Beslan, full of fear, confusion, and several moments of acute hope, culminated with federal troops storming the school building. More than 300 people died. On the afternoon of September 1, when I came to work, I had said to my colleagues, all of whom were younger and less experienced in covering these sorts of stories, there will be a storming of the building. There is always a storming. But when it happened, I sat at my desk, hiding my face in my hands, crying. When I finally took my hands away from my face, I found a can of Coke one of my younger colleagues had placed in front of me in an attempt at consolation. The following weekend, my family and the family of my closest friend huddled together at my dacha. When their 8-year-old daughter briefly stepped out of the front yard, all 4 of us adults went into a panic. I had the distinct sense that the entire country was similarly traumatized. It was this shell-shocked nation that Putin addressed after a fashion on September 13, 2004. He gathered the cabinet, his own staff, and all 89 governors together and spoke with them behind closed doors for 2 hours. The next of his speech was then distributed to journalists. One cannot but be when talking about what happened in Beslan. The speech went, one cannot but be just thinking about it. But compassion, tears and words on the part of the government are absolutely insufficient. We have to act. We have to increase the effectiveness of the government in combating the entire complex of problems facing the country. I am convinced that the unity of the country is the main condition of the success in the fight against terrorism. From now on, he announced, governors would no longer be elected. He himself would appoint them, and the mayor of Moscow, nor would members of the lower house of the parliament be directly elected, as half of them had been. Now Russian citizens would cast their votes in favor of political parties, which would then fill their seats with ranking members. The new procedures for registering political parties made the new procedure for registering presidential candidates seem quaint in comparison. All political parties now had to register. Most would be eliminated. The threshold for getting a share of the seats in the parliament would be raised from 5% of the vote to 7%. And finally, proposed legislation would now pass through a filter before entering the lower house. The president would personally appoint a so-called public chamber to review all bills. After these changes became law, as they did at the end of 2004, there remained only one federal level public official who was directly elected, the president himself. In the spring of 2005, one of the world's most famous Russians declared war on Putin. Garry Kasparov, the chess champion, the top-ranked chess player of all times and also a long-time low-profile political activist, held a press conference to announce he was retiring from chess to take on the job of restoring Russian democracy. He seemed to have what it might take: fame, money, a relentlessly logical mind, combined with oratorical ability that allowed him to make politics make sense to many different kinds of people, and the stamina to campaign non-stop. He spent the summer of 2005 on the stump and I joined him for a portion of his journey. In Beslan, the site of the previous year's hostage crisis, Kasparov spent an hour and a half at the cemetery. The new cemetery was, as the locals called it, was a field divided into 330 rectangular plots designed to look identical. The workmen were still laboring every day to cut the granite boxes to frame the graves, cover them with gravel, and place pink granite slab over them. The plots at the front of the cemetery had been completed, and parents or other relatives had pasted color photographs of the dead children on the stones. Other than that, the only difference among the plots was the size. There were singles, doubles, and triples, and several family graves that included the mother and 3 or 4 children or 2 sisters and their 5 children. There were bottles of water, soda, or juice on all the graves. It had become a Beslan tradition to bring open drink bottles for relatives who had suffered from dehydration before dying. Kasparov paused at every grave, reading the names and the birth and death dates, though every single person buried there was killed on September 3, 2004, and leaned down to place on each grave a red carnation from a box carried by one of his bodyguards. The pace of the visit was like that of a politician moving through a receiving line of voters, except there was no flesh to press. Then Kasparov went to a house of culture, a sort of all-purpose meetings and entertainment building that exists in every Russian town, where he was scheduled to give a talk. The house of culture was locked up, but about 50 people had gathered on its concrete porch. Many of them were women wearing black dresses and kerchiefs, women in mourning, or as they had become known all over Russia, the mothers of Beslan. They had been the driving force behind an effort to turn the ongoing trial of the single surviving hostage taker into a full-fledged investigation of what happened at the school. Increasingly, they had come to believe that the responsibility for the deaths of their children lay with federal troops, which concentrated on killing the hostage takers rather than freeing the hostages, and killed both the captors and the hostages as a result. "It lies that killed your children," said Kasparov, addressing the woman in black. During the crisis, officials claimed there were 354 hostages in the school. In fact, there were more than 1,000. Former hostages had testified that when their captors, who were watching TV in the teachers' hall, saw the figure 354, they concluded that the government was laying the groundwork for a storming of the building by underestimating the number of potential casualties. It was then hostages had said that the hostage takers stopped giving them water. Other contested official claims included the assertion that the hostage takers never advanced any demands, while witnesses claimed there was at least one videotape and one letter containing demands that could have led to negotiations. It's lies that form the foundation of this regime. Kasparov continued, "If the court case here is stifled, if you allow the investigation to wither, then Beslan will happen all over again. I don't want to be in power myself, but I want those who are in power to tell me the truth. I did force those lowlifes to come here and walk around the entire cemetery." He had tears in his eyes. "I want them to see what their lies led to rise." Just then, there was a dirt pop, very much like a gunshot, and the woman screamed, "Gary, Gary!" The crowd broke apart, and Kasparov's bodyguards tried awkwardly to shield him while keeping people from trampling one another as they rushed off the porch. A young man standing in front of the building suddenly turned out to be holding a bottle of ketchup, which he shook up violently and then aimed at Kasparov and squeezed. Kasparov was presently covered. His head, his chest, and the right shoulder of his blue sport coat were stained sticky red. The porch was empty now. save for a clear plastic bag with several broken eggs in it that had hit the roof of the porch before landing. That was what had made the popping sound. And an old woman, now standing on the porch with her, tried to clean Gasparovo's face with handkerchief. Forgive me, he whispered over and over again, apologizing for triggering this incident in a town that was already racked with grief. Another woman in black, heavy set in her 40s, said, "Let's go to the school. It's safe there." And Gasparov walked down the street, surrounded by the women, toward the building that had nearly been destroyed in the attack that ended the hostage crisis. For the 10 minutes or so that they walked, Kasparov talked about the inevitability of a political crisis, the importance of protest, and the need to put aside political differences in the name of dismantling the regime. The crowd gradually grew up. People came out of the houses and apartment blocks along the way to join the walk. They entered the school through the giant holes in the walls of what used to be the gymnasium. At the end of the siege, this space was filled with children. This was where most of them died. The physical evidence suggested the gymnasium was damaged by tanks firing at point blank range. There were giant holes in the thick brick wall, where steel-grated windows used to be. Inside the space was charred by a fire. The mothers of Beslan believed started by a flame thrower used by the Russian troops. The state had acknowledged that flamethrowers were used, but denied that they could have led to a fire. Kasparov gasped when they entered the gym. Oh my God, he whispered. The woman walked to different corners of the ravaged space and began wailing. Soon the hall was filled with a muffled, high-pitched sound. Kasparov looked stricken, his eyes wide, mouth slightly open, head shaking. It was clear that it would not be possible to talk in here. The room was oversaturated with grief. He asked to be given a tour of the school, and as he walked around with the crowd, now grown to about 100 people, he talked. "I am walking through this school, thinking how do people in Moscow keep walking around, saying something, continuing to lie. Among them, there is someone who gave orders to open fire. If that person gets away with it, we will all be to blame." The rest of Kasparov's day was bizarre. He went on to Vladikavkaz, a half-hour's drive away, capital of North Ossetia. He was scheduled to give a talk, but his manager was notified that the curtains in the hall had collapsed onto the stage, so the space was unavailable. About 4 weeks into his campaign, this was familiar. Every venue Kasparov rented anywhere in Russia had something go wrong. Here not only was the hall unavailable, but in front of building there was a hastily organized children's event with extremely loud music. Kasparov went anyway and shouted to a crowd of about 60 people, talking about social spending, which constituted about 15% of the Russian budget, far less even than in the United States. Several teenagers hovered around the edges of the crowd. One threw a rock at Kasparov and missed. Kasparov kept talking. Then there was a torrent of eggs, 2 of which hit Kasparov in the head. The teenagers who threw the eggs ran off toward the police vehicles and quickly disappeared. There was no effort to hide that they had been brought there by the police and acted under their protection. When a German journalist who was also hit by an egg tried to chase his assailant, one of the policemen who later turned out to be the local Interior Ministry spokesman grabbed him by the arm and rudely told him to mind his own business. "Their regime is afraid of words," shouted Kasparov. 2 of his bodyguards, visibly shaken, were whispering to each other. "He was just a kid. I could not see it coming," said one. "I was in the wrong position," admitted the other, who tried but failed to see it. Kasparov's head. Eggs are not that dangerous, but they served to demonstrate how defenseless Kasparov was. Despite his rotating staff of 8 bodyguards, We have foreseen everything that's foreseeable, Kasparov told to me. But if I really thought about it, I could not go. One of his bodyguards always watched over food preparation, and Kasparov drank only bottled water he carried with him and ate only food ordered for the entire table. At a dinner at the close of his trip to North Ossetia, a roughly 5-hour affair, during which Kasparov played 3 games of chess, 2 of them with a local 7-year-old prodigy Alan Chochiv, an Ossetian activist who had recently served 11 months in prison for distributing anti-government leaflets, made a toast. No one has ever tried what you are doing. You are addressing not 400,000 people in every city, not even 400 at a time. In some large hall, you are talking to 50 or 60 people at a time. In a country with a population of 145 million, it's a crazy task. I want to raise this toast. Here is a man who chose to do the impossible. May it now become impossible. That was only half the story of Kasparov's impossible task. Kasparov was not just agitating for his point of view. He was also attempting to gather and spread information, turning himself into a one-man substitute for the hijacked news media. He grilled local sympathizers about the situation in their region, then passed his information on. His chess player's memory was invaluable. According to one of his assistants, he had never kept a phone book because he could not help remembering every phone number he heard. Now he was constantly aggregating and averaging in his mind. He kept a running tally of the percentage of local taxes each region was allowed to keep, the problems opposition activists faced, and details of speech and behavior that he found telling. Now that local and national media existed only to spread the government's message, information had to be gathered in this piecemeal manner. In Rostov, where Kasparov spoke in front of the public library, he had been scheduled to speak in the library itself, but it had been shut down. Under the pretense of a burst pipe, a young man approached his assistant, gave her his business card, and said he wanted to participate as a local organizer. When I asked his name, he said, "That's impossible. I will get fired immediately." As I later learned from Kasparov's assistant, the man was an instructor at a state college. Kasparov had flown a chartered plane to the south of Russia, and the plane had been to use it to go from city to city. But after spending most of one day grounded because no airport in the region would give permission to land, the group of 13 people, Kasparov, his staff, and 2 journalists, had to switch to cars. When we arrived in Stavropol, it turned out our hotel reservations had been cancelled. Standing in the lobby of the hotel, Kasparov's manager called around to every other hotel in the CP city. All claimed to be fully booked. This was when the manager of the hotel showed up. "I'm sorry," he said, clearly starstruck. "You must understand the position I am in. But can I take a picture with you?" "I'm sorry," responded Kasparov, "but you must understand the position I am in." The hotel manager turned beet red. Now he was as embarrassed as he had been scared. "The hell with it," he said. "We will give you rooms." That evening, only one of several dozen confirmed dinner guests showed up. The local organizer, an entrepreneur, claimed all the invitees had received threatening phone calls, warning them against attending the dinner. In digestion, Kasparov was scheduled to award trophies to the winners of a children's chess tournament, but when our group arrived, the only person waiting for us was a local opposition journalist. He explained that the head of the Digestion Chess Federation had received a phone call from the regional government telling him he would be fired if Kasparov attended the event. So the drivers, all of them local policemen, as it turned out, had taken us to the wrong place. Everywhere Kasparov went, he was followed. There were usually at least 2 secret police agents, easily identifiable by their manner, their dress, and their standard-issued video cameras. Some of these men videotaped Kasparov, some posed as journalists. They always asked the same questions and refused to identify themselves, and some just trailed him. It was impossible to tell whether such or extraordinary measures of security, surveillance, and general obstruction were taken on orders from Moscow or were a local initiative. In any case, they served to stimulate Kasparov by making him feel that the regime was scared, and they added weight to his words. At the same time, they marginalized him. Even a world-famous genius began to look slightly ridiculous when he is reduced to wearing ketchup-stained clothes, traveling in a beat-up hired van, and speaking to ad hoc gatherings in the streets time after time. Kasparov campaigned as doggedly and tirelessly as he had once played chess. He had played some of the longest matches in the history of the game, and as perennial outsider in the Soviet sports establishment, he was no longer stranger to having the game rigged, but his political organization failed to go with a total television blackout. His voice over the years became more and more master. In the end, his money, his fame, and his mind proved powerless against the regime, even if it was true that the regime was scared of him. Once the institutions of democracy had been dismantled, it was impossible. It was too late to organize to defend them. Chapter 9: Rule of Terror. On November 23, 2006, a man named Alexander Litvinenko died in a London hospital. He was 41 years old. He was an FSB officer, and his final days had been broadcast virtually live by the British and some of the Russian media. Just 3 weeks ago, he was a happy, healthy man with a full head of hair who regularly jogged 5 miles a day. The Daily Mail reported on November 21. Accompanying the piece was a picture of Litvinenko, jaunt and bald, a hospital gown opened on his chest, which was covered with electrodes. Mr. Litvinenko can barely lift his head, so weak are his neck muscles. He had difficulty speaking and can only talk in short, painful words. The day after the article was published, Alexander Litvinenko lapsed into a coma. The following day, trace amounts of the poison that was killing him were finally found in his urine. It was polonium, a very rare and highly radioactive substance. A few hours later, Litvinenko's heart stopped for the second time in 2 days, and he was dead. Litvinenko had been a classic whistleblower. In 1998, he had appeared in a televised press conference with 4 of his secret police colleagues. They declared they had received illegal assignments from the FSB, including an order to kill Boris Berezovsky. The press conference itself had been organized by Berezovsky, whom Litvinenko had met following an unrelated assassination attempt in 1994, which Litvinenko had investigated. Both men valued being acquainted, and each seemed to place exaggerated hope in the other. Berezovsky believed knowing an honest man in the FSB conferred protection. Litvinenko trusted the influential billionaire to help him change what was wrong with the system. Litvinenko had been in the uniformed services since the age of 18. He was one of the youngest lieutenant colonels the Russian secret police had ever had. He was wholly devoted to the system that raised him, but he belonged to that rare breed of people who are incapable of accepting the system's imperfection, and who are entirely deaf to the arguments of those who accept things as they are. Vladimir Putin had been appointed head of the FSB in August 1998 amid allegations of corruption leveled against the previous leadership. When he was appointed, I asked Sasha who he was. Litvinenko's widow, Marina, told me years later. He said some people are saying he was never a street officer. That means they looked down on him. He had not come up through the ranks, but Berezovsky arranged for a meeting between his proteges, the head of the secret police, and his friend of whistleblower. This was the period when Putin believed his work environment to be so hostile that he held his meetings with Berezovsky in the disused elevator shaft in the FSB headquarters building. Berezovsky wanted the two men to see each other as allies. Litvinenko came bearing charts that he said showed improper connections among FSB departments and the goods, the illegal instructions as well as money traveled. He also told Putin about the order to kill Berezovsky, which both the whistleblower and the oligarch were convinced Putin did not know about. Putin Litvinenko later told his wife and Berezovsky was uninterested. The meeting lasted about all of 10 minutes. He came home dejected and worried about the future, and as is the way of men like these, resolved to act. His next step was to hold the press conference on illegal FSB activity. In addition to the order to kill Berezovsky, he claimed to have received instructions to kidnap and beat up prominent businessmen. Putin responded with a televised statement impugning Litvinenko's character, claiming he was delinquent on alimony payments to his first wife. His second wife insisted she had personally made the payments every month and had the stubs to show for it. 3 months later, Litvinenko was arrested on charges of having used excessive force with a suspect 3 years earlier. The case fell apart, and in November 1999, a military court acquitted him. He was not allowed to leave the courtroom. However, FSB officials entered and re-arrested him on other charges. That case was dismissed without a trial, but a third case was launched immediately. A military judge let him out on his own recognizance, however pending a new trial. But when Litvinenko learned that the hearings would be held in a small city about 100 kilometers from Moscow, where few journalists or outside observers were likely to venture, he decided to flee Russia. In September 2000, he told Marina he would be going to a southern Russian city to visit his elderly parents. He called her almost a month later and directed her to go on vacation. I said it's not a good time, Marina told me. Tolia, our son, had started his music lessons. Why would we go on vacation? He said. But you always wanted to go on vacation. You should go now. And I realized sometimes he just had this voice that I realized I had to turn my mind off and just do it. She booked a 2-week trip to Spain and went there with their 6-year-old child. At the end of the 2 weeks, Litvinenko directed her to get herself to the airport in Malaga at midnight. She arrived terrified and confused and was met by an acquaintance who transported her and Tolia to Turkey in a private jet that probably belonged to Berezovsky. Alexander was waiting for her in Antalya, a Turkish resort. It was like the movies, she said. We could not believe it, except no one had scripted their escape. Berezovsky's employee who had accompanied Marina from Malaga had to leave after 2 days of celebrating their reunion at a resort hotel in Antalya. Alexander and Marina began to realize they were fugitives with no place to go. Berezovsky had promised to support them financially, but he had little idea of how to help them logistically. So he called his friend Alex Goldfarb in New York and asked him to fly to Turkey to sort things out. Goldfarb agreed, though his involvement in Litvinenko's escape would cost him his job with George Soros. Goldfarb took Litvinenko to American embassy in Ankara, where the whistleblower was interviewed and politely turned down. He had been a secret police agent but not a spy, and the United States had no interest in his information. While going to the embassy, however, Litvinenko had exposed himself to Russian agents who he knew kept the embassy under surveillance. Terrified, he needed a solution more urgently than ever. Goldfarb finally concocted an ingenious plan. The 4 of them bought tickets with a changeover in London, where the Litvinenkos would surrender to the authorities right in the airport. They did and wound up in London. Their rent and Tolia's school tuition paid by Berezovsky. After some months at Luz, and Litvinenko began to write, together with Russian-American historian Yuri Fastinsky, whom Litvinenko had met when Fastinsky briefly worked on Berezovsky's media team in Moscow. He wrote a book about the 1999 apartment building explosions. Litvinenko used his professional experience to analyze the evidence that had already been reviewed on Russian television, pointing out numerous inconsistencies in the FSB's official version of the failed explosion in Vyazan. He and Fastinsky also reviewed evidence uncovered by reporters for Novaya Gazeta, a Moscow weekly specializing in investigative journalism. These journalists had found two conscripts who had sneaked into an Air Force warehouse in Vyazan in the fall of 1999 in search of sugar to sweeten their tea. They found that they expected dozens of 50-kilo sacks marked sugar, but the substance they extracted from the sacks made their tea taste so bizarre that they reported the whole incident, including their own breaking, entering and steering, to their superior officer. The officer had the substance analyzed and found it to be hexogen, the explosive. Litvinenko and Fastinsky also found evidence that the Air Force warehouse was used by the FSB, which they believed had stored the explosive there. Gradually, other evidence began to emerge, and opposition parliamentary deputy Yuri Rybakov, one of the two men who refused to stand up when the Soviet-Russian anthem was played, gave Litvinenko the transcript of the September 13 Duma session. The speaker had interrupted the session by saying, "We have just received news that a residential building in Volgodonsk was blown up last night. In fact, the building in Volgodonsk would not be blown up for 3 more days." It seems the FSB plant in the speaker's office, whom Litvinenko was later able to identify, had given the speaker the wrong note at the wrong time, but had none of the planned Volgodonsk explosion in advance. Another whistleblower, Mikhail Tripaskin, a former FSB agent who had taken part in Litvinenko's infamous press conference in 1998, joined the investigation. He was able to trace the connections between the FSB and the apartment building in Moscow, identifying a businessman whose name was used to rent space in both buildings. The FSB agent who set up the businessman, and even two of the men who had been hired to organize the actual explosions. Most shockingly, Tripaskin had uncovered evidence that the composite portrait of a suspect had been exchanged for a different one. Two men had been arrested, and Tripaskin, who was a lawyer by training, was planning to represent two survivors at the court hearing, using the forum to present his evidence. But just a week before the hearing, Tripaskin was arrested for illegal possession of a firearm. He would spend 5 years in prison. The court hearings were declared closed to the public. The two suspects received life sentences, but no story ever emerged of who they were and why they had committed their crimes. On the evening of October 23, 2002, a couple of friends stopped by for a drink. I had a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old and was spending most of my evenings at home. The friends, one of whom was a television producer, suggested we turn on the television to watch a recently launched talk show that I had not yet seen. The show had barely begun when a breaking news announcement interrupted. A hostage crisis was underway in a Moscow theater. By this time, I was editing a small, independent political analysis website, PolitiView. In the next 3 days, I would get a total of about 3 hours of sleep. My reporters would take turns keeping vigil at the theater, and I would be posting their news to our site. It was a little after 9 in the evening when the siege of the theater began. The musical presented that night included a scene in which a real World War II era airplane appeared on stage. It was then that masked men with machine guns came on stage and around the perimeter of the hall. For a few moments, many in the audience thought it was all part of the show. There were about 800 people in the hall that night, with the exception of a dozen young children and foreign citizens. The hostage takers soon reached, and some of the actors, many of them also children, who managed to climb out a dressing room window. They would spend the next 58 hours in the hall, growing exhausted, dehydrated, terrified, and ultimately desperate. Though they were ordered to surrender their cell phones to the terrorists, several of them managed to call the leading news radio station at different points during the crisis. So throughout the siege, a city frozen in fear and anxiety around the theater heard voices from within it. Around 7 in the morning on the third day of the siege, several cabinet officials entered the meeting hall at a nearby college, where relatives of the hostages had spent most of the last 3 days. They were very happy and excited. One of the relatives later recalled. They went up to the microphone. The room froze in silence. They said these sweet words. The operation went off without a hitch. They said all the terrorists had been killed and there were no casualties among the hostages. The room broke into applause, screaming with joy. Everyone was thanking the authorities for saving their loved ones. In this triumphant statement, everything was alive. The Moscow theater siege is simultaneously one of the most successfully executed and one of the most absurdly botched hostage rescue operations in history. Throughout the siege, the terrorists who gave the impression of being disorganized and disoriented continued negotiations with just about all comers and kept gradually releasing some of the hostages. A motley crew of doctors, politicians and journalists were allowed to go in and out of the building to negotiate better conditions for the hostages. Relatives of the hostages, desperately hoping for a peaceful resolution, gathered for a toll rally on the second day of the siege and produced a petition that they submitted with more than 250 signatures. Esteemed President, we are the children, relatives and friends of hostages who are inside the theater. We appeal to you reason and mercy. We know that the building is mine and that the use of force will lead to the theater being blown up. We are certain that no concession is too great to grant when at issue all the lives of 700 people. We ask you not to allow people to die. Continue the negotiations. Accept some of their demands. If our loved ones die, we will no longer believe that our state is strong and its government is real. Do not let us be orphaned. A few hours later, one of our reporters called to say that a hospital right near the theater had been evacuated. The military were beginning to storm the building. I concluded and were readying space for possible casualties. At 5:30 on Saturday morning, the third day of the siege, two of the hostages called Echo Moscow, the city's main news and talk station. I don't know what's going on. One of them sobbed into the phone. There is gas. Everyone is sitting in the hall. We ask you please, we just hope we are not another corpse. Unable to speak further, she passed the phone to her friend, who said, it seems they are beginning to use force. Please don't abandon us if there is a chance. We beg you. It is heartbreakingly clear that neither the hostages nor their loved ones outside trusted the Russian armed forces to save them. The reference to the Kurds made it plain. They did not trust the government to have regard for human life. In fact, the rescue plan was brilliant. Special forces used underground passages to fill the theater with gas that would make everyone inside fall asleep, preventing the terrorists from detonating the explosives planted around the hall. Women dressed in black and apparently bearing vests packed with explosives were posted throughout. The sleeping terrorists could then be detained and the hostages freed by troops who would emerge from those same underground passages as well as enter the building through the front doors. None of it worked out as planned. It took several minutes for the terrorists to fall asleep. Why they did not set off the explosives was unclear and led to speculation that there were no explosives at all. The hostages sleep deprived and severely dehydrated, at least in part because the two different special forces units stationed around the theater could not agree on letting pass a shipment of water and juice the terrorists had consented to accept. fell asleep quickly and required medical help to wake up. Instead of being given immediate medical attention, they were carried out of the building and laid on the steps of the theatre, many of them on their backs rather than their sides, as they should have been. Many people choked to death on their own vomit, without even ever gaining consciousness, right on the steps of the building. Then the dead and the merely unconscious alike were loaded onto buses, where again they were placed sitting up. On the buses, many more people choked to death when their heads flipped backward. Instead of being taken to the hospital next door, the hostages were transported mostly by bus to hospitals in central Moscow, where the doctors were helpless to aid them because the military and police authorities refused to tell them what kind of chemical had been used in the theater. Several of the hostages fell into a coma and died in the hospital, some as late as a week after the siege was over. In all, 129 people died. The government declared victory. Pictures of the terrorists, all of whom were summarily executed in their sleep by Russian troops, were repeatedly shown on television. Men and women slumped in theater chairs or over tables, with visible gunshots bound to their heads. When I wrote a piece on the disregard for human life the government had exhibited by declaring victory in the face of 129 unnecessary deaths, I received a series of death threats myself. The triumph over terrorism was not to be questioned. It was months before some human rights activists dared point out that Russia had violated a series of international conventions and its own laws by using the gas and applying force when the terrorists were still willing to negotiate. Few Russians ever learned that the terrorists, led by a 25-year-old who had never before been outside Chechnya, had advanced demands, but that would have been almost laughably easy to fulfill, possibly securing the release of all the hostages. They wanted President Putin publicly to declare that he wanted to end the war in Chechnya and to demonstrate his goodwill by ordering troops withdrawal from any one state of the breakaway republic. But for all the seeming simplicity of their demands, the terrorists were demanding that Putin act in a way that ran counter to his nature. The boy who could never end a fight, the one who would seem to calm down only to flare up and attack again. Now the president who had promised to rub them out in the outhouse would certainly rather sacrifice 129 of his own citizens than publicly say that he wanted peace. He did not. Just 2 weeks after the theater siege, Putin was in Brussels for a European Union Russia summit, devoted principally to the discussion of the international Islamic terrorist threat. At a press conference after the meetings, a reporter for the French newspaper Le Monde asked a question about the use of heavy artillery against civilians in Chechnya. Putin, looking calm and even smiling slightly with the corners of his mouth, said, "If you are ready to become a radical adherent of Islam and you are ready to be circumcised, I invite you to come to Moscow. We are a country of many faiths. We have specialists in this. I will recommend that the operation be performed in such a way that nothing will ever grow there again." The interpreter did not dare translate Putin's response in full, and it did not even make it into the following day's edition of the New York Times. The paper demurely translated his last sentence as, "You are welcome and everything and everyone is tolerated in Moscow," but the video of him lashing out at the reporter was still viral on YouTube. 9 years after Putin made his threat and demonstrated his utter inability even to pretend to consider a peaceful resolution to the conflict in Chechnya. Alexander Litvinenko was now living in a row house in North London, across a narrow street from Ahmed Jakiv, a former actor from the Chechen capital of Grozny, who had in the late 1990s become the intelligent, charming face of an independent Chechnya. He had been a key member of the post-ceasefire Chechen government and Chechenya's representative in the West. In 2000, he was wounded and left Chechnya for medical treatment, and eventually he sought political asylum in Great Britain. Now he was living in North London on a stipend he received from his old negotiating partner, Boris Berezovsky. Just like Litvinenko, who had spent much of the second half of the 1990s in Chechnya on the side of the Russian troops. Zakhaev's surviving comrades considered him to be the Prime Minister of Chechnya in exile. Together, Litvinenko and Zakhaev pored over documents and video footage of the theater scenes and made a startling discovery. One of the terrorists had not been killed. In fact, he seemed to have left the building shortly before Russian troops stormed it. They identified the man as Khanpas Terkival, a former journalist who they believed had long been working for Russian secret police. On March 31, 2003, Zakhaev saw Terkival in Strasbourg, where both had traveled for a meeting of the European Parliamentary Assembly as representatives of the Chechen people. Terkival, sanctioned by Moscow, and Zakhaev not, and representatives of the Chechen. Terkival sanctioned by Moscow and Zakhaev not. In early April, Litvinenko sought out Sergei Yusenkov, the liberal colonel with whom Marina Sergei had been co-organizing before she fled Moscow, who was now engaged in parliamentary investigation of the theater siege, and gave him all the information he had collected on Terkival. It was 2 weeks later that Yusenkov was shot dead in Moscow in broad daylight. Litvinenko was certain this was a direct result of his theater siege investigation. But Yusenkov had already given the documents he received from Litvinenko to someone else. Anna Politkovskaya was a journalist in her mid-40s who had spent most of her professional life in relative obscurity, writing excessively researched and confusing pieces on all manners of social ills. During the Second War in Chechnya, she emerged as a recklessly brave reporter who would spend weeks on end in Chechnya, apparently oblivious of the Russian military's restrictions, documenting allegations of abuse and war crimes. In a couple of years, she had become easily the most trusted Russian among Chechens. Gray-haired, bespectacled, the mother of 2 grown children. She seemed the most unlikely muckraker or war reporter, which probably kept her safe on a number of occasions. During the theater siege, she was allowed to enter the building to attempt to negotiate them to agree to allow water and juice to be delivered. Politkovskaya found Terkival, whom she said she recognized from her time inside the theater, and interviewed him. He turned out to be almost ridiculously vain, and she easily got him to boast of having been inside the theater during the siege, having laid the terrorists there, having secured their passage in several vans loaded with arms through checkpoints in Chechnya and police outposts on the approach to Moscow, and of having had in his possession a detailed map of the theater which both the terrorists and federal troops had wrecked. Who was he working for Moscow, he said. Politkovskaya drew her conclusion from the interview cautiously. Terkival lied a lot. This much was clear. There were also the facts. He had indeed been among the hostage takers. He was still living, and he moved about freely, including as a member of official delegations abroad. It seemed his claim that he worked for one of the secret services had to be true, and he said one other important thing to Politkovskaya. The reason the terrorists had not set off their explosive, even when they felt the gas filling the hall, an unmistakable prelude to an attack on the building, was that there were no explosives. The woman who had stationed along the theater's walls of seats, keeping an eye on the hostages and a finger on the button, while wearing dummy dynamite vest. If this was true, and there was every reason to think it was, then everyone who died in the siege died in vain, and with Khan Pass Taiki by leaving the building before special forces stormed it. The Kremlin probably knew it. 2. On July 3, 2003, a second member of the independent committee investigating the 1999 apartment building bombing died. Yuri ch5to, an outspoken liberal politician and a muckraking journalist. He was deputy editor of Novaya Gazeta, and as head of its investigative team, Politkovskaya, their immediate superior, had been hospitalized 2 weeks earlier with mysterious symptoms. He had been complaining of a burning sensation all over his body, and he had been vomiting. Within a week, he was in coma. Skin all over his body had peeled off, and his hair had fallen out. He died of multiple organ failure caused by an unknown toxin. Doctors at Moscow's best-equipped hospital, who diagnosed him with allergic syndromes, had been unable to slow his decline or significantly lessen his pain. ch5to had been working on so many investigations that his friends and colleagues, most of, if not all of whom, believed he was murdered, were at a loss to suggest which of his suicide missions actually led to his death. Zakayev was certain that ch5to was murdered to prevent him from publishing information he had gathered on the theater siege, namely evidence that some of the women terrorists were convicted felons who on paper were still serving sentences in Russian prisons at the time of the siege. In other words, their release had probably been secured by someone who had extra legal powers, and this again pointed to possible secret police involvement in the organization of his act of terror. On September 1, 2004, as soon as news came of the school siege in Beslan, Politkovskaya naturally rushed to the airport to fly to North Ossetia. So did many other journalists, including the other reporter who was well known in Chechnya, Andrei Babitsky, the man who had been kidnapped by Russian troops at the very beginning of Putin's reign. Babitsky was detained at the airport in Moscow, ostensibly because he was suspected of carrying explosives. None were found and he was released, but he never made it to Beslan. Politkovskaya registered for 3 consecutive flights, each of which was cancelled before it could board, and finally got a seat on a plane to Rostov, the largest city in southern Russia, about 400 miles from Beslan. She was planning to cover the rest of the way by hired car. Her plan was to act not only as a reporter but also as much as she could as a negotiator, as she had 2 years earlier. During the theater siege before leaving Moscow, she had spoken extensively with Zakayev in London, urging him to mobilize any and all Chechen leaders to attempt to talk to the terrorists and negotiate the release of the children. She suggested that rebel leaders should come out of hiding to take on this job, setting no conditions of their own. Zakayev had agreed. Ever careful, by this time Politkovskaya was the target of constant death threats, and she had seen her editor, Yuri ch5to, dying of poisoning. Politkovskaya brought her own food onto the airplane and asked only for a cup of tea. 10 minutes later, she lost consciousness. By the time the plane landed, she was in coma. That she was able to come out of it was, in the opinion of doctors who treated her in Rostov, a miracle. Doctors in Moscow, where she was transported 2 days later, ultimately concluded she had been poisoned with an undisclosed toxin that did severe damage to her kidney, liver, and endocrine system. Politkovskaya, who took months to recover and never fully regained her health, was effectively prevented from covering and investigating the tragedy in Beslan. Other people took up this challenge. These investigators included Marina Litvinovich, Putin's former image maker. She had quit her job at the Kremlin's pocket political consultancy after the theater seized, not so much because she disagreed with the FSB's handling of it as because she had been kept off the crisis team. She dabbled in opposition politics just as the opposition effectively ceased to exist. Went to work for oligarch Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who was promptly arrested and had wandered into Western looking for a way to apply her considerable skills and connections. I was scared to go. She told me I had never been to the Caucasus. She was too embarrassed to tell me exactly what she had expected, but it seemed she was very much a product of 10 years of wartime propaganda which she herself had helped to create. The last thing she expected to find so close to Chechnya were people like herself. We went from family to family, from home to home, where people had lost children, and everywhere we went, they poured us a memorial shot of vodka. And everyone cried, and I cried my eyes out in Beslan, and they just told me their stories, and they cried, and they asked for help. By that time, everyone in Russia seemed to have forgotten about Beslan. So anyone who came, they asked for help. They did not know what kind of help, and at first I did not know either. I told them banner thing. I told them they should organize. It was a strange thing to say to women who had spent their lives making homes, who, if they had a job outside the home, maybe worked at a family store. And gradually I started spending time there. Working on a few issues, we created an organization. Then we started collecting eyewitness accounts, and then the trial began. As with the theater seized, most of the hostage takers had been summarily executed by Russian troops. By official count, there was a single survivor, and this time he was put on trial. Hearings would go on for 2 years, and the man's testimony, and more important, eyewitness testimony, painted another damning picture of the Russian government's handling of and possible involvement in the hostage crisis, conducted in tiny Beslan and attempted mostly by grief-stricken local residents. The trial would have passed in utter obscurity had Litvinovich not done a simple thing. She made sure every session was audio taped and the transcript was posted on a website she called The Truth About Beslan, using courthouse testimony. Litvinovich succeeded in reconstructing what had happened in the school hour by hour, and on the final day, almost minute by minute, she discovered that there were two rescue efforts working at cross purpose. A local one directed by North Ossetian Governor Alexander Ryzhkov. His official title was President of North Ossetia, and another one directed by the FSB from Moscow. In the early hours of siege, the hostage takers had issued a note with their cell phone number and a demand. They named 5 people, including Ryzhkov, to come in and negotiate with them. Ryzhkov tried to enter the school but was prevented from doing so by troops reporting to the FSB. He did arrange for the former head of the neighboring Ingustia, Ruslan Osip, to enter the building. Osip was able to bring out 26 hostages, all of them women with infant children. He also brought out a list of demands addressed to Vladimir Putin. They wanted independence for Chechnya, troop withdrawal, and an end to military action. On the second day of the siege, Ryzhkov made contact with Zakayev in London, and Zakayev got the president of the self-proclaimed Chechen Republic, Aslan Maskadov, to agree to come to Beslan and negotiate with the terrorists, an agreement that Politkovskaya had in effect already brokered, but that Ryzhkov had to initiate anew. There was every indication that the terrorists were willing to negotiate. In most countries, this would have meant the standoff would drag on, and and on as long as there remained the chance of saving any of the hostages. But as during the theater siege, Moscow did not wait until negotiations were exhausted. In fact, the beginning of military action seems to have been timed specifically to prevent a meeting between the terrorist and Maskhadov, who stood a good chance of brokering a peaceful resolution. At 1 in the afternoon on September 3, just minutes after workers from the emergency ministry had come to the building to pick up the bodies of several men killed by the terrorists at the beginning of the siege. This had been negotiated by Osip. Two explosions shook the building. By this time, most of the hostages had been crowded into the school gymnasium for more than 2 days. They were dehydrated. Many of them had begun to drink their own urine and terrified. They knew the gymnasium was mined. The explosives had been mounted in plain sight, and two of the terrorists were standing guard with their feet on pedals that could set off the explosives. But the two explosions, coming just seconds apart, originated outside the building, with Vinovich was able to determine that both were the result of Russian troops firing grenade launchers directly at the overcrowded gymnasium. It was as if something had flown in, a giant ball of fire. One of the former hostages testified. Like most of the adults in the gymnasium, she was a mother who was there with her child. I looked over, another former hostage said, and saw that where the door to the schoolyard had been, there was a giant hole in the ceiling. And this hole was burning very, very fast. When I came to, there were bodies on top of me, one of the former hostages testified. Everything was burning, said another. I was lying on top of dead bodies. There were also dead bodies sitting on the benches, a third testified. I looked over and saw that my girl was missing. Her head and her arm and her foot had been crushed completely. The hostages had spent 2 days in hell, and now this hell was turning upside down. The terrorists seemed panicked. Now they were trying to save the hostages' lives. They herded those who could move on their own into the school cafeteria, which was shielded from immediate fire. They asked those who remained in gymnasium to stand in the windows and show Russian troops that the room was filled with hostages, that they were firing at women and children. Russian troops continued to use tanks, grenade launchers and fire launchers, aiming first at the gymnasium and then also at the cafeteria at point-blank range. The terrorists repeatedly attempted to move women and children into rooms that were shielded from the fire. Outside, local police tried unsuccessfully to convince the Russian troops to stop firing. In all, 312 people died, including 10 non-FSB officers who died in the fire while attempting to save the hostages. From the second anniversary of the Besan tragedy in September 2006, Litvinovich put together a brochure with her findings. Politkovskaya, having been incapacitated, wrote little about Besan, but her contribution was striking. She secured a police document showing that a man detained 4 hours before the siege had warned the police of the plan. The warning had been ignored. There was not even heightened security at the school that day of knowledge. How was one to understand this? Some were certain that Besan had been planned and executed by the secret police start to finish, just as the apartment block explosions had been. The fact and Putin came out with the initiatives of cancelling gubernatorial elections just 10 days after the tragedy, and that he framed it as a response to terrorism, lent credence to this story. Zakayev, for one, was certain that the FSB had arranged for a rogue group of Chechens to seize the local governor's office to provide Putin with an excuse for instituting direct federal control over regional administration. But something had gone awry, and the terrorists ended up at the school. I believe reality is measured, that the apartment block explosions were the work of the secret police seems almost beyond doubt. In the absence of an opportunity to examine all of the evidence available and not. The theatre sees and Besson strike me less as well-planned operations than as the result of a series of wrong moves, unholy alliances, and racket plans. It appears proven that a number of FSB officials maintained long-running relationships with terrorists or potential terrorists from Chechnya. At least some of these relationships involved the exchange of services for money. It is clear that someone, probably police, but likely also secret police, had to aid the terrorists in moving around Russia. Finally, there is every indication that Putin's government worked neither to prevent terrorist attacks nor to resolve crises peacefully when they occur. Moreover, the president consistently and increasingly staked his reputation not only on his own determination to rub them out, whatever the circumstances, but also on the terrorists' perceived ruthlessness. Did this add up to a series of carefully laid plans to strengthen Putin's position in a country that responded best to the politics of fear? Not necessarily, or not quite. Originally, I think the organizers of the theatre series and the school series and their enablers had different motivations. At least some of the Chechen's rebels wanted to scare Russians into understanding the nightmare of their war. Some of those who helped them execute the attacks on the Russian side were most likely motivated purely by profit. Others on both sides were settling personal scores. Still others were indeed engaged in grand political scheming that may or may not have reached to the very top. One thing is certain. Once the hostage-taking occurred, the government task force, acting under Putin's direct supervision, did everything to ensure that the crisis ended as horrifyingly as possible, to justify continued warfare in Chechnya, and further crackdowns on the media and the opposition in Russia, and finally to quell any possible criticism from the West, which after 9/11 was obligated to recognize in Putin's a fellow fighter against Islamic terrorism. There is a reason that Russian troops in both Moscow and Beslan acted in ways that maximized bloodshed. They actually aimed to multiply the fear and horror. This is the classic modus operandi of terrorists, and in this sense, it can certainly be said that Putin and the terrorists were acting in concert. On March 20, 2006, Marina Litvinovich left work just after 9 in the evening. She was now working for Garry Kasparov, the chess champion turned politician. They kept their presence in the center of Moscow quiet, working behind an unmarked door, behind which stood two of Kasparov's 8 permanent bodyguards. In the evening, Kasparov and his bodyguards would drive off in his SUV, and the rest of his small crew dispersed, driving, walking, or talking the subway by themselves. Litvinovich, who lived nearby, usually walked about an hour after she left the office. Litvinovich opened her eyes to discover that she was lying on top of a cellar awning, and someone was trying to ascertain if she was alright. She was not. She had apparently been knocked unconscious by a blow or several blows to the head. She had been badly beaten, was bruised all over, and was missing 2 of her front teeth. Her bag was lying next to her. Her notebook, computer, her cell phone, and her money were still in it. She spent 3 or 4 hours in the emergency room that night, and she spent another 3 or 4 at the police station the following day. The police were unusually solicitous in their manner, but kept insisting she had not been beaten. Had the 31-year-old woman perhaps just passed out in the street and fallen in such an unusual way as to be bruised all over? She objected that she had a large bruise on one of her legs that the doctor had told had probably been caused by a blow with a rubber baton. Had she maybe been hit by a car? Then Litvinovich pointed out that her clothes were so clean that she was wearing the same trouser and coat the following day, so she clearly had not been hit by a car. Moreover, this was one of the several signs that she had been attacked by professionals. She must have been held while she was beaten, then laid carefully on the awning on which she found herself. The attack was a message. The pristine execution and the fact that Litvinov's valuables were not touched served to underscore this. Another young political consultant, a former colleague of Litvinov's who had made a brilliant career working for the Putin government, expanded out the message. Spelled out the message in his blog. Women should not be in this line of work. Marina had joined the war, and no one ever said this war would be conducted according to rules. In other words, this is what would happen to those who fought the Kremlin. On Saturday, October 7, 2006, Anna Politkovskaya came home to her apartment building in central Moscow and was shot dead in the elevator. Who could have done it? Anyone. Politkovskaya could be extremely unpleasant. Alongside her extraordinarily empathetic personality, there seemed to exist another given to lashing out at the slightest provocation. This was a dangerous trait for a journalist whose sources included any number of well-armed men who were used to violence and not at all used to having women talk back to them. She could be unkind to her sources, as she was to Khanpas Tarkibayev, whom she made look vain and stupid after he sincerely tried to impress her. She took sides, a dangerous business in times of grand war. But most of all, she was none other critic of the Putin regime. Alexander Litvinenko was certain that this was what killed her. Anna Politkovskaya was killed by Putin. Was now, he titled the OV theory he posted that day. We disagreed occasionally, and we would agree. He wrote of his relationship with Politkovskaya, but we had complete understanding on one point. We both believe that Putin is a war criminal, that he is guilty of the genocide of the Chechen people, and that he should be tried by an open and independent court. Anya realized that Putin might kill her for her beliefs, and for this she despised him. The day Politkovskaya died, Putin turned 54. Journalists immediately turned the murder his birthday present. Putin said nothing about Politkovskaya's death. The following day, he sent birthday wishes to a figure skater who was turning 60 and a popular actor who was turning 70, but still uttered not a word about a murder that had shaken the capital and the country. 3 days after the murder, he was in Dresden, the city he had once called home, meeting with German Chancellor Angela Merkel. When he exited his car in Dresden, he encountered a picket line of about 30 people holding signs that said "Killer" and "Killers not welcome here anymore." At the press conference following his meeting with Merkel, a journalist, and it seemed Merkel herself forced him finally to make a public statement on Politkovskaya's death. Once again, Putin showed that, pressed to speak publicly on a matter of emotional significance, he could not comfort himself. He seemed to see as he spoke. That journalist was indeed a harsh critic of the current Russian government, he said, but I think that journalists know, certainly experts are aware of this, that her political influence in the country was extremely insignificant. She was known in journalist circles and among human rights activists and in the West, but her influence on politics in Russia was minimal. The murder of such a person, the cold-blooded murder of a woman, a mother, is in itself an attack on our country. This murder does much more harm to Russia and its current government, and to the current government in Chechnya than any of her articles. He was right. Politkovskaya was better known in Western European countries like France and Germany, where her books were translated and promoted widely, than she was in Russia, where she had long since been blacklisted by television. She had once been an articulated talk show regular, where the newspaper were where she worked was perceived as marginal and where most important investigative pieces that would have been bombshells, and Russia remained a quasi-functioning democracy was simply ignored. The government never reacted to her interview with Khan Pass, Terkibayev, or her report that the police had ignored Bassan's warning. Not even a low-level police functionary lost his job. Nothing happened at all, as though nothing had been said or no one had heard it. And her murder, which put Putin in a position of having to prove his innocence, certainly did more damage to him and to his government than Perestroikaya had in life. And it was such a terrible crafted statement, and it showed Putin's view of journalists so clearly that it showed Putin's view of journalists so clearly that I am inclined to believe he was being sincere. On November 1st, 2006, just 3 weeks after the murder of Politkovskaya, Alexander Litvinenko fell ill. Ever mindful that he might be poisoned, he immediately downed 4 quarters of water to try to flush whatever it was out of his system. It did not help. Within hours, Litvinenko was vomiting violently. He was also in excruciating pain. It felt as though his throat, his esophagus, and his stomach had been burned. Eating or drinking was impossible, and when he threw up, he was in agony. After 3 days of unremitting symptoms, he was hospitalized. Litvinenko immediately told doctors he might have been poisoned by agents of the Russian government. In response, he got a psychiatric consultation and decided to keep his theory to himself. Doctors told his wife, Marina, that they were looking for unusual bacteria they believed had caused Litvinenko's severe symptoms. For a while, she believed them and patiently waited for her husband to get better. But about 10 days into the ordeal, she noticed that Alexander had taken a marked turn for the worse. She also saw that his hospital gown was covered with hair. I stroked his head, she told me later. I had a rubber glove on and his hair stayed on my glove. I said, Sasa, what is this? He said, I don't know, my hair seems to be falling out. And this was when I just stood up right there, where his bed was, and started screaming, have you no shame? Until then I had tried to be patient, but this was when I realized I could not take it anymore. His attending physician came right away and I said, do you see what's going on? Can you explain to me what's going on? So they called someone from oncology and some other specialist and started to consult. And the oncologist said, I'm going to take him up to my ward because he looks like someone who had radiation therapy. And he took him up to his ward, and still they found nothing. It was another week before Litvinenko's doctor, the British press corps, and the London police came to believe he had been poisoned. Trace amounts of thallium, a heavy metal historically used in rat poison, but long since outlawed in Western countries, had been found in his urine. The discovery gave Litvinenko his wife and his friend hope he would start receiving an antidote and recover. I thought he might be disabled. I was prepared for that, Marina told me. But I did not think he would die. I was thinking about treatments we would have to be getting. The discovery also gave the British media reason to write the story of the Russian spy, as they insisted on calling him dying in a London hospital and Scotland Yard reasons to begin interrogating Litvinenko, the former whistleblower, weak, unable to swallow. During his entire hospital stay, he received all his sustenance via an IV line, and overcoming extreme pain to speak, gave about 20 hours of testimonial in his final days. But the diagnosis also gave pause to a star toxicologist whom Goldfarb had called in. Litvinenko's symptoms did not really look to him like symptoms of thallium poisoning. A day or two before he slipped into a coma, Litvinenko dictated a statement that he asked to be released in the event of his death. Alex Goldfarb took it down. It began with 3 paragraphs expressing gratitude to doctors, Great Britain and Marina, and continued, "As I lie here, I sense the distinct presence of the angel of death. It is still possible I will be able to evade him, but I fear my feet are no longer as fast as they used to be. I think the time has come to say a few words to the man responsible for my current condition. You may be able to force me to stay quiet, but this silence will come at a price to you. You have now proved that you are exactly the ruthless barbarian your harshest critics made you out to be. You have demonstrated that you have no respect for human life, liberty, or other values of civilization. You have shown that you do not deserve to hold your post, and you do not deserve the trust of civilized people. You may be able to shut one man up, but the noise of protest all over the world will reverberate in your ears. My Mr. Putin, to the end of your life, may God forgive you for what you have done, not only to me but to my beloved Russia and her people." Doctors finally identified the cause of Litvinenko's poisoning a few hours before he died. It was polonium, a highly radioactive substance that occurs in only minuscule amounts in nature, but can be manufactured. Relatives and loved ones learned the cause from police shortly after Alexander Litvinenko died. 5 years after meeting Litvinenko and helping him escape, Goldfarb sat down to write a book about the man, co-authored with his widow, Marina. Less than a year later, it would be published in several languages. Its English title was Death of a Dissident, The Poisoning of Alexander Litvinenko and the Return of the KGB. A scientist, a long-time political activist, and a natural skeptic, Goldfarb was able to reconstruct the story of Litvinenko's murder all the more convincingly because he had never really believed what he called Litvinenko's and Politkovskaya conspiracy theory. But his own theory would have put some of theirs to shame. At the time of 2 murders, Russia's policy in Chechnya was undergoing a transformation. Without admitting defeat or even openly negotiating for Putin would have found either humiliating. Russia was pulling its troops out of the Chechnya and giving free rein and extraordinary monetary subsidies to a hand-picked young Chechen leader, Ramzan Kadyrov, in exchange for loyalty and the illusion of peace and victory. For Chechenya's other warlords, big and small, this meant the end of the road. Kadyrov was ruthless with enemies and rivals alike. On the basis of extensive circumstantial evidence and some significant off-the-record interviews, Goldfarb concluded that one of these warlords had Politkovskaya killed in the hopes of making it look like Kadyrov's had done it and discrediting Kadyrov's in the eyes of the Russian government. Politkovskaya has been highly and vocally critical of and even insulting to Kadyrov, but Goldfarb believed that the people actually responsible for the murder were Chechens from a rival clan. Then Goldfarb suggested Putin found himself in the position of trying to prove he had not done it, and feeling like he had been framed, except thanks in part to his advisor. He did not think he was being framed by Kadyrov. He so thought he was being set up by Berezovsky camp in London. The loudest person by far in that camp was the traitorous FSB agent Litvinenko, who was indeed accusing Putin of the murder. For this, Putin had him killed. Goldfarb's theory is logically impeccable. Everyone in it has motive and means, but I find it too complicated or perhaps too specific. The murder of Alexander Litvinenko is indisputable. We, the bulk of the Russian government, authorized at the very top. Polonium-210 which killed him, is manufactured exclusively in Russia. Its production and export are tightly controlled by federal nuclear authorities, and the extraction of the needed dose from the manufacturing chain required top-level intervention in an early stage of the manufacturing process. The authorization for such an intervention had to have come from the President's office. In other words, Vladimir Putin ordered Alexander Litvinenko's death. Once the poison was identified, British police were easily able to identify their suspects in the murder. Polonium, while harmless unless ingested, leaves radioactive traces everywhere it touches. This allowed the police to pinpoint the people who transported polonium to London and the exact place and time at which the poisoning occurred. The two men they identified were Andrei Lugovoy, the former head of security for Berezovsky's business partner, who had gone on to build a lucrative private security firm in Moscow, and his business partner, Dmitry Kovtun, for reasons the British police will not disclose. Lugovoy as the murder suspect and Kovtun as a witness. Russia has refused extradition request for Lugovoy. Moreover, he has been made a member of parliament, giving him immunity from prosecution, including extradition request. Britain, for its part, has treated the case as a purely criminal matter and had not made political demands for Lugovoy's extradition. No other killing in the long time of murders of journalists and politicians have quite so clear-cut and obvious a story. It is indeed possible that Anna Politkovskaya fell victim to the power struggle in Chechnya. It is possible that Yuri Sichevkovchikhin was killed by some businessman or politician whose dirty laundry he had aired. It is possible that Sergei Yushchenko was, as the police later claimed, killed by a political rival. It is possible that Anatoly Sobchak died of a heart attack. But all of these possibilities taken separately seem unlikely, and taken together seem almost absurd. The simple and evident truth is that Putin's Russia is a country where political rivals and vocal critics are often killed, and at least sometimes the orders comes directly from the president's office. Chapter 10: Insatiable Greed. Writing now about Putin's early years as president, I am struck by how quickly and decisively he acted. Even when I was covering the story in real time, it seemed to move at breakneck speed. Putin changed the country fast. The changes were profound and they took easily. He seemed instantly to reverse Russia's historical evolution, and for an excruciatingly long time no one seemed to notice, or almost no one, after the December 2003 parliamentary election in which Putin's United Russia took nearly half the seats and the rest were divided among the Communist Party, the absurdist, nationalist and outrageously misnamed Liberal Democratic Party, and a new ultra-nationalist party called Rodina, Motherland, while all remaining liberals and Democrats lost their seats. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, reported the elections failed to meet many OSCE and Council of Europe commitments, calling into question Russia's willingness to move toward European standards for democratic elections. The New York Times reported sometimes entirely different, publishing a condescending but about editorial titled Russians Inch Toward Democracy. The paper of record did not mention international observers' criticism in its new story the day of the election, but published a separate piece on the critics the following day. The Washington Post and the Boston Globe left the critics out of their coverage altogether. The Los Angeles Times went even further. In a mammoth news story, it managed to downplay the OSCE conclusion in such a way that it sounds like the opposite of itself. The paper quoted an OSCE official saying, "The balloting was well organized and we have not noted any major irregularities. The paper also lauded Putin's now unchallenged control of the Russian parliament as a chance for President to push through additional reforms, including cleaning up the entrenched corruption. Publications outside the United States were more critical. The day before the election, the National Post of Canada ran a news item that had the whole story right in the headlines. Racist killers and criminals run for Duma. Parliamentary elections 2 decades after dance as Zina era. Corruption plagues Russia. The Economist declared the death of democracy in Russia in an editorial a month before the election, and then followed the election with a special report that called the new parliament a democratic nightmare and stressed the ballooning influence of the ultra-nationalist. But the world's most influential media, with by far the largest journalist corps in Moscow, was asleep at the wheel. Why? In part because US politics took precedence in the fall of 2000 when Putin was nationalizing television America. American media were fully focused on the hung Bush Gore election. I joined the staff of US News and World Report then, and I idled through my first few months on the job. The magazine had no room for Russia. Once the election story was finally over, American media had to deal with the aftermath of the dot-com bubble, beginning a wave of budget cuts and rollbacks that would last more than a decade. Many media outlets cut back on their foreign coverage, including Russia and sometimes beginning with Russia. It became a self-perpetuating story, having told their audiences and themselves that Russia was safely entering a period of political and economic stability. American media effectively declared the Russian story dead, cut the resources available to cover it, and thereby killed their ability to report the story. ABC, which had several dozens staffers occupying an entire building in central Moscow, closed its bureau altogether. Other outlets' cuts were not as dramatic but just as drastic. Entire bureaus were replaced by part-time freelancers. Only a few papers, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Los Angeles Times, maintained complete bureaus with full-time reporters and supporting staff. In June 2001, George W. Bush met Putin for the first time, famously looked the man in the eye, and was able to get a sense of his soul. Exuberant press reports took little notice of the fact that Putin not only was considerably less enthusiastic about his new friend, but actually warned the United States that the period of hostility that began with the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia in 1999 was far from over. Then 9/11 happened, and suddenly the Russian war in Chechnya was recast as part of the Western world's struggle with Islamic fundamentalist terrorism against all available evidence, which included, among other things, Putin's abrogation of an agreement reached under Yeltsin, according to which Russia was to stop selling arms to Iran and selling arms to Arab states to the tune of several billion dollars a year, and by geographic happenstance, major US media started viewing Moscow as not so much the capital of Russia as base camp for reporters traveling to Afghanistan and later Iraq. The hunger for war stories was insatiable, and Russia was relegated to the sort of story that reporters did on the run. Between truly important assignments, their dispatches from Russia were articles that could only serve to affirm the existing narratives saved by the people who had invented the image of Putin, the young, energetic, liberal reformers. That there was not a whole lot to report along this particular storyline did not seem to concern most American journalists and editors. They glossed over the nationalization of the media, portrayed the appointment of federal envoys to supervise elected governors as making order out of chaos, completely ignored rollback in judicial reform and increasingly chaos in increasingly chose to focus on economic topics, unlike Elsin, who seemed always to take two steps forward and one step back on economic reform in a perennial effort to pacify the opposition. Putin filled both his staffs and the cabinet's economic arm with bold rivers. His premier was the former finance minister, an apparatchik steeped in the Soviet bureaucratic tradition, but one sincerely committed to building on the reforms actually instituted in the 1990s, and conveniently for Putin, focused on this task to the exclusion of any other government business even before becoming acting president, while he was still merely the appointed successor. Putin had formed a think tank charged with creating a plan for the economic development of Russia and appointed a liberal economist who had once worked for Sobchak to run it. After the election, the head of the think tank became Minister for Economic Development, a post created especially for him. Most notably, Putin appointed Andrew Iravianov to be his economic advisor. It was the president-elect's economic development, a post created especially for him. It was intended as a resonant gesture. Iravianov's views were well known. A member of the 1980s St. Petersburg Economist Club, he had evolved into a full-fledged articulate libertarian. In the United States, he would have been called ultra-conservative, and fittingly, he eventually took a post at the ch5to Institute, a libertarian think tank in Washington, D.C. But in Russia, his views landed him on the politically liberal side of the spectrum. Iravianov did not believe in global warming and did not believe in a limitless self-regulating potential of free markets. He was also known for his brilliant analytical mind and his testify temperament, which has kept him on the sidelines of most of the key events of the 1990s. His appointment came as a surprise to everyone, including himself. On the afternoon of February 28, 2000, Iravianov was working in his cluttered office at a tiny think tank he ran in Moscow, located across Moscow's Starovaya Plощad, old square from the offices of the presidential administration and less than a kilometer from the Kremlin itself. Iravianov's Institute of Economic analysis was as far from power as it could get, considering that Iravianov was still on a first-name basis with most people who had been making economic policy for years. Iravianov was occasionally called in to give a lecture to the policymakers, as he had, for example, on the eve of the 1998 default, warning of the looming disaster. But his counsel seemed to be perceived as an academic exercise. Frustration had been his status quo for years. He had the respect of his powerful peers, but no influence on them. But at 4 in the afternoon on February 28, less than a month before the presidential election, his phone rang, and he was asked to meet with Putin that evening. The meeting lasted 3 hours. At some point during the meeting, an assistant entered to inform the president that federal troops had just taken the city of ch5to in Chechnya. Putin was so happy. Iravianov recorded later. He was gesticulating emotionally, and he was saying, "We saw them, we did them in, and since I had nothing to lose, I told them everything I thought about the war in Chechnya. I told him I thought Russian troops were committing a crime under his command, and he kept saying that they were all bandits there and that he would rub them out and that he was here to make sure the Russian Federation stayed intact." The words he said to me in private were exactly the same as what he always said on the topic in public. This was his sincere position, and my sincere position was that it was a crime. The exchange went on for 20 or 30 minutes, growing more heated. The undiplomatic Iravianov knew exactly how these sorts of exchanges always ended. He would never be invited back, and another avenue of potential influence would be closed to him, because as usual, he, with his passionately held views, did not fit in. And then something remarkable happened. Putin grew quiet for a second, rearranged his facial expression, erasing all passion from it, and said, "This is it. You and I will not be discussing Chechen." For the next 2 hours, the two men talked about the economy. Rather, Putin allowed Illarionov to lecture him. In parting, Putin suggested they meet again the following day. Illarionov immediately committed to more fox bars. He said no, and he cited the reason for his refusal. He was committed to celebrating the anniversary of his American wife's arrival in Russia, which, because he happened to have moved to Moscow in a leap year, could be celebrated only once every 4 years. Yet, rather than take affront at the future or the reason for it, Putin simply suggested a different date to meet. Illarionov lectured him on economics again, and 2 weeks after the election on April 12, 2000, he was appointed the new president's advisor. Illarionov was very much seduced. For years, he had thought that Russian economic reforms were being carried out in a misguided and possibly even harmful manner. But he had been helpless to affect policy. Now he would have unfettered access to the head of state, who seemed genuinely interested in what he had to say, and not at all put off by his communication style. Like most people, when Illarionov encountered traits in others that he himself lacked, he was inclined to interpret them as manifestations of some sort of outstanding ability. Speaking to me 11 years after his appointment, Illarionov insisted that Putin was an extraordinary person and cited as primary evidence his ability to control his emotions. Plenty of evidence to the contrary had accumulated by this point, including several instances of Putin losing his temper in public. But as someone constitutionally incapable of keeping his opinions to himself, Illarionov continued to be impressed by Putin's ability simply to turn off the talk of Chechnya, and even, it seems, by Putin's threatened effect. At base, Illarionov had a difficult time imagining he might be systematically deceived, which is exactly what allowed him to be deceived for a rather long time. Illarionov and the other economists in Putin's inner circle sent a strong signal to the US press by their very presence. But most of all, American journalists seemed to miss the essence of the Putin story, because some of their most important sources were missing, or willfully ignoring the story. Big businesses was happy with Putin. The economy had been growing steadily since hitting a low point in 1998, when the ruble dropped so far that domestic production, inefficient as it was, finally became profitable by the early 2000s. Oil prices began rising, but not yet so much as to render domestic industry irrelevant. This would happen later. This was starting to yield some handsome results for investors who had entered the Russian market when it hit bottom. A key figure among these investors was William Browder, grandson of a former head of the Communist Party USA, and his Russian wife. Browder was a true ideologue. He had come to Russia to build capitalism. He fervently believed that by making money for his investors, he was creating a bright capitalist future for a country it was his legacy to love. Browder's investment strategy was straightforward and effective. He would buy a small but significant stake in a large company, such as the gas monopoly or an oil giant, conduct an investigation that inevitably exposed corporate malfeasance, and then launch a drive to reform the company. Corruption was pervasive and fairly easy to expose. Most large corporations were conglomerates of companies privatized within the last 3 to 5 years, with managers working at cross purposes, often openly hostile to the new owners. So-called red directors had been stealing from their employers under the Soviet and saw no reason to stop. Some of the new owners took a and Perez opposed to their property. Browder's rebellion met with various levels of resistance, but more often than not he was able to effect at least some changes. As a result, the value of stocks, which had invariably been purchased at rock bottom prices, rose exponentially. The new administration took an active interest in Browder's investigations. More than a few times his pupils were summoned to the Kremlin, where their PowerPoint presentation never failed to make an impression. Browder was certain he was on a roll. Every time he was able to secure another court or oversight agency decision that would force another Russian company to pay a bit more attention to the law. A cheer would roll across the ostensibly named Hermitage Fund offices. The Spirit de Corps was like no other office that you have ever heard. He told me wistfully years later, because it is very rare that you could make money and do good at the same time. At its peak, the fund, which had started with $25 million worth of investment, had $4.5 billion invested in the Russian economy, making it the largest foreign investor in the country. Such was the extent of Browder's faith in his own strategy and in the country that even when Russia's richest man was arrested, especially when Russia's richest man was arrested, Browder let out one of his cheers. To him, it indicated that the new president would stop at nothing to establish law and order. The richest man in Russia was on tour, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, born in 1963, shared a key character traits with both Iravionova and Browder. One that made all three men extremely different from Putin and vulnerable to him. Their behavior was driven by ideas. Khodorkovsky's parents, two Moscow engineers who spent their entire career working at a major instruments factory, had chosen to keep their own political escapism from their only son. Theirs was a common dilemma: speak your mind about the Soviet Union and risk making your child miserable with the constant need for double think and double speak, or aim to raise a contented conformist. The results of their efforts, however, far exceeded their expectations. They managed to rear a fervent communist and Soviet patriot, a member of a species that had seemed all but extinct. After getting his degree in chemical engineering, Mikhail Khodorkovsky opted to work at the Komsomol Committee. He had no hidden agenda, but in the middle to late 1980s, his career choice positioned him well to take advantage of quasi official and often extra-legal opportunities to dabble in business. Before he was out of his mid-20s, Khodorkovsky had tried to his hand at trade, importing personal computers to the Soviet Union, and more significant at finance, devising ways to squeeze cash out of the Soviet planned economy non-cash behemoth. He served as an economic advisor to Yeltsin's first government when Russia was still part of the USSR. During the failed August 1991 coup, he was on the barricades in front of the Russian White House, physically helping to defend his government. By the early 1990s, in other words, the former Komsomol functionary had been completely reformed. He and his friend and business partner, a former software engineer named Leonid Nevzhirin, authored a book-length capitalist manifesto titled Man with a Ruble. Lenin aimed to annihilate the wealthy and wealth itself and create a regime that outlawed the very possibility of becoming wealthy. They wrote, exposing the ideology Khodorkovsky had once pledged to uphold. Those who wanted to make more money were equated with common criminals. It is time to stop living according to Lenin. Our guiding right is profit, acquired in a strictly legal way. Our Lord is His Majesty money, for it is only He who can lead us to wealth as the norm in life. It is time to abandon utopia and give yourself over to business, which will make you rich. By the time that book was 22, Khodorkovsky had his own bank and, like other new entrepreneurs, buying up privatization vouchers aiming to take control of several formerly state-owned companies. In 1995-96, the Russian government asked the country's richest man for loans, leveraging controlling shares in Russia's biggest companies, which according to the arrangement, they would be keeping once the government predictably defaulted on the loans. As a result, Khodorkovsky came into possession of Yukos, a newly created oil conglomerate with reserves among the largest in the world. His next change of heart came in 1998. The financial crisis that year put Khodorkovsky's bank out of business. The oil company was in dire strait. The price of oil on the world market was $8 a barrel. But UK's outmoded equipment placed the cost of producing one barrel at $12. The company had no cash to pay its hundreds of thousands of employees. I would go to our oil rigs, Khodorkovsky wrote more than 10 years later, and people would not even yell at me. They were not going on strike, they were understanding. It's just that they were fainting from hunger. Especially the young people who had small children and did not have their own vegetable garden and the hospitals before them. We used to buy medication. We would send people to be treated elsewhere if they needed it. But now we did not have the money. But the worst thing was these understanding faces. People were just saying, we never expected anything good. We were just grateful for you. We are grateful you came here to talk to us. Be very patient. At the age of 37, one of Russia's richest men discovered the concept of social responsibility. In fact, he probably felt he invented it. It turned out that capitalism alone could make people not only rich and happy but also poor, hungry, miserable and powerless. So Khodorkovsky resolved to build civil society in Russia. Until that point, he wrote, I saw business as a game. It was a game in which you wanted to win but losing was also an option. It was a game in which hundreds of thousands of people came to work in the morning to play with me, and in the evening they would go back to their own lives, which had nothing to do with me. It was a hugely ambitious goal, but for one of the handful of men who felt they had created a market economy from scratch, not an absurdly ambitious one. Khodorkovsky formed a foundation and called it Открытие Russia, Open Russia. He funded internet cafes in the provinces to get people to learn and to talk to one another. He funded training for journalists all over the country, and he sponsored the most talented television journalists to come study in Moscow for a month. He founded a boarding school for disadvantaged children. Following the tragedy in Bessa, several dozen survivors became students there. Before long, he was stepping in where Western foundations and governments were pulling out. Russia was considered a stable democracy now. After all, some said he was funding more than half of all the non-governmental organizations in Russia. Some said he was funding 80% of them. In 2003, Yukos pledged to give $100 million over 10 years to Russian State University for the Humanities, the best liberal arts school in the country. The first time a private company in Russia had contributed a significant amount of money to an educational institution. Khodorkovsky also became preoccupied with the idea of transforming his company into a properly managed, transparently governed corporation. He hired McKinsey and Company, the global management consulting giant, to reform the management structure, and ch5to, another world giant, to create the accounting structure from scratch. Before ch5to came along, all the Yukos accountants knew how to do was stomp their feet and steal a bit at a time. Khodorkovsky's former tax lawyer told me they had to be taught everything. His partners grumbled. Khodorkovsky's efforts seemed to be misplaced, but he was determined to turn Yukos into the first Russian multinational corporation. To this end, he hired a Washington, D.C. based public relations firm. We would set up 5 interviews in New York, and we would spend the day going from interview to interview. The consultant who worked with him remembered not many CEOs would spend this kind of time. We got a fortune cover story. He was a poster boy for what people hoped would happen in Russia. The capitalization of Yukos grew exponentially, owing only in part to the growing price of oil, in part to newly modernized drilling and refining system, which drastically reduced the cost of production, and in part to the new transparency. Khodorkovsky was the richest man in Russia, clearly on his way to becoming the richest man in the world. On July 2, 2003, Platon Lebedev, the chairman of the board of Yugo's parent company, Group Minatev, was arrested. Several weeks later, Yugov's head of the security, a former KGB officer, was behind bars. Khodorkovsky himself was told by those in the know and those who could simply follow the obvious logic of events that he, too, would be arrested soon. Someone even wrote up a prescription for Khodorkovsky of things to do to avoid arrest. The document commissioned by one of his public relations people was never seen by Khodorkovsky because another of his publicity man ripped it up in outrage. In any case, it was obvious that Khodorkovsky should go. Leave the country. His partner and co-author with him of Man with a Woman, Leonid Navchirin, did just that. He moved to Israel. Khodorkovsky went to the United States briefly but returned and went on tour. There was a talk Khodorkovsky had been giving for a bit over a year at this point. I had heard it once when he addressed a group of young writers assembled at his request. The point of the speech was that Russia should join the modern world, stop running its companies like medieval fiefdoms at best and prisons at worst, transform its economy into one based on the export of knowledge and expertise rather than oil and gas, value its smart, educated people like us writers and pay them well. Khodorkovsky was not a great public speaker. He tended to be stiff, and his voice was soft and incongruously high for a man of his height, his looks and his wealth, but he had the force of conviction and the weight of his reputation on his side. People generally wanted to know what he wanted to say to them. So instead of leaving the country or genuine before Putin, for this was precisely the advice the ripped up paper had contained, Khodorkovsky decided to create his own lecture circuit. He hired Marina Litvinovich, Putin's former image maker, to coach him on public speaking. She told him he had a way of belaboring an idea even after the audience had come over to his side, and this caused him to lose his temper. Khodorkovsky, a few assistants, and 8 bodyguards commenced several months of living out of a chartered jet. He went around the country speaking to students, workers, even military recruits on one occasion. Though that engagement seems to have been an organizer's error, Litvinovich sat in the front row with a letter-sized piece of paper with the word "Tempo" written on it. Whenever Russia's richest man perseverated, she held up the sign for him to see. Over the weekend of October 8, 2003, the Khodorkovsky team was in ch5to, a city on the Volga River. It snowed and unusual for that time of year. The snow stayed on the ground. For some reasons no one quite understood, or at least no one articulated, the entire group went outside and wandered in the vast, wide expanse. They then returned to their hotel. Khodorkovsky abruptly bade everyone good night and disappeared, and the rest of the group got quickly and morbidly drunk. The next morning, Khodorkovsky told Litvinovich to return to Moscow. She had not seen her 3-year-old child son in weeks, and Khodorkovsky could manage the next destination without her. The phone calls came in the dark, pre-dawn hours of October 25. Khodorkovsky had been arrested at the Novosibirsk airport at 8 in the morning, 5 in Moscow. So that's why he sent me home, thought Litvinovich and Anton Drell. Khodorkovsky's personal lawyer, got a cryptic message though through a third party. Mr. Khodorkovsky requested that you be informed that he has been arrested. He said you would know what to do. Typical Khodorkovsky, thought Drell, who had no idea what to do. In the late morning, he received another phone call. This is Mikhail Khodorkovsky. Would it be convenient for you to come to the Prosecutor General's office now? He asked with trademark formality. He had already been transported to Moscow. Several hours later, Khodorkovsky was indicted on 6 charges, including fraud and tax evasion. 18 months later, Khodorkovsky would be found guilty not on 6 but on 7 counts and sentenced to 9 years in a prison colony. Long before that sentence was up, he would be indicted on a new set of charges and then sentenced again, this time to 14 years behind bars. Lebedev, the former chairman of his board, would stand trial alongside Khodorkovsky both times. Other Yukos affiliates, including the former head of the security, lawyers, and a variety of managers not only at Yukos but at several subsidiaries, would face other charges and similarly harsh sentences. Dozens of others would flee the country. Eventually, even Amnesty International, openly reluctant at first to take on the case of a billionaire, would declare Khodorkovsky and Lebedev prisoners of conscience. No one, not even his jailers, it seemed, would doubt after a certain point that he was unfairly imprisoned. But even 8 years after his arrest, no one would be quite certain what exactly Khodorkovsky had done that had cost him his freedom and his fortune. Khodorkovsky himself and many of his staff believed that he was being punished for speaking out about corruption. In February 2003, Putin had gathered Russia's wealthiest businessmen for a rare discussion that was open to the media. Khodorkovsky arrived with a PowerPoint presentation that consisted of 8 simple slides containing facts that all of those present certainly knew and just as certainly tried to pretend they did not know. Slide 6 was titled Corruption cost the Russian economy over $30 billion a year, and cited 4 different studies that had arrived at more or less the same figure. Slide 8 was titled The Shaping of a New Generation and contained a chart comparing 3 different institutions of higher earnings, one that graduated oil industry manager, one that trained tax inspectors, and one that prepared civil servants. Competition to get into the last college reached almost 11 persons per spot. Aspiring tax inspectors had to beat out as many as 4 competitors, while future oil industry managers had to fight fewer than 2 other people. Even though official starting salaries in the oil industry were 2 to 3 times those in the government sector, these Khodorkovsky's indicated were just the official figures. High school students were making their career plans counting on income from corruption. When he was speaking, Khodorkovsky also mentioned the recent merger of the state-owned oil giant Rosneft with a smaller privately held oil company. Everyone thinks the deal had, shall we say, a second layer, said Khodorkovsky, alluding to the glaringly high price Rosneft had paid. The president of Rosneft is here. Perhaps he did right to comment. The president of Rosneft did not care to comment. And this looked very much like an embarrassing and public admission of guilt. The person who responded to Khodorkovsky was Putin himself. He got the same smirk on his face with which, at the press conference a few months earlier, he had suggested that the French journalist be castrated, the facial expression that indicated he was having difficulty containing his anger. Some companies, including Yukos, have extraordinary reserves. The question is, how did the company get them? He asked, shifting in his chair to raise his right shoulder in a gesture that made him seem bigger, and smiling a sluggish a thuggish smile that made it plain this was a threat, not a question, and your company had its own issues with taxes. To give the Yukos leadership its due, it found a way to settle everything and take care of all its problems with the state. But maybe this is the reason there is such competition to get into the tax academy. In other words, Putin accused Khodorkovsky of having bribed tax inspectors and threatened a takeover of his company. Then there was a school of thought that the reason for Khodorkovsky's trouble was politics. He meddled too much. He made donations to political parties including the Communist. Immediately following Lebedev's arrest in July, Khodorkovsky asked Prime Minister Kasyanov, with whom he had a distant but genuine relationships, to find out what had happened. It took 3 or 4 attempts. Kasyanov told me Putin kept saying that the prosecutor's office knew what it was doing. But finally he told me that Yukos had been financing political parties, not just the small liberal parties, which Putin had given him permission to finance, but also the communist, which he did not allow him to fund. 8 years later, Navzhirin, the Yukos partners who left the country, maintained that the company's donations to the Communist Party had of course been cleared by the Kremlin. Some people in Khodorkovsky's circle took to calling the party financing situation the double-cross cross, believing Khodorkovsky had been set up by someone close enough to Putin to tell Khodorkovsky falsely that his funding the communist had been cleared. All these discussions were taking place in the lead up to the December 2003 parliamentary election, the one after which the New York Times reported that Russia was inching toward democracy. A third group of observers had the simplest of all explanations for Khodorkovsky's fate. He did not go to prison for tax evasion or stealing oil, for God's sake. Illarionov said to me years after the arrest, he went to prison because he was and remains an independent human being, because he refused to bend, because he remained a free man. This state punishes people for being independent, but in October 2003, when news of the arrest broke, its darkly absurd nature was far from obvious to everyone. William Browder, for one, applauded the arrest in an op-ed piece published in a English language daily, the Moscow Times, and distributed to investors. He wrote, "We should fully support Putin in this his task of taking back control of the country from the oligarchs." On November 13, 2005, Browder was returning to Moscow from London. He had been living in Russia for 9 years, and though he spoke no Russian, he left as much at home in Moscow as anyone could. His money guaranteed a level of comfort familiar to the very wealthy in oil-producing countries. He traveled on a luxurious separate track from the moment he landed in Moscow, where he would be whisked through airport formalities and picked up by his driver, a former police officer who retained his badge, which made him king on the lawless roads of Moscow. But this time Browder found himself stuck in the airport's VIP lounge. His passport was apparently held up at the border. A couple of hours later he landed in the detention area of the airport, a blank room with cold plastic chairs and several other detainees, each a prisoner of his own uncertain fate. 15 hours after arriving, Browder was put on a flight back to London. His Russian visa had been revoked. Surely this was a massive misunderstanding. Browder called the cabinet ministers and the Kremlin staffers who had liked his PowerPoint presentation so much. They were vague, evasive, non-committal. After several phone calls, it began to sink in that his visa issues would not be resolved anytime soon. For all his faith in Putin's best intentions, one thing Browder knew for certain was that no business should be left unattended in Russia. He began moving his operation to London. The analyst moved. The fund divested itself of $4.5 billion. worth of stock in Russian companies without anyone seeming to notice. By the end of the summer of 2006, the Hermitage Fund's Russian companies were empty. Cells with a small office in Moscow occasionally visited by the company's secretary. She was there along with a staff member visiting from London when 25 tax police officers descended on the office and turned it upside down. Soon the same number of officers, led by the same colonel who had won the first aid, appeared at the offices of the Hermitage Fund's law firm, apparently looking for stamps, seals and certificates for 3 holding companies through which the Hermitage Fund had managed its investments. When a lawyer objected that they had the appropriate servant such warrants, he was taken to a conference room and beaten there. 4 months later, Browder was notified of multi-million-dollar judgments against his companies, issued by a court in St. Petersburg, put on notice by his visa annulment. Frightened by the tax police raids, he was now downright terrified by a sequence of events for which there could no be reasonable explanation. Why would the tax police need registration papers, seals and stamps for empty shell companies? How could there be judgments against these companies if their representatives had not even none of any lawsuits or court hearings? Browder asked his Moscow lawyers to investigate. It was not a lawyer but a young accountant who, after more than a year of sleuthing, finally reconstructed an absurd, barely believable but nonetheless logical sequence of events. The 3 empty shell companies Sergei Magnitsky discovered had been re-registered in the names of other people, all of them convicted felons. Then the companies had been sued by other companies, which produced contracts supposedly showing that the stolen companies owed them money. 3 different courts in 3 different Russian cities had speedy hearings and issued judgments against Browder's former companies totaling $1 billion, which just happened to be exactly the amount of profit the 3 companies had reported in the previous tax year. Then the company's new owners filed claims with the tax authorities, requesting a refund of all the taxes they had paid. They appeared to qualify for it because on paper the companies no longer had a profit. The refunds totaling $230 million were processed in a single day. In December 2007, they were transferred to the company's new owners and disappeared from the Russian banking system. It appeared Magnitsky had uncovered an embezzlement scheme that involved the tax authority as well as the courts in at least 3 cities. Had the judges not been in on the deal, they would hardly have rubber-stamped judgments with such ease and speed. Nor would the tax authorities have processed the refund so fast or at all, considering that Browder's lawyer had already filed 6 different complaints alleging the theft of his companies. Had the entire scheme not been orchestrated at or near the top of the agency, Browder, ever the ideologue, saw an opening. By now he believed that his own banishment from Russia had come from the very top. Even if he still did not know the exact reason, he could believe that someone whose doors he had stepped on could have conspired to convince the president or someone very close to him that Browder was an undesirable. But now Browder had a chance to save Russia all over again. There is no way the president of the country could allow $230 million of the country's money to be stolen. He reasoned, I mean, the tax crime is so cynical. If you made a move about it, people would say it's just too far-fetched. We expected SWAT teams and helicopters to swoop down from the sky and get all the bad guys. Magnitsky wrote 15 different complaints aimed at exposing the embezzlement and starting an investigation. But instead of SWAT teams swooping down from the sky, criminal probes came raining down on lawyers Browder had engaged. 7 attorneys at 4 different law firms received notice that they were being investigated on various criminal charges. At this point, Browder knew enough to offer all of his lawyers' views in Great Britain. You know, I was trained as a financial analyst, he told me a couple of years later, in part by way of explaining how difficult the process had been for him, in part by way of justifying why it took him so long to realize the full gravity of the situation. I was not a soldier. I was not trained that people would be putting their lives at risk, and I went to every single one of our lawyers and I said, I am truly sorry that this has happened. It was not my intention to have put you in physical harm, and it is not my intention to leave you in physical harm. I want you to leave Russia at my expense and come to London at my expense and stay in London at my expense. It was not an easy conversation to have with any of these guys. They were all in their 40s, at the top of their careers. Some of them did not speak a word of English, and I was asking them to give up their lives, their professions, their whole community to go into exile at a moment's notice to protect themselves from danger. Six of the 7 lawyers accepted Browder's offer and moved to London. The one who refused was Sergei Magnitsky, the accountant, at 36, the youngest of the group, which was how Browder explained his refusal to himself. Sergei was from a generation who thought that Russia was changing. There was a new Russia, maybe an imperfect Russia, but a getting better Russia. The basic fundamental principles of law and justice existed. That was his premise. He said, this is not 1937. I have done nothing wrong, and I know the law. There's no legal means that they could come and arrest me. No, on November 24, 2008, Sergei Magnitsky was arrested in connection with the very embezzlement scheme he had tried to expose, like his client 3 years earlier. He was certain at first that it was a misunderstanding that would soon be cleared up with the help of his lawyers. At his first court hearing, he argued he should be released, among other reasons, because his young son was ill with the flu. He was clearly certain his ordeal would be over in a matter of days. Not only was he not released, however, but the conditions in which he was held deteriorated steadily as he was shuttered back and forth between 2 Moscow jails. He was not allowed to see his wife or mother. He became ill and was consistently denied the medical care he required. On November 16, 2009, Sergei Magnitsky died in prison at the age of 37. After his death, the prison released to his family his notebooks, in which Magnitsky had meticulously copied every complaint, appeal, and request he wrote. Once he realized that his arrest was no misunderstanding, he had waged a fierce, one-sided battle, writing 450 documents in his 358 days in jail. He created an encyclopedia of the abuse he had suffered. He described the overcrowded cells in which he had reduced to eating and writing while sitting on his cot. In one of the cells, the glass in the window panes was missing, and temperatures inside hovered around freezing. In another, the toilet, or rather the hole in the floor that served as the toilet, overflowed, flooding the room with sewage. He described being systematically denied hot meals and often any food at all for days on end. Most egregiously, he was denied medical attention even as his chronic abdominal pain grew so severe he could not sleep, even as he wrote letters documenting his symptoms and spelling out his legal rights regarding healthcare. He died of peritonitis. The Browder and his investment fund staff were finally fated to become soldiers. They launched a highly visible, vocal, and offensive campaign they called Justice for Sergei Magnitsky. They collected copious evidence against the people who had been connected to the jailing and torture of their colleague and against those involved in the embezzlement scheme he had uncovered. Within a few months, bills that would require visa bans and freeze any local assets of these officials were pending in the US Congress, the European Parliament, and parliaments of European Union member states. By this time, the dominant Russia story had finally changed in the US media. It had taken most of Putin's second term in office to transform the narrative. Emerging democracy slowly gave way to authoritarian tendencies, which gradually yielded to a picture of what had become for all intents a criminal tyranny. Back in 2003, when Khodorkovsky attempted to talk to Putin about corruption, the global organization Transparency International ranked Russia as more corrupt than 64% of the world's countries in its annual rating. It looked slightly more corrupt than Mozambique and marginally less corrupt than Algeria. In its 2010 report, the organization showed Russia as more corrupt than 86% of the world. It now fit in between Papua New Guinea and Tajikistan. Russia finally lost its bona fides in the eyes of international business and media. Browder was spending his time criticizing the Russian regime not only in the world's parliament but also at forums such as the annual Big Business gathering in Davos, Switzerland. Andrei Illarionov had resigned his post. Everyone had their own turning points, he explained to me. Mine was baseline. That was when I realized it was a modus operandi. There was a real possibility of saving lives. And he, Putin, opted instead for the killing of innocent people, the killings of the hostages. I mean, I was at work, and I could watch and listen, and I could see it all clearly close up. I could see that if the standoff continued for at least a few more hours, lives would be saved. All of them or most of them. There would be no attack, and the children and their parents and their teachers would be saved. And if this was the case, then there could be only one explanation for storming the school building. When they did, it all became clear to me that day. September 3, 2004, Illarionov resigned his position as Sherpa, Putin's personal representative to the Group of Eight, winning Russia's full membership in the Group 8, G8, had been one of the Illarionov's main accomplishments. Being an advisor is one thing, he explained. Being an advisor is being an advisor. It's an important post, but it's not the same thing as personally representing as someone. And I told my employer that under the circumstances I could no longer function as his personal representatives. 6 months later, Illarionov resigned his job as the president's advisor as well. It had just become ridiculous. No one was heeding my advice on the economy or on anything else. The train of the Russian state was moving full speed ahead on a completely different set of ways. He proceeded to write a series of scathing articles defining this different set of ways. Russia, he wrote, had become the opposite of a liberal economy, an unfree, bar-mongering state ruled by a corporate group. Like Browder, Illarionov became a tireless and vocal roaming critic of the Putin regime. Mikhail Kasyanov, the prime minister, had also left. His turning point came when Khodorkovsky was arrested. There had been signs before, he told me. There was a television takeover and the handling of the theater hostage crisis. These were all signs, but I did not think this was a plan. I thought these were mistakes that could be corrected, and I kept thinking this was right up until the point when Lebedev and Khodorkovsky were arrested. This was when I realized these were not accidental mistakes. This was policy. This was his general understanding of life. Kasyanov had consciously observed Putin's request that he stay off his turf, meaning out of politics, so consciously, in fact, that he had willfully blinded himself to the political life of the country. So in the summer of 2003, when Putin told him that the prosecution of Lebedev and Khodorkovsky was their punishment for donating funds to the Communist Party, Kasyanov was shocked. I could not believe something that was legal required with special permission from the Kremlin. The conflict between Putin and his premier quickly became public. Kasyanov openly criticized the arrest, calling them an unwarranted and extreme measure. It was clear Putin would not keep this outspoken premier around for his second term, but the president's patience seemed to run out early. In February 2004, a month before the election, he fired his cabinet. After firing Kasyanov, Putin planned to keep him on in a less public position. He made him 3 job offers, each more insistent than the last. There was the option of heading the Security Council or running a new state-affiliated bank venture, an offer Putin made twice. When Kasyanov finally said no, his former employer's tone turned from seductive to menacing. I was already at the door when he said, Mikhailovich, if you ever have a problem with the tax police, you may ask for help, but make sure you come to me personally. Kasyanov interrupted Putin's parting words as both a threat and an offer to keep a door open. Tax trouble duly began. Kasyanov's consulting company, which he formed right after losing his job, was audited. Kasyanov chose not to seek help, which meant not only that the tax audit dragged on for 2 years, the two sides finally managed to settle on an extremely minor violation, improperly entering in a box of writing paper, but also that Kasyanov became persona non grata in Russian politics. In the years following his firing, he tried to run for office and register a political party, reportedly even managing to collect the absurdly high number of signatures required, but his papers were consistently turned away by the registration authorities. With no access to television or large newspapers, Kasyanov went from mainstream to marginal as fast as any politician ever had. The Khodorkovsky case came to trial in mid-2004 and dragged on for 10 months, despite the fact that nearly all motions by the defense were denied, drastically cutting the number of witnesses and cross-examinations at Moscow's Basmanny court. As the verdict neared, Igor Suvarov, a lawyer and a newly prominent assistant to Putin, said, the Ukraine case was a show trial intended as an example for other companies using various schemes of minimizing their tax burden. If it had not been Yukos, it would have been another company. Even the Moscow press corporations, used to writing about some of the most cynical politicians on the planet, were shocked by the open use of Stalin-era language to mean more or less exactly what Stalin had meant, that the court existed to do the bidding of the head of state, and dole out punishment as he saw fit to those he saw fit to punish. In fact, only 2 of the 7 charges against Khodorkovsky concerned alleged tax evasion, and what happened in the Moscow court was more so than trial. The defense called few of its witnesses, not only because the court turned down so many of its motions, but also because the prosecution's case seemed so flimsy. It hardly warranted a full-force defense, especially since testifying for the defense seemed to incur considerable risk. 10 Yukos affiliates, including 2 lawyers, both of them women, had already been arrested, and 9 more evaded arrest while fleeing the country. Soon these numbers would seem quite small, as dozens of people would be in prison and hundreds on the run. Finding itself in the middle of a Kafkaesque trial, the defense adopted a pointedly understated style. In his final arguments, Janvik Padva, Khodorkovsky's lead attorney and possibly the country's most famous defense lawyer, sounded more like a school teacher than a passionate participant in a judicial contest. Over the course of 3 days of hearings, Padva read his arguments methodically, listing all of the prosecution's errors, aiming to show that the prosecutors failed to supply any documents, even proving that the defendants were in any way involved with some of the companies listed in the charges, much less actually guilty of the crimes. And I won't even mention the fact that the charges are filed in accordance with laws that went into effect years after these supposed deeds took place. was a typical Padwa aside. His tone conveyed that he entered no illusions about his ability to convince the judges of anything, but in the interest of history and future appeals to international judicial bodies, he needed to get all his arguments on record. The judge, three overweight women around 40, each sporting a shiny helmet of combat back hair, sat still, their lips pursued in identical demonstrations of displeasure. Their demeanor seemed mean to say the decision has long been made and your insistence on procedure and proper discussion is an offensive waste of everyone's time. Khodorkovsky and Lebedev were each sentenced to 9 years in a prison colony. 3 months later, an appeal court cut a year off the sentences. The men were shipped off to different colonies, each as far away and difficult to get to as a colony could be. To visit their client, Khodorkovsky's lawyers had to travel 9 hours by plane and another 15 hours by train. Russian law mandated placing convicts in prisons within easy travel distance of their home, so the law had to be changed retroactively to accommodate the Khodorkovsky's case. For 6 months following his arrest, Khodorkovsky tried to run his company from jail. Finally, realizing this was untenable, he signed his shares over to Navzin, the partner who had moved to Israel. But the company bombarded with tax liens and lawsuits. Its assets inside Russia, long since seized by the state, was cracking. Within a year of Khodorkovsky's arrest, Russia's largest and most successful oil company, which had once paid 5% of all the taxes collected by the federal government, was facing bankruptcy proceedings. Its most attractive asset, a company called Yugansk Naftgaz, owner of some of Europe's largest oil reserves, was up for auction. The state's gas monopoly, now run by Putin's former deputy in St. Petersburg, looked poised to win the auction. To prevent the deal, Yugo's lawyers filed for bankruptcy in a Texas court and then shot a staying order on the sale of the company there. Gazprom, the Russian company, certainly was not going to listen to an American court on this matter, but it so happened it planned to buy Yugansk Naftgaz with funds borrowed from American and West European banks. The financing was poor and it looked briefly like the takeover might be temporarily averted when a newly registered company called Baikal Finance Corp appeared out of nowhere to register for the auction. Journalists immediately descended on its registration address in Tver, a god-forsaken town about 3 hours outside Moscow. It turned out to be a small building that was used as a legal address by 150 companies, none of which appeared to have any physical assets. Nor did Baikal Finance Group have financial assets. According to its registration document, filed 2 weeks before the auction, its capitalization was 10,000 rubles or roughly $300. But somehow the state-owned oil company Rosneft, the one whose president had declined to respond to Khodorkovsky's questions about perceived corruption a year earlier, lent the unheard-of company more than $9 billion to buy Yugansk Naftgaz. This was less than half the company's estimated worth at the time. The auction held on December 19, 2004 lasted all of 2 minutes. Speaking in Germany, 2 days after the auction, Putin whistled at the suggestion that the Yukos assets had been bought by an unknown entity. I know the stockholders of the company and they are individuals, he said. They are individuals who have been working in the energy sector for a long time. Another 2 days later, Rosneft, the state oil company, bought Baikal Finance Group, taking control of the Yukos Group assets, but also ensuring that it could never be sued for having purchased it in the course of a rigid auction. It had been just over a year since Khodorkovsky's arrest, and it was now clear Russia had passed 2 milestones. With the country's former richest man behind bars indefinitely, no one Not even the rich and powerful could afford free agency. And with the assets of the country's largest private company hijacked in broad daylight, Putin had claimed his place as the godfather of a mafia clan ruling the country. Like all mafia bosses, he barely distinguished between his personal property, the property of his clan, and the property of those beholden to his clan. Like all mafia bosses, he amassed wealth by outright robberies, as with Yukos by collecting so-called dues, and by placing his cronies wherever there was money or assets to be siphoned off. By the end of 2007, at least one Russian political expert, someone believed to have access to the Kremlin, estimated Putin's personal net worth at $40 billion. The $40 billion figure can be neither confirmed nor disapproved, but there was one story I was able to report in detail. It said right not only on the scale of Putin's personal fortune but also on the mechanics of amassing it. It took my good reporterly luck and one very brave man to tell it. In the early 1990s, Sergei Korenskikov had been one of the hundred of Soviet scientists turned Russian entrepreneurs, a PhD in biophysics. He started out manufacturing medical equipment and then began importing it. During the Sobchak administration, he formed a joint venture with the city and created a successful business, outfitting St. Petersburg's clinics and hospitals. After Sobchak was voted out of office, he bought out the city's share and took the company's private, staying in the same line of business. As soon as Putin was elected president, Kolesnikov was contacted by an old business associate from his St. Petersburg days. He outlined a scheme. Some of Russia's wealthiest men would donate significant sums of money earmarked toward purchasing medical equipment for Russian facilities. Kolesnikov would use his expertise to procure the equipment at significant volume discounts. The difference between the list price of equipment which would be reported to the donor and actual money spent has to be no less than 35%. If Kolesnikov obtained an even greater discount, he could keep the difference as profit. The 35% had to be deposited in a bank account set up in Western Europe and would later be used to invest in the Russian economy. Kolesnikov had no qualms about agreeing to the scheme. Like Browders, he thought he was living well while doing good for Russia. The much needed medical equipment was an unquestionable good. On top of that, his new partners would be investing large amounts of money into Russian economy. Sure, they were skimming off the top, more than a third of the money donated, but they were investing it in Russia, not lining their own pockets. And also, we knew this was not money made by back-breaking labor. You can't come by that kind of money honestly. The first donor was Roman Abramovich, a secretive Russian oligarch and future owner of the Chelsea football club. He donated $203 million of his about $140 million bought equipment for the military medical academy in St. Petersburg, run by Putin's friend the Minister's Health, who had once helped ferry Sobchak out of the prosecutor's office and out of Russia, and over $60 million stayed in a Europe bank account. His donation was followed by a number of smaller ones. By 2005, about $200 million had accumulated in his bank account. Kolesnikov and his own two partners, one had started out with him in St. Petersburg and the other had brought him into this new line of business, formed a new company called Rosinvest, a wholly owned subsidiary of a Swiss company, which did business through a third company, also Swiss, ownership of which was fixed in bearer shares. In other words, whoever was in physical possession of the papers was the legal owner. Each of the three men got 2% of the shares. The remaining 94% was handed Over to Putin himself. The newly formed company had 16 different investment projects, mostly in industrial production. They were well chosen, naturally afforded a variety of tax and legal benefits, and brought a handsome profit, 94% of which belonged to Putin. All along, there was also what Kolesnikov thought of as a small personal project of Putin's house on the Black Sea budgeted at $16 million. But things kept getting added. Kolesnikov told me an elevator to the beach, a marina, a separate high voltage line, a separate gas pipeline, 3 new motorways that led directly to the palace, and 3 helicopters pad. The building itself was changing too. An amphitheater was added, then a winter theater, and then it all had to be decorated too. Furniture, artwork, silverware, it's all very expensive. Kolesnikov traveled to the Black Sea coast twice a year to monitor the project. Last time he was there, in the spring of 2009, that had been a house had become 20 buildings, and the total budget had long since passed the $1 billion mark. Something else had happened a few months earlier. In the aftermath of the world financial crisis, Kolesnikov's partner informed him that Vozinvest would no longer be making profit investment. Its only purpose now was the completion of the Black Sea Palace. Kolesnikov, who had not exactly been a stickler for legalities but had been very proud of his work and sincerely convinced that he was creating wealth for his country, was deeply offended. He fled Russia, taking the company's documentation with him, and paid a Washington law firm a considerable sum of money to review the papers and verify his story. And then he was public with the story of what became known as Putin's palace. But the story, while it attracted a fair amount of attention when I wrote about it in Russia, drew little reaction from the government. First, Putin's press secretary dismissed it as rubbish, and then, when copies of some building contracts were published by Novaya Gazeta, the Kremlin confirmed that the Black Sea project existed. It would be fair to assume that the palace scheme was just one of many similar schemes for squeezing wealth out of Russia. The question is, what is the nature, the motivating principle behind these schemes? In other words, the question is once again, who is Mr. Putin? There is the story of Putin, the bureaucrat who did not take bribes, a key narrative that explains Boris Berezovsky's attraction to him, which in turn was key to making Putin president. Berezovsky's right-hand man, Yuri Dubov, who had long since become one of the London exiles, told me one of the most striking of the upstanding Putin stories. Once in the early 1990s, Dubov was having trouble with some of the documentation for the car service station Berezovsky was opening in St. Petersburg. He needed Putin to make a phone call to facilitate the process, and to this end, he scheduled lunch with him. Dubov arrived at City Hall early, as uncharacteristically did Putin, as they both waited for their appointed time to be able to leave for lunch. Dubov broached the subject of the phone call. Putin immediately took care of the matter, but then refused to go to lunch. Either you have me help you with your business, or you take me to lunch. Dubov remembered him saying this was clearly not just a bureaucrat who did not take bribes. This was a bureaucrat whose entire identity rested on his incorruptibility. And then there was a Putin on whose guard $100 million worth of contracts evaporated, as Marina Salye documented. The remarkable part of this story is not the occurrence of theft. It is abundantly clear that some theft occurred absolutely everywhere in Russia in those days and in similar situations, which was the reason Salye's revelations never gained momentum, but that all the funds appear to have been stolen. I suspect that if Putin had saved off only 5, 10, 20, even 30%, he would not have created an enemy for life, as he did with Salye, just as Kolesnikov would not have waged his campaign had the palace stayed merely a very expensive side project. But it is as if Putin could not resist taking it all, and I think this is literally true. On several occasions at least, one of them embarrassingly public. Putin has acted like a person afflicted with kleptomania. In June 2005, while hosting a group of American businessmen in St. Petersburg, Putin pocketed the 124 diamond Super Bowl ring of New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft. He had asked to see it, tried it on. Immediately said, "I could kill someone with this." Then stuck it in his pocket and left the room abruptly. After a flurry of articles in the US press, Kraft announced a few days later that the ring had been a gift, preventing an uncomfortable situation from spiraling out of control. In September 2005, Putin was a special guest at New York's Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum. At one point, his host brought out a conversation piece that another Russian guest must have given the museum, a glass replica of Kalashnikov automatic weapon filled with vodka. This gaudy souvenir cost about $300 in Moscow. Putin nodded to one of his bodyguards, who took the glass Kalashnikov and carried it out of the room, leaving the host speechless. Putin's extraordinary relationship to material wealth was evident when he was a college student, if not earlier, when he accepted the car his parents won in a lottery, though the prize could have been used to greatly improve the family's living conditions, or when he spent almost all the money he made over the summer to buy himself an outrageously expensive coat and bought a cake for his mother. He was acting in ways highly unusual and borderline unacceptable for a young man of his generation and social group. Ostentatious displays of wealth could easily have derailed his plans for KGB career, and he knew this. The story told by former West German radical of Putin demanding gifts while interested completes the picture. For a man who had staked most of his social capital on conforming to the norm, this was particularly remarkable behavior. It seems he really could not help himself. The correct term is probably not the popularly known kleptomania, which refers to a pathological desire to purchase things for which one has little use, but the more exotic pleonexia, the insatiable desire to have that rightfully belongs to others. If Putin suffers this irrepressible urge, this helps explain his apparent spirit personality. He compensates for his compulsion by creating the identity of an honest and incorruptible civil servant. And Illarionov discovered his less than a month after becoming Putin's economic advisor. Just days after his inauguration, Putin signed a decree consolidating 70% of country's alcohol manufacturers in a single company and appointing a close St. Petersburg associate to run it. At the time, oil prices had not yet taken off, and alcohol was arguably the country's most lucrative business. As Illarionov found out, no one on the new president's economic team had been consulted about or even informed of the decision. Over the next few months, Illarionov would grow accustomed to this. Putin continued to talk a good economic line to the public and the media, and continued to appear to listen to his sterling style of liberal advisors, while consistently broadsiding them with decisions that consolidated all the country's resources in the hands of his cronies. Is this what happened with Khodorkovsky? Did Putin have him arrested because he wanted to take possession of his company rather than for reasons of political and personal competition? Not exactly. He put Khodorkovsky behind bars for the same reason that he abolished elections or had Litvinenko killed, in his continuing attempt to turn the country into a supersized model of the KGB. There can be no room for dissidents or even for independent actors, but then independent actors are inconvenient in part because they refuse to accept the rules of the mafia, and once Khodorkovsky was behind bars, the opportunity to rob him presented itself. In seizing the opportunity, Putin as usual failed to distinguish between himself and the state he ruled. Greed may not be his main instinct, but it is the one he can never resist. Chapter 11. Back to the USSR. On October 2, 2011. Boris Berezovsky was jumping around his office excitedly. I was in London to cover a trial he had initiated in an attempt to recover some of his assets more than 10 years after he became an exile, and he had asked me to come to his office the Sunday before hearing started to reveal to me what he was thinking about the Russian political situation. You understand, he began, the Russian regime has no ideology, no party, no politics. It is nothing but the power of a single man. He was painting a picture of wizard of OZ figure, clearly feeling no need to acknowledge that he had invented the man. All someone has to do is discredit him personally. Berezovsky even had a plan, or a couple of plans, but here I was sworn to secrecy. I went away amused at the man who would not give up being kingmaker, yet I had to admit Berezovsky's analysis was correct. The whole edifice of the Russian regime, which in the eye of the world had long since graduated from showing authoritarian tendencies to full-fledged authoritarianism bordering on tyranny, rested on this one man, the one Berezovsky thought he had chosen for the country a dozen years earlier. This meant the current Russian regime was essentially vulnerable. The person or persons to topple it would not have to overcome the force of an ingrained ideology. They would merely have to show that the tyrant had feet of clay. It also meant the tipping point in Russia was as unpredictable as in any tyranny. It could come about in months, years, or decades, triggered perhaps by a small event, most likely the regime's own mistake, that would suddenly make its vulnerability evident. I had seen something like this happen in Yugoslavia 11 years earlier. Slobodan Milosevic, who had held on to power using terror on the one hand and exploiting nationalist fervor on the other, got an early election, mistakenly certain that he would win, and lost, and understood that he was losing too late to quench the rising wave of protest. And in 2011, we had seen Arab dictators drop like dominoes, toppled by crowds made suddenly fearless by the power of the word and the examples of others. The problem with Russia, however, was that the huge country was an atomized as it had ever been. Putin's policies had effectively destroyed public space. The internet had developed in Russia over the last 10 years, as it had in other countries, but it took on the peculiar shape of a series of information bubbles. American researchers who mapped the world's blogospheres found that unlike the American blogosphere, or for that matter the Iranian one, which formed a series of interlocking circles, the Russian blogosphere consisted of discrete circles, each unconnected to any other. It was an anti-utopia of the information age, an infinite number of echo chambers, nor was this true just of the internet. The Kremlin was watching its own TV. Big business was reading its own newspapers. The intelligentsia was reading its own blogs. None of these groups was aware of the others' realities, and this made mass protests of any sort seem unlikely. In the 2000 election, Putin get almost 53% of the vote, while his 10 opponents each garnered between 1 and 29%. When he ran for re-election in 2004, he had 71%, a typical authoritarian regime result, and his 5 opponents received between 0.75 and 14% apiece. As Putin's second term was drawing to a close in 2007, the politicized classes in Russia wondered what would happen. Would Putin change the constitution to allow himself more than 2 consecutive terms? Would he go to the Elsin vote and direct the country to vote for a hand-picked successor? For a time, Putin seemed to be favoring Defense Minister Sergei Ivanov, a former KGB colleague, but in December of that year, Putin held a televised meeting with the leaders of 4 puppet parties, who together declared they wanted to nominate first Deputy Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev for president. Medvedev just happened to be present for this well-scripted watershed event. In the election that followed in March 2008, he garnered more than 70% of the vote, while his three opponents each received between 0 and 17%. Once inaugurated, Medvedev appointed Putin his prime minister. 42-year-old Medvedev made Putin look charismatic. At just over 5 feet, his exact height was a carefully guarded secret, but rumors abounded as did picture of Medvedev sitting on a pillow or standing on a step pool to reach a microphone. He also made Putin look tall. He was a lawyer by education. He had worked in City Hall in St. Petersburg, and he had never held a job leading a team or running anything, much less a country. He mimicked Putin's robotic way of enunciating his words, except where Putin made every syllable sound menacing. Medvedev sounded like a voice synthesizer, and unlike Putin, Medvedev did not make vulgar jokes. That, and perhaps a desperate need to wish someone with hope, was enough to endear Medvedev to Russia's intellectuals. For the first time since Putin destroyed the media and shut down Russia politics, the man in the Kremlin addressed the thinking public of Russia. Medvedev talked of what his speech writers thought to call the 4 I's: institutions, infrastructure, investment, and innovation. Flashing on iPhone, and once it had been introduced, an iPad, Medvedev seemed to be trying to imbue his own dense vocabulary with a modern, Western spirit. The intelligentsia ate it up. When Medvedev called an human rights activist, liberal political analyst, and assorted thinking others to join a newly formed President Council, they all came, willingly sacrificing their time to write white papers that evidently were never read. When journalists at opposition media dared criticize not only Putin but also Medvedev, editors put their stories. When Medvedev told a group of activist historians he would finally approve a long-stalled plan for a national museum honoring the memory of victims of Stalinist terror, the historians dropped everything to draw up plans, draft documents, and do the work federal bureaucrats should have been doing, or to enable Medvedev to sign a decree, which he never did. What he did was keep giving speeches, promising to fight corruption and modernize the country, while nothing changed. Mikhail Khodorkovsky stood trial for the second time. Sergei Magnitsky died in prison, and Vladimir Putin not only built his palace on the Black Sea, but continued to run the country. Medvedev's role was almost exclusively ceremonial, but in their addresses to the public, the two leaders divided and conquered the country. Medvedev, with his refined diction, his talk of innovation, and his promises to fight corruption, appealed to once vocal minority of activists and intellectuals and succeeded in pacifying them. For the majority, Putin produced ever more of his memorable vulgarism. After 2 deadly explosions on Moscow subway in March 2010, he reprised his 1999 "Rub them out in the outhouse" phrase regarding terrorists. "We know they are now lying low," he said, "but it is up to law enforcement to scrap them up off the bottom of the gutter." In July 2009, responding to President Barack Obama's observation that the Prime Minister had one foot in the old ways of doing businesses and one foot in the new, Putin said, "We don't spread our legs." In July 2008, when the majority owners of a metals and coal factory failed to attend a meeting at which Putin planned to dress him down, Putin said, "I understand that an illness is an illness, but I would recommend that Igor Vladimirovich Zhuzhin get better as soon as possible. So, or I will have to send a doctor to see him and take care of the problem altogether." In August 2010, Putin told a newspaper reporter that opposition activists who engaged in unsanctioned demonstrations, by this time most opposition demonstrations were unsanctioned, should expect to be hit over the head with a stick. These thuggish one-liners were his way of still campaigning for popularity, as per a stream of topless photographs of him vacationing in the northern region of Taiwan, and later coverage of his diving in the Black Sea and emerging with two 6th century vases planted there in advance by archaeologists. This was a dictator's campaign, one that tolerated neither opposition nor scrutiny, but allowed for careful orchestration. Putin was campaigning to remain the undisputed leader of the country, a surprisingly easy goal to accomplish in the presence of a sitting president, and as a natural consequence of its obvious ongoing leadership. To become president again once Medvedev's term ran out in 2012. Indeed, within 6 months of becoming president, Medvedev introduced and the parliament passed a measure changing the constitution to increase the president's term to 6 years. The plan ostensibly was for Medvedev to sit out his 4 years doing nothing but talking pretty, and then to cede the throne to Putin. This time for two Medvedevs was sincere. This was 2 consecutive 6-year terms, but transparent as that plan was. Who persisted that Medvedev was sincere in his intention, or that after being called president for a few years, he might develop actual presidential ambitions, or simply that the system Putin had created might crack, as all closed systems eventually do. The system's greatest vulnerability stemmed from Putin's and his inner circle's planoxia, the insatiable desire to have that rightfully belong to others that was exerting ever greater pressure on the regime from inside. Every year, Russia slid lower on the corruption perceptions index of the watchdog group Transparency International, reaching 154th out of the 178 by 2011. For the year 2010, by 2011, human rights activists estimated that fully 15% of the Russian prison population was made up of entrepreneurs who had been thrown behind bars by well-connected teachers who used the court system to take over other people's businesses. By mid-2010, a 30-year-old attorney named Alexei Navalny was drawing tens of thousands of daily hits on his blog, thereby combing government's website to find evidence of access hidden in plain sight. He monitored the many outrages of an unaccountable bureaucracy. Here was the Bolognese region holding a tender to purchase 5 gold wristwatches at a cost of $15,000. Here was the city of Krasnodar in southern Russia offering to pay about $400 million for technical documentation on planned railroad crossing. Here were 2 beds and 2 bedside tables planted with 24-karat gold, with which the Ministry of the Interior was purchasing. Navalny dubbed the people in charge of Russia the party of crooks and thieves, a name that caught on immediately. In the fall of 2010, the magazine I was editing published a long and detailed interview with Navalny. And in the read, I wrote, an actual politician had suddenly been discovered in Russia. Other magazines followed, putting the handsome blonde Navalny on the cover, the attention culminating in a New Yorker profile in April 2011. On February 2, 2011, Navalny announced that he was taking his one-man anti-corruption campaign public and called for contribution to his newly formed organization. Within 3 hours, he had his first $5,000 in donation, ranging from 5 kopecks, less than a cent, to the equivalent of $500. Within 24 hours, he had his first million rubles, roughly $30,000, and all-time speed record for online donations to any cause in Russia. This was as clear a donation as there could be that Russians were fed up with being had and were willing to pay for change. But it was also clear that a lone fighter like Navalny could not bring about change. A chess champion Garry Kasparov had already learned, having money, being popular and being right did not enable an outsider to put a dent in the system. Only someone who was already on the inside could crack the monolith. That man appeared to come to the scene in May 2011. Surprisingly, everyone, including himself, Mikhail Prokhorov, now the second richest man in Russia, announced that he was entering politics. 46-year-old Prokhorov's life story resembled that of other Russian superrich. He had entered business as a college senior, made his first money in the late 1980s by buying and selling anything he could get his hands on, amassed a fortune in the 1990s by privatizing Baisri and by shrewdly investing and reshaping what he had privatized. Unlike Kuzinski, Berezovsky, and Khodorkovsky, he had kept a distance from the Kremlin for most of his career, preferring to remain a hands-on manager and leave politics for his business partner. Entering politics now was not exactly his own idea, although he would protest that it was. He had been solicited on behalf of the president and the prime minister to take the reins of a founding right-liberal political party. It was a familiar pattern by this point. Every election year, the Kremlin would appoint one rightist party and one leftist party that would be allowed on the ballot to take part, alongside Putin's united Russia, in what amounted to a mock election, where political parties with actual leaders and agendas, meanwhile, would be denied registration on the basis of the convoluted laws and regulations adopted in early 2000s. So Prokhorov had been chosen to serve as the figurehead of a dormant rightist party that would be briefly resuscitated in time for the December 2011 parliamentary election. He would be expected to play a scripted role, perhaps make a few careless rich guy statements that would help drum up support for regular guy Putin, and then retire to the sidelines when so instructed. But I thought that this time the Kremlin puppeteers might have grown overconfident and made a fateful mistake. I knew Prokhorov a little. For the last 3 years, I had been editing a magazine in which he was the principal investor. He seemed constitutionally incapable of being a figurehead. Moreover, he was actively looking for an arena in which he could apply himself fully. He had accomplished all he had set out to do in business. In Russia, he was profoundly depressed about the state of the country, and he had been considering the disheartening option of selling off his assets and moving to New York, where he had bought the NBA team that would become the Brooklyn Nets. Now the alternative had presented itself. Instead of leaving the country, he could fix it. He would get down to work, master this new undertaking, just as he had set out to master metallurgy and the intricacies of management on the factory floor level when he came into possession of the metal's giant Norilsk nickel, which he prided himself on having reformed from the bottom up, securing the workers' support for the many changes he had instituted. Prokhorov was brilliant at 6 foot height. 6'8" he was. A giant, and I believed he just might topple the system. Over the next few months, I watched Prokhorov undergo a remarkable transformation. He received expert coaching. He got out of baggy navy brownie suits and into tailored beige and grey ones. He unlearned his Aspergerian way of answering questions in complete, grammatically correct paragraphs, sounding completely certain, and learned to weave in his speech with qualifiers and misplaced modifiers. Most important, he gathered dozens of experts in politics, economics, and media to help him develop nuanced position on Russian politics and started to form a power base. He blanketed the country's largest cities with billboards featuring his face and slogans such as "Plan for your future." He had the money not only to buy all the advertising spaces in the land but also to replace his ads immediately after local authorities in more than a few places, taken aback by his audacity, took them down. Whoever came up with the idea of using Prokhorov as a stand stand-in for the opposition, obviously had not expected him to take the job so seriously. Vladislav Surkov, an assistant to Putin who had over the years built a reputation as the Kremlin's chief puppet master, effectively taking the place vacated by Berezovsky, began calling Prokhorov in for almost daily talks. Prokhorov, unaccustomed to reporting to anyone, nonetheless submitted to a ritual he found odd and distinctly humiliating, giving Surkov a complete accounting of his political activities. Surkov in turn made suggestions on at least one occasion, advising Prokhorov to drop someone from the party's board. Prokhorov ignored the suggestions and pressed on with what he thought was right, until September 14, 2011, when he found himself locked out of his own party's scheduled Congress. Many of the activists Prokhorov had recruited over the previous 3 months were not allowed to take part in a Congress either, and an entirely different group of people elected an entirely different leadership. Whoever had given Prokhorov the party had now decided to take it away, watching one of the richest and tallest men in Russia feeling utterly lost, confused, and betrayed was painful. Prokhorov called a press conference to announce that the lockout was illegal. He convened an alternative Congress the following day and spoke there. He promised to see to it that Surkov would lose his job. He promised to fight. He promised to come back in 10 days and lay out his detailed plans for a political battle. Of course, Surkov, if it was indeed Surkov, was not the only one to have miscalculated badly. Prokhorov, living in the information bubble, saved by his experience in business at a safe distance from the Kremlin, had overreached catastrophically. In the days after the Congress, he received enough messages about what would happen to him and his business to force him to give up on the idea of being a politician. Prokhorov never did come out with his battle plan. He all but disappeared from the public eye. It seemed that whoever had chosen Prokhorov to oppose Putin had made a classic mistake of overconfidence, but had caught it in plenty of times. On September 24, 2011, United Russia had its own party congress. Dmitry Medvedev addressed the thrones. I believed it would be right to support the candidacy of Vladimirovich Putin for president, he declared. The hall erupted in a standing ovation when it finally quieted. Medvedev unself-consciously told the crowd that he and Putin had made the arrangement back when Medvedev first became president, and now, when Putin returned to the post of president, Medvedev would be his prime minister. Within hours, the Russian blogosphere filled with pictures of Putin, doctored to look order and conspicuously like Leonid Brezhnev, the Soviet leader who died after 18 years in office, virtually immobile and completely incoherent. Putin, the bloggers reminded one another, would be 71 by the time his second 6-year term was over. And with this, the transformation of Russia back into USSR was, for all Putin's intents and purpose, complete. Epilogue: a week in December. Saturday, December 3, 2011. I am driving my family to see a rapid American comedy at an expensive shopping mall in central Moscow. Snow is late this year and the city feels like it has been plunged into a permanent great darkness. Excessive lightning on the garden wing, the 8-lane road that circles the right center, does little to change that feeling, but I am struck by a giant illuminated structure. One might call it a poster or a billboard, but neither description would do justice to the scale of the thing. It sits atop a 2-story building from the 18th century and it appears taller than the building. It is backlit and also illuminated brightly around the edges, some sort of King Kong digital photo frame. Inside the frame, Putin and Medvedev, one wearing a red tie and other a blue, look resolutely past each other over a giant caption: United Russia, together we will win. Tomorrow is a parliamentary election that makes today by law. a day of silence, meaning any and all campaigning is banned, outdoor advertising included. I pull over at an intersection, take a picture of the monstrosity with my cell phone, and upload it to Facebook. Within an hour, the picture collects 17 comments. No word is recorded, but more reaction than I expected on a Saturday night. Even more surprising, those commenting are not my usual gang of politically engaged friends. Pigs, writes a marketing manager. You did think we have seen worse, but it will make you want to throw up, doesn't it? Writes a former political reporter who gave up journalism 14 years ago. I have not voted in a parliamentary election for more than a dozen years because Putin's law rendered election meaningless. Political parties could no longer get on the ballot. Without the Kremlin's approval, members of parliament were no longer elected directly and the results were rigged by election officials anyway. But a couple of months ago, when a group of well-known liberal writers, artists, and political activists called on people to go to the polls and write an obscenity on a ballot, I criticized the idea online as a losing tactic. The government had made a mockery of elections, but I argued, you cannot outmock a cynic. But what we really needed was a meaningful alternative to the mockery. In the back and forth that followed in various publications, a few people chimed in with actual reasons to go to the polls. First, to make sure the party of crooks and thieves did not vote in your name. Second, to vote for one of the quasi-opposition parties on the ballot, so that Putin's united Russia did not win a constitutional majority in parliament. Amazingly, these geeky exhortations went viral. Having written her dissertation on election, my girlfriend is a principled, always voter. She woke up the other day and asked me, did I dream it or did you say you were going to vote? Yes, I am going to vote. Why? She asked. I can't quite explain it, I said, but I feel something is afoot. I said this because over the last few days I have had several discussions with my friends who are also going to vote. We have been trying to decide which so-called party to pick, and thousands of people, including a number of my friends, have registered and trained as volunteer election observers, either on their own or as part of a called Citizen Observer, organized by a prominent political scientist, Dmitry Oreskhin, who also happened to be my girlfriend's father. They will be spending tomorrow at the polls trying to forestall attempts at falsification, and people are discussing the picture of Putin and Medvedev on my Facebook page as if all at once they really cared. Sunday, December 4. I go to the polls a half hour before they close, as the geeks told me to, so that I can catch the election thieves red-handed if they have already used my name to vote. But no, neither I nor my 91-year-old grandmother, registered at the same address, has voted. Nor do I observe any other violations. I cast my vote uneventfully, photograph it, post it to Facebook as a potential ad in exposing vote count violations, another geek idea, and go to a former colleague's 40th birthday party. It is a mixed crowd: book publishing people, journalists, designers, and at least one wealthy manufacturer. My friend is one of those people who seem to know everyone, and everyone is talking about the election. 30-some things come into decline. I voted for the first time in my life. After a while, it gets predictable that anyone who reached legal majority after Putin came to power will utter this phrase within minutes of walking through the door. A couple of kids who worked as volunteer election observers regale us with tales of violations. Young people who were paid to hide prepared ballots under their clothing and zip them in along with their own. Election officials who removed observers once the counting began. Tomorrow we will find out that many officials simply forged their final tallies with no regard for the actual ballots. None of this is news to me or Daria. What is new is the fact that we are talking about all this at a party, late into the night, and that we all voted, and something else too. The election observers tell us that their fellow observers included a school teacher, a businessman's wife who arrived in a Range Rover, and other people who are not like us. Something has shifted, and not only for us. Media junkies glued to our Facebook pages. What do you think it will may take for people to take to the streets? Vladimir, a smart young reporter from the leading business dairy's presidential pool, asked those gathered in the kitchen. I'm not sure, I say, but I feel like something is in the air. Monday, December 5. Driving the kids to school, I listen to reports of partial return on the radio. United Russia supposedly has just taken just under 50% of the vote. I know this is not an accurate figure, but it is considerably lower than the similarly falsified results of the previous parliamentary election, when United Russia supposedly got 66%. Perhaps this time the two numbers are so low that some local election officials felt they could take the lie only so far. As I will also find out later today. Some peasants resisted altogether the pressure to cook their numbers. Citizen observers, 500 election observers, posted at 170 precincts in Moscow, saw no major violation of voting procedures at 36 of them. When the results from just those precincts were tallied, United Russia came in second with just over 23% of the vote, trailing the Communist Party. Assuming this selection of precincts was representative, it would appear that the official count more than doubled the real one. Citizen Observer also reports that 49% of eligible voters took part, far more than in any other recent Russian election. A protest is planned for tonight, and I plan to go. I do not want to protest in Moscow or dreary or dangerous or both. The way it works now. Anyone planning to stage any kind of public rally or demonstration has to notify the authorities 10 to 15 days in advance. The city can then deny permission or grant it for a specific location and a specific number of participants. If permission is denied, but the demonstration goes on anyway, the participants are likely to be arrested and roughed up in the process. If permission is granted, the police set up cordons marking off space for the expected number of participants and metal detectors at the perimeter. Protesters have to undergo a sometimes unpleasant search procedure and then hold their rally behind the police cordon, quite literally talking to themselves. I dislike the legal gatherings even more than the illegal ones, but once every few months I feel I must go. This is one of those times. My friend Anna instant messages me with a quote from today's New York Times article on the Russian election. Anna, whom I met in Kosovo, spent several years in Moscow as a foreign correspondent and now lives in The Hague. Democracy is in action, Mr. Medvedev said, standing with Mr. Putin at United Russia's campaign headquarters, where both appeared a bit shaken. She adds, if it were not so sad, it would be quite funny. Yeah, I respond. Something is afoot, but it's not going anywhere. And I go to the protest. It is still unseasonably warm for Moscow, which means it is cold and miserable. Temperature around freezing and pouring rain. Who is going to brave this kind of weather to fight the hopeless fight for democracy? Everyone. At least everyone I know. I approach the park where the protest is slated to take place with two friends, Andrei and Masha. And as we walk, people attached to our small clump, one of Andrei's younger brothers and then two of my former reporters, the one who took turns calling in from the scene of the Theatre C's disaster 9 years ago. One of them, Anton, is now a radical art activist and has spent a fair amount of time in jail for planned protest. The other, Lisa, recently quit his editorial job in a dispute over pre-election censorship. He had been instructed to exclude critical articles from his digest of foreign media coverage of Russia. As we draw closer, we cannot even make out the metal detectors through the crowd. Then word spreads. The cordon of area had filled up. The police will not be letting any more people through. This means there are at least 500 people in the park, and that, by contemporary Moscow standards, is huge. We walk in the street along the park, looking in over a low fence. There are not hundreds but thousands of people in the park. We find ourselves in an informal phalanx, about 10 across. Parked all along the street are buses that brought the police here and waiting prisoner transport vehicle. We are blocking traffic, and they said they will detain us. The police look on indifferently as about a dozen of us climb over the fence to join the demonstrators. The rain keeps coming, my hair is soaked, and my feet feel like they are about to fall off. I am happy to be standing there freezing and endlessly, saying hello to friends appearing from every direction. There comes my friend, the photographer, with whom I traveled the war zones in 1990s. There, arriving separately, is his son, a college sophomore born a year after the Soviet Union collapsed, and now Tatiana, who was my editor more than 15 years ago. I have lost it. You know, she tells me. Remember how we used to count the number of people at a demonstration in the 90s by mentally breaking the crowd into quadrants. I can't do it anymore. Neither can I. I cannot remember the technique, nor can I distinguish anything in the thick crowd, in the rain, in the dark. But I am certain there are more than 5,000 people here. Estimates will range up to 10,000, and that makes this the largest protest in Russia since the early 1990s. As the rally breaks up, I invite the group to my apartment, which is just down the block. The women accept the invitation, but the men say they are going to join a march to the Central Election Committee building. The march is clearly illegal, and I fear they will be arrested. Indeed, there will be about 300 arrests, and there will be violence. But there will be something else too. In about an hour, when I am cooking a late supper and people are sipping cognac in my apartment, still trying to warm up, Grisa between that Andrei had just pulled his two younger brothers out of prisoner transport vehicle by their coat collars. In another hour, 6 young men, Grisa, Andrei's two brothers, and 2 men I have not met, will be at my apartment, disheveled and self-satisfied in a romantic, revolutionary way, embellishing the story of the prisoner's rescue as they tell and retell it. I think I have seen this before. This is the moment the fear lifts. Someone enters a prisoner transport vehicle to rescue his brother, and the police in white gear move aside and let him. It is a tiny moment of great change. The young men eat and decamp to the police precincts where their less fortunate friends are being held. Tuesday, December 6. Driving the kids to school, I choose the route that takes me past the police precincts where some of last night's detainees were taken. I see a small crowd just outside. About 100 people spend the wait. Freezing night here, demanding unsuccessfully that lawyers be allowed into the building. Another illegal protest is called for tonight. All day I debate whether to go and finally decide against it. I have taken part in illegal protests before and have always managed to slip away, once sliding between a white cop's leg. But my girlfriend is 7 months pregnant, and it seems particularly bad idea to risk 15 days administrative arrest, which is what many of the detainees will get. I go about my business with a strange feeling. I go to the gym and then to a cafe to meet with the general director of the publishing house where I am going to start working next week. The cafe is not far from the square where tonight's protest will take place, and because of this, my phone's reception keeps fading in and out. Words has it. Cellular service is being jammed. Driving home, I passed armored vehicles and police buses, which now seem to be parked in every square in the center of town. According to video news reports, tens of thousands of police have been pulled into Moscow from other cities. I do not register where I learned this, from a friend, from Facebook, or from radio, but another legally sanctioned protest is scheduled for Saturday that makes the troops and the jamming feel more exciting than ominous. Monday's protest was not a fluke. Perhaps this is not necessarily going and nowhere after all. I worry, though, that the brewing revolution has no unifying symbol, no clear slogan at 2:43 a.m. An advertising executive named Arsen Revajov writes a Facebook post. The snow revolution or a clean slate. When and if several million people put wild ribbons on their arms or tie them to their cars, to their handbags or their lapels, etc., it will become impossible to force or falsify anything at all, because it will all be out in the open and everyone will know. It will snow. The entire city will turn white. Citizens don white ribbons. First they are 10% of the population, then 30, then 50, then 75. Once it's more than 30, no one is afraid anymore. And suddenly, everyone or almost everyone loves and respects everyone else because of this. We have to keep this up through mass. Then God will decide. I am convinced that if several million people don white ribbons or even paper napkins in our city, everything will change for the better fast and without violence. Within hours, nearly 1,000 people liked the post and more than 700 reposted. Moreover, it turns out that a separate white ribbon effort began a couple of hours earlier. The revolution now has a symbol. Another 300 people have been detained at the illegal protest. A friend starts a Facebook group to coordinate efforts for the detainees. I join us do several hundred others. By tomorrow there will be regular food deliveries, courtesy of the cafe where I had my business meeting today, and sleeping bags and blankets will be bought or donated for all the detainees who are otherwise reduced to sitting on hard benches or standing. The group is called Help Revolution. And at 3 in the morning I am bursting with pride to have been made an administrator. Wednesday, December 7. Before I went to bed last night, the number of people who clicked I am going on the coming Saturday demonstrations Facebook page was nearing 3,000. This morning it is over 5,000. 80-year-old ex-president Mikhail Gorbachev has called for a report. In a post for the International Herald Tribune opinion blog, where I am a regular contributor, I describe Monday's protest and try to put into words what is by now the unmistakable sense that Russia has passed a turning point. The problem with the Soviet regime, and the one created by Vladimir Putin in its image, is that they are closed system whose destruction is unpredictable. There is no obvious cause and effect relationship between street protest and the ultimate fall of the regime, because there are no mechanisms that make the government accountable to the people. Even the most obvious recent parallel, Ukraine's 2004 Orange Revolution, fails as a model. There, the standoff between street protesters and the government that had stolen an election was resolved by the Supreme Court, which ordered a recount and a revote. But Russia has no justice system independent of the executive branch, and was neither a recount nor a revote would work, since election laws have long since been rigged to allow only Kremlin-sanctioned parties on the ballot. So the people who are protesting the stolen election are in effect demanding the dismantling of the entire system. And that, for lack of better parallels, brings us back to the fall of the USSR. The process took 5 years and proceeded in a 2 steps forward, 1 step back manner. Protests were allowed, then banned, then allowed again. Dissidents were freed, then their apartments were ransacked by the police. Censorship was lifted in fits and starts. At the height of the protest movement, hundreds of thousands flooded the streets, defying not only the police but tanks, and yet it was impossible to tell whether their actions had direct consequences, because just as now the people had no mechanism for holding the government accountable. But on one thing is clear in retrospect. Once the process was underway, the regime was doomed. The more hot air it pumped into the bubble in which it lived, the more vulnerable it also became to growing pressure from the outside. That is exactly what is happening now. It may take months or it may take a few years, but the Putin bubble will burst. What will happen next? The Kremlin seems to be flaring. Yesterday, tens of thousands of young people burst in from out of town were herded into the center of Moscow for a United Russia victory rally. They were issued bright vests and blue drums, which they discarded unceremoniously after the event. Pictures of the drums, dented, stained, and soaked, piled on the sidewalk, flooded the blocks. They seemed to symbolize the regime perfectly. A lot of noise and pomp, then an inglorious abandonment in the dark, freezing rain. What are the government's other options? Most of the people detained on Monday and Tuesday are still in police holding cells, and they have already overtaxed the facilities and courts' capacity. Mass arrests at Saturday's protest are simply not an option. Violence is possible but feels doubtful because Putin, I suspect, has not yet realized how desperate his situation is. More likely he will attempt to mollify the protesters by throwing them a bone. Vladislav Surkov, the Kremlin's chief puppeteer, has already suggested that a new party be formed to accommodate irritated urban communities. Putin and his inner circle seem unaware that the whole country is irritated with them, so they probably think that allowing a hand-picked L-start opposition candidate on the ballot in a March presidential election will let enough steam. The protest will have to continue until those in power realize that they are a tiny and despised minority, and then they will act opposition on merit. So they probably think that allowing a hand-picked L-sarge opposition candidate on the ballot in the March presidential election will let off enough steam. The protest will have to continue until those in power realize that they are tiny and despised minority, and then they will act like a cornered animal. What is in their limited repertoire? A terrorist attack that will allow Putin to declare a state of emergency. Such a move will not save his regime, but might delay its damage by a year or two. In the evening, I go to a meeting of ch5to, Russian Behind Bars, an organization formed a couple of months ago by Olga Romanova, a former business writer who became a full-time business rights activist after her entrepreneur husband was arrested and sentenced to 8 years imprisonment for fraud. After bribery failed to set him free, Romanova launched her own investigation, turning up evidence that her husband was sentenced on the basis of forged documents, provided she believes by his former business partner, who also until last year was a senator. Romanova made it to the Supreme Court, which overturned the verdict, and after Moscow City Court ignored that decision, she made it to the Supreme Court again and again got the verdict overturned. She then flew to a distant prison colony to collect her husband, who had been behind bars for more than 3 years already. The video of their reunion instantly went viral. Viz Siddhyas meets at a cafe in the center of town, the sort where a thoughtful young man and woman choose among 18 varieties of excellent tea before proceeding to a few varieties of mediocre wine. But these Wednesday night gatherings are mostly of women who look like they work as accountants or middle managers, except they are working full-time to get their business. husband out of jail. I sit at a table with Svetlana Bakhimana, a former mid-level Yugos lawyer who served 4.5 years in prison, and a shy, young, bespectacled woman who tells me her husband had been sentenced for alleged fraud. And here is Ivek Murtajin, shouts Romanova, who is 45 and heavy-set with dyed red hair. A slight man in his late 40s enters. He is a former television executive from Tatarstan who was fired in October 2002 over his coverage of the theatre siege. He became a popular blogger and in 2009 was arrested for allegedly reveling the president of Tatarstan. He was sentenced to 21 months in prison for libel, and the court ruled for inciting enmity against a specific social group, defined as government officials. I have good news and bad news, says Motajin. The bad news is a Tatarstan judge who hit and killed a young woman while driving drunk last summer had just been acquitted. The room issues a collective sigh. This bad news is hardly news at all. So common are accidents involving state officials and their acquittals. The good news, says Motajin, is that nearly half the justices of the peace who were getting cases of those detained in the protest Monday and Tuesday called in sick today. That's 80 judges with the flu. Now this is a news, and it turns out that because detention facilities are overflowing, some of the detainees are being released and casually instructed to show up for court at a later date. Kyrgyzstan fighter Alexei Navalny, however, appeared before a judge today and was sentenced to 15 days for his role in leading the illegal march on Monday. One of the women at the meeting is handing out white ribbons to everyone. In less than 24 hours, the revolution symbol has become official. When I get home, the number of people who have clicked "I'm going" on the Facebook page for Saturday's protest had passed 10,000. Thursday, December 8. More than 20,000 Facebook users now plan to attend the protest on Saturday. I talked with someone who is in daily contact with members of the presidential administration and the federal government. They are hysterical, he says. No one knows what to do. They make decisions based on the mood in which they wake up in the morning. Yesterday, Medvedev wanted to turn off the independent cable television channel, Doge had. We were barely able to stop him. In a few days, I will learn that cable providers did get calls directing them to stop providing access to Dogehead, but decided to resist the request, citing contractual obligations. No one was more surprised than the owner and director of Dogehead, President Medvedev. Meanwhile, he has unfollowed Dogehead on his Twitter account. City workers have hastily started repairs of some kind in Revolution Square, where Saturday's protest is slated to take place, a classic tactic of last resort to keep demonstrators away. Friday, December 9, I am anxious driving the kids to school. I listen to the radio and worry even as the newscasters reports that more than 25,000 people plan to come on Saturday. It is like that moment early in a passionate love affair, when all the same words are being said as yesterday, but somehow the heat seems to have been turned down a notch. I drop the kids off, go home and go back to sleep. But when I wake up a couple of hours later, the revolution is still on and passions are just as high as they need to be. The issue of concern now is that while Saturday's protest is technically legal, the organizer's original application filed 10 days ago specified 300 participants. In the past, those in the overflow have been detained, yet it will be impossible to detain an overflow of thousands or tens of thousands, and that may translate into police violence. Two organizers, a career politician and magazine editor, go to Moscow City Hall to try to negotiate. In the middle of the afternoon, the editor Sergei Parkhomenko posts the results of their negotiations on his Facebook page. The city has offered a new location for tomorrow's protest, granted the organizers license to have as many as 30,000 participants and extended the duration of the protest from 2 to 4 hours. Soon the city also agrees to provide all those who mistakenly go to Revolution Square with unimpeded passes to the new location, a half-hour's walk away. The only bad news is that instead of fabulously named Revolution Square, the protest will take place at Bolotnaya, Swampy Square. A friend, prominent poet and political commentator, Lev Rubinstein, immediately terms this a linguistic challenge. The country's best-loved, best-selling author, Grigory Chakravarty-Sivry, who pens historical detective novels under the name Boris Akunin, writes in his blog, "I could not sit still. Why does everything in this country have to be like this? Even civil society has to wake up when it's most inconvenient for the writer. I went away to the French countryside for some time in peace to write my next novel, but now I can't concentrate. I guess I'm going alone. Going home. That's 500 kilometers behind the wheel, and then wish me luck getting on a flight. I hope I do make it and get to see the historic occasions with my own eyes and not via YouTube. But the reason I am writing this post is that I have been asked to warn all those who don't yet have this information. The protest will take place in Bolotnaya Square, not in Revolution Square. At parent-teacher conferences in the evening, I noticed many of the other children's parents are wearing white ribbons. When I put my daughter to bed, she asked if she can go to the protest with me tomorrow. No, I'm sorry. I don't think it's a good idea to take kids yet. But this is a legal protest, right? She knows that otherwise I could be detained. I assure her that it is and that nothing bad is likely to happen to me. I will probably be going to a lot of protests these coming months, I say, and I probably won't be able to take you with me, but I will take you to the last one when we have a celebration. You mean when there is no more Putin? She catches her breath, as if the thought were too much to contemplate. She is 10. She was born after Putin came to power, and she has heard conversations about him her entire life. When my kids were little, they made Putin into a sort of household villain, the bogeyman who would come get you if you did not mind your table manners. I put a stop to that, and as they have grown, I have tried to give them a reasonably nuanced picture of politics. But I think I may have neglected to say that no one rules forever. Saturday, December 10. Driving in from an hour Dutch, where the children and Daya will be while I am at the protest. I listened to the radio and fed. So what if 35,000 people have stated on Facebook that they are going to protest? I have heard of people getting 700 Facebook RSVPs for a party and not a single actual guest. It is the weekend. After all, people will be feeling lazy. They will want to sleep in or stay at their dachas, and they will figure someone else will go to the protest. As I get closer to Bolotnaya Square, I see people flowing to it from every direction, in groups, in couples, alone, young, old, middle-aged, people wearing white ribbons, white scarves, white hats, even white trousers, carrying white balloons and white carnations. It still has not snowed, so the white they wear and carry has to compensate. I meet up with a group of friends, including Andre and two of his brothers. At the metal detectors, the police are calm and polite. Inside, we wander the square, scanning for familiar faces. At Monday's protest, I knew everyone who was there because I could see them all. Today, I know they are all here because I cannot see them for the crowd. Even texting becomes impossible as the volume exceeds the capacity of Moscow's cellular network. We ask at homemade banners people have brought. One features a graph of the official result reported by the Central Election Committee, overlaid with a bell curve that tells a different story. It shows that what normal distribution of support for United Russia would look like. We don't trust you, we trust Gauss, says the poster, referring to Carl Friedrich Gauss, the mathematician who gave the world the bell curve. I did not vote for these assholes, proclaims another banner, carried by a young man with a reddish beard. I voted for the other assholes. I demand a recount. There are so many people here. A very young man shouts into his cell phone and they are all normal. I have heard like a million jokes and they were all funny. If you have spent years feeling as if your views were shared by only a few of your closest friends, being surrounded by tens of thousands of like-minded people really does feel like hearing a million funny jokes at once. Somewhere in the distance, there is a stage. I cannot see it and I can hardly hear any of the speakers. One of my friends remembers a trick from the early 1990s when people would bring portable radios to rallies and use them to listen to the speakers. She turns on the radio on her cell phone. Cellular service may be over text, but this public square features free wireless and gives us the highlights of speeches. We look around and occasionally join in chants, new election, freedom, Russia without Putin. The speakers include Boris Akunin. He made it from the south of France in time, a well-loved, long blacklisted television anchor, and assorted activist Daria's father speaks about election fraud. None of those who pass for opposition politicians, the other assholes, are here. They have not yet gotten the message that power has shifted away from the Kremlin. Navalny is still in jail, so a journalist reads his address to the protesters, and Mikhail Prokhorov, the billionaire who suspended his political career 2 months ago, is still silent. On Monday, he will announce that he is running for president, but by then it will be too late to win cred with the revolutionary crowd. He will immediately be branded a Putin plant. I am wearing thermal underwear, 2 jacket, and moon boots. There is no way to dress for standing still in Russian winter. After a couple of hours, my friends and I decide to leave. Other people are still arriving. Walking away from the protest, I stop on a pedestrian bridge to look back at the crowd. There are a lot more than 35,000 people. Later estimates will range as high as 150,000. We take a large table at a restaurant that, like all the eateries in the neighborhood, is filled with protesters ordering mulled wine in an attempt to warm up. Friends and strangers are shouting the latest news across tables, and Ray is the first to read a couple of lines from a radio station's website. The protest is drawing to a close. A police representative has mounted the stage. He says, "Today we acted like the police force of a democratic country. Thank you." There is applause. At our table, there is a momentary silence. This is great. All of us start saying that, looking at one another incredulously. This is good. How long has it been since any of us was able to say unequivocally, "This is great," about something happening in our city? I leave my friends at the restaurant to return to my family at the Dutcher. I drive over the big stone bridge, the largest bridge over the Moscow River. Just as the police leave Bolotnaya Square, there are hundreds upon hundreds of them, moving along the sidewalk, 4 and 5 across the length of the bridge. For the first time that I can remember, I do not get a knot in my stomach while I look at police in white gear. I am stuck behind on an orange truck with a snow plow. It still had not snowed, so I am not sure that the truck is doing out in the street. But I notice a white balloon tied to the corner of the plow. Protests were held today in 99 cities in Russia and in front of Russian consulates and embassies in more than 40 cities around the world. In the evening, Putin's press secretary Dmitry Peskov tells journalists that the government has no comment on the protest and promises to let them know if a comment is formulated. A few minutes later, on TV, The television channel taken away from Vladimir Gusinski 10 years ago and eviscerated as an accident report on the protest. I watched it online. It's been years since I had a working television in the house, and I recognized something I have observed in other countries when I covered their revolutions. There comes a day when you turn on the television and the very same goons who was spouting propaganda at you yesterday, sitting in the very same studios against the very same backdrop, start speaking a human language. In this case, although the moment gives me my head an extra spin, because I can still remember the journalists before they became goons, when they last spoke human about a dozen years ago. As I approach our dacha, it starts to snow. By morning, the countryside will be covered in white. Thank you very much for listening. Have a nice day. This is the end of the book. Thank you for